You're welcome. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Ms. Siegfried, it is your complaint that the defendant reneged on an agreement that the two of you had when you entered into a contest. And the contest, which you'll explain to me, had as its prize a car. And you claim that the defendant agreed that if she won the car, she would either sell the car and give you half of the proceeds, but she would share the prize with you, and likewise, if you won, you would share it with her. She, in fact, won the car and refuses to sell it or give you half of its value. That's what the case is about.
Right.
So, this was a good friend of yours?
A very good friend of mine, yes.
Now tell me about the contest.
It was actually put on by a local radio station. The two of us...
Where?
In L.A. We were going to try to win tickets to see a particular group.
A group? What kind of group?
NSYNC.
I've heard of them.
We were trying to win concert tickets through this radio station, and we had been calling for over a week. We'd been trying very hard to win these tickets, and in the process, through one of the times that we called, Deanna was asked if she would like to participate in another contest that they had running at the same time, which involved sitting in a car for a week. And at that time, I was with Deanna when she was on the phone with the radio station. And
where were you?
We were actually in my car coming home from a mall where we were meeting one of the DJs from the radio station. And we had decided when we left the mall that let's try and win the tickets again. So she continued calling, and at that time, she was asked, would you like to be in a car contest? And her response was, would this make me lose out on winning the tickets to the concert? And they told her yes, that you would not be eligible any longer to win the tickets. And she's like, well, I don't know. And I'm all, just do it. It'd be fun. Just do it. So she's decided now at this point that she's going to be in the contest.
All right. Now, what exactly was the contest?
She was to sit in a car for a week.
Alone?
No, there were other contestants that were going to be participating. The original rules set forth were that the person who stayed in the car the longest would win the car. And when myself and her went down to the contest, I drove her down there. We found out prior to the contest, the beginning, that it would end on Sunday regardless of...
How many people's chochases were still in the car?
There were 2 cars.
Okay.
And in one car there were 4 people, and in our car there was myself, Deanna, and another contestant.
They couldn't get 4 people. They
That's
couldn't
correct.
get 4 lunatics.
That's correct. They suckered me into it instead.
Okay, so you got down there with her, and they said, would you like to sit in the car, too?
Right. They asked me if I would be interested in staying in the car because they didn't have enough contestants to participate. So they asked me if I would be interested in staying down there. I wasn't very...
Was it the same radio station that was running this contest?
The same radio station, yes, that was giving away the tickets for the concert, yes.
And at the end of the contest, which was going to be that Sunday, if everybody is left in the car, how do they choose a winner?
They drew straws.
They said it would be a drawing.
Right.
That's all they said.
Okay. So the 2 of you stayed in the car for the entire week?
Yes, we did.
Is that right?
Yes.
How were you fed?
How were we fed? We were sponsored by a local restaurant that
They just gave you the food in the car?
They brought us meals throughout the day.
And what about potty breaks? How do you do that?
They specified them as 3-hour breaks, and at that time we were able to get out of the car for 15 minutes and do what we needed to do, to stretch and what have you.
And what about sleeping? You just slept whenever?
They slept in the car. I personally did not sleep for 4 days straight, but we slept in the car.
In the car?
In the position that we were sitting in. We were never able to leave the position of the car that we were in.
What if you had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night?
You went in the car.
Seriously?
Nobody actually did that.
We never had that come up, but yes, that would have been...
Or you get out.
Or you get out of the car and go to the bathroom.
And then you're out of the contest?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And sometimes they didn't wake us up
I would never
to
last
go.
in a contest like that. Okay, so the end of the week came, and it's on Sunday, and the 3 of you were left in your car?
Right, correct. The other car, they had already designated a winner.
So, drew straws.
Correct.
And you picked?
It was actually numbered straws, and they had corresponding numbered envelopes that had keys in the envelopes. And I picked a straw with the number 2 on it, and the envelope number 2, and they said whatever key started the car, that person was to win the car.
And you won?
Yes.
So now tell me about this contract that you allege you had with her. Because it's clear that she decided not to sell the car. She decided to keep the car. Friendship's over. She said, I'm not selling the car and I'm not giving any money.
Correct.
Now tell me your version of the contract that you had with her.
Okay. Simply, while we were sitting in the car, her and I discussed that we would sell the car and split the money from the car. And in the process, we would also win tickets to see NSYNC. One of us would get the tickets and we would split everything.
Okay, and did you get the NSYNC tickets?
Yes, I did.
And did you go with the defendant?
I did take the defendant to the concert.
So far, that's all right. Now tell me about your understanding of this agreement that you had with her.
As far as the agreement goes, when we got in the car together, she had mentioned something about if either one of us wins the car, let's sell it and split the money. And I had said, I don't want to agree to anything just yet. I don't know what the outcome of the contest is. So I can't say yes or no. I don't want to say yes or no because I don't know if I'm even going to win. I don't know if you're even going to win.
And this was a conversation that you said you had as soon as you got into the car?
It wasn't directly right when we got in the car, but
Within a day or so?
the first day.
Within the first day? And you stayed in the car together for 5-6 days?
Nothing else was ever
And
mentioned.
did you speak to each other?
Yeah.
Friendly, laughing? Then I don't believe you. And I'm going to tell you why I don't believe you.
Okay.
If she's your friend, and what she's saying is absolutely right, the two of you being in this contest certainly increased your chances of winning.
Right.
You got much better odds with the two of you deciding that whoever wins, it's going to be like a joint winning.
Right. Except that the whole reason I was doing this was because I was in some financial problems, and if I were to win the car, I wanted to use that to help
And
me
what
out.
if you lost everything? You think that if you lost everything, you would take the same position as you're taking now? No, you wouldn't.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Deborah Siegfried says former friend Deanna McGeorge refuses to share a car they won in a radio contest. Deanna says they only agreed to share another prize, tickets to an NSYNC concert.
So you had financial problems, but you made an agreement with her. And the agreement was that if either of you won this contest, you were going to share the prize money.
I
And how
never
could you
made
not?
that agreement.
Yes, you did. Sure you did. You may have put it in the back of your mind, forgot about it, said, it's not really what I meant. I said I would sell the car, but now I'm not going to sell the car because I really want the car. I'm going to keep the car, so where am I going to get money to give you? And forget it, and the friendship is over. It's really outrageous, Miss McGeorge. How long had
Well,
you been
that wasn't
friends?
exactly how it happened. We had been friends up way after the contest, and I had explained to her that I wasn't going to sell the car, and she was fine with that. Nothing was ever mentioned from the contest from the time of, I would say, April until about September. September is when she started all this.
Why?
Because we had gone on vacation in August together, and we both had some mishaps. We got in an argument, and when we got back, I hadn't called her for a couple days, and she left me a message on my voicemail, which I thought was very rude, and I didn't want to call her back. I was just wanting to take some time away from her because we had been in arguments, and I decided that I wasn't going to call her back.
Had you discussed between the time that you won this contest and the time you went on vacation what you were going to do with the car?
When I actually received the car in April, I had told her that I decided I was going to keep the car.
And what did she say to you at that point?
She really didn't say anything. We were in the gym, and she walked out on me.
She was
and-
angry.
Yeah, I understand
She was
that.
angry.
I understand that.
Well, I just want to make sure that that's clear, that that was not, at least as far as she was concerned, her understanding.
right.
You said to her, I decided to keep it. Bye. So she was angry. Another thing, did you win the concert tickets to NSYNC as a sort of a second prize?
I was given concert tickets to see NSYNC and also some tickets to another group.
How many tickets were you given to NSYNC?
At the time, they were only going to give me 2, but she had asked me if I could please ask the gentleman to get us 2 more because we had
I
planned
didn't
on.
ask her to.
I had asked on. We had planned on taking her niece and her niece's friend to the concert as well. So she thought that if I asked him for 4, he might give us 4, and then all 4 of us could go together.
But if you hadn't gotten the 4, and if you just got the 2, who was supposed to go?
It would be Deanna and myself.
And you, in fact, went.
Yes, we did.
So you split that prize money.
Yes, I did.
Or that prize, whatever it was.
Correct.
Isn't that registering with you?
Yeah,
Huh?
that register's just completely fine with me.
You're better off without her. You got it? Not an honorable person. What kind of car did you win?
It was a Kia Rio.
You have the value?
Yes, I do. I have 3 invoices.
Can I see it, please?
You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
I sure wouldn't. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
No, never.
Huh? The lawsuit is for $5,000, which is maximum allowed in this court. Correct. Clearly half of the value of the car. Were there any things that you had to pay for on the car? Did you have to pay any taxes on the car?
Yes, I had.
What kind of taxes did you have to pay?
The tax, title, and license.
Other than that, you have to pay income tax on winning.
Yeah, we haven't received anything yet because it comes at the end of the year. It's a prize tax.
You know how much it is?
I'm not exactly sure how much it is.
Do you work?
Yes.
What kind of work do you do?
Customer service.
How much do you earn?
Approximately $10 an hour.
A year.
About $20,000.
So you're probably in the 15% bracket, is that right?
That'd be about right.
Even deducting for the taxes that you would have to pay and that she would have to pay on these winnings and the tags and everything else, it's still in excess of the $5,000, which is the limit of this court, and I'm awarding you $5,000. You have to be an honorable person, that's all.
Thank you,
What's
Your
your
Honor.
excuse when they step out?
I feel that Judge Judy was very fair, and she took the time to listen to what I had to say, and I think she truly understood the facts of the case.
I think it's completely wrong that she should be getting $5,000.
I truly never wanted our friendship to end. I can't speak on Deanna's half, but I never wanted it to come to this.
It was never a complete agreement. We never agreed on anything at all.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Keck versus Soleil, step forward, please.
Bookkeeper Barbara Keck is suing her daughter's friend, 19-year-old receptionist Amanda Soleil, for causing her car to be towed and impounded.
Miss Keck, the defendant was living with your family.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your daughter?
Yes, it is.
I assume she was a friend of your daughter's?
Yes.
You allowed her to use one of your cars. It was an older car. She had run into some transportation problems. She relied on her boyfriend, according to your complaint, for transportation. I assume this is boyfriend Jeff.
Yes.
Hi.
Right? And at some point, after a period of time, the car broke down.
Yes.
The car broke down at Jeff's place of employment.
Right.
The car was subsequently towed and impounded. You had considerable fees to get the car out of tow, and you believe that the defendant should be responsible for paying those fees.
Yes, I did.
She says the car was a piece of junk, basically.
I don't have a problem with that.
When did she come to live with your family?
I think it was in May, either early or latter part.
Why?
I understand that she and her mother weren't getting along, and her mother had asked her, just go on and live somewhere else.
What would make you take her into your house?
She's my daughter's friend and had been since senior in high school. They're both in college now. And she'd been over to the house and dinners and, proms and all that. So we were all good friends.
Did you charge her any rent?
No.
When did you give her the car to use?
Maybe early August.
Tell me about that.
She and Jeff were in a traffic accident, which totaled his truck. So, after they came over and they were at dinner at our house, I think, talking about things, and I said, well, how are you going to get around? And so we just decided, well, shoot, we've got this Mazda, we'll let her use it.
Now, you tell me what happened with the car and when.
After she gave it to use it, it was September 6th, and I was dropping Jeff off at work.
So we'd used it for a while. You'd
Yeah,
used it for about a month.
For about a month, yes. And I dropped him off at work that morning, and as I was saying goodbye, it just died, and which is normal because the whole time I used it, it would stop at stoplights, just like she said, and this time it just died. I couldn't get it to click over or anything, so we pushed it back into a parking spot, and I said to him, well, I'm going to have a car anyway, so we might as well go buy a car now. So he used a company truck, took me home. I called in sick to work, and then I went to buy a car. And after I bought the car, I came home that day. It was about 4 o'clock, and I told Barbara, I said, Barbara, come look at what I bought. So I came out to the driveway, and I said, I bought a car. And she goes, well, what prompted you to do this? And I said, well, your car broke down today on the way taking Jeff to work. And she said, oh, I said, well, I left it at Jeff's work,
And then she said that she would talk to her husband, Bernard, about it, and they would discuss what we would do about it when he comes home the next day.
I'm not ready for you yet.
Oh, okay.
And did you have another discussion with Barbara?
During the period of the next week, it just kind of came up off and on. Nobody really said anything. I worked full-time, and we never sat down and totally discussed it.
Well, instead of going and buying a new truck that day, why didn't you call a tow truck and
Because
have the car and have the car towed back home?
Like, I've never had a car towed on me before, and I really didn't know what to do.
Well, you knew enough to go and buy a car. You have to fill out forms, you have to take it to be registered, you have to go to motor vehicles, you have to get insurance.
Right.
And to get a car towed, you have to pick up the phone and look in the yellow pages and find towing and call and say, come pick up the car and would you please bring it back to my residence? Now, which one seems harder to you?
Probably buying the car.
Right. And the towing fees were $455.
Right.
Well, you explained to me, young lady, why you don't think you are responsible for that.
Well, I feel that because I feel because the car was in her name, and the day that it broke down, I did come home and I did let her know.
After you bought a new car?
Yeah. Well, at the time, that seemed like the right thing to do to me.
No, it seemed like the selfish thing to do.
Buying the car
Didn't
was my
seem-
idea.
Excuse me?
Buying the car was my idea. I had the money saved up, and I just said, you know.
Is anybody talking to him? Are you still living at her house?
No.
You lived there for how long?
From June until early September.
3 months. She didn't charge you any rent.
Right.
Not $50 a month, not $100 a month. I assume you ate breakfast there. You said she had some dinners there. Jeff came over and ate there. Did she charge you when Jeff came over and ate dinner?
No, she didn't.
Nice lady. And let you have a car. There's no issue. Where's the issue? Why are we here? It was your responsibility to bring the car home and say, now I've fulfilled my responsibility. It was given to me in the driveway. I've returned it to the driveway. You got it? And if he thinks that that's wrong, oh, I'm dying to hear from him.
You're dying. Okay.
Stand up!
She said, okay, when she gave us that car, it breaks down at stoplights. If you crash it, I don't care. Just don't get it stolen. Insurance doesn't cover that. If it breaks down, leave it. If it does this, does that, leave it. I don't care. The car's garbage. It's an 83 or 86, doesn't matter. It's got over 200,000
Sit down. This lady was very nice to you. Mr. Responsibility over here doesn't get it together as much as he should. You know, doesn't understand that as an adult you have certain responsibilities. You should understand that. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $485. That's all.
Parties are excused.
All right, this is like a little soap opera here. I really think I'm going to start with you, Miss Lewis, and get some background information. The lawsuit involves your claim, Miss Gray, that the defendant, who is your husband's niece, had you falsely arrested for stalking. You want to be compensated for that false arrest and for all the money that you spent, lawyer's fees, time, and emotional distress. From what I gather, and I'm trying to piece together the information that you put in your complaint, you saw the plaintiff getting into another man's car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you see this?
In a county near my grandmother's house at a gas station.
Tell me what you either saw or thought you saw.
Okay, we were the last ones at the gas station, and it's like a rural gas station in a little county, and we were pumping gas. The lights were out because we were the last ones there. They were closing up. We saw the defendant coming.
No, plaintiff. She's the plaintiff today.
I'm sorry. The plaintiff riding in her car, and she didn't see us at first. We were just standing there pumping gas, and when she saw us, she like backed out, and when she was about to leave the parking lot, a car rolled up with a male in it, and they exchanged a few words, and they left together following each other. So we were en route to our house.
Who were you traveling with?
My mother, my sister, and my little brother. And we saw her pass in the other direction. She was in the passenger side of the guy's car. So my mom got upset, and she turned the car around and went back to my grandmother's house where my uncle was.
Your uncle, who was her husband?
Yes, ma'am. And my mom...
Were they living together at the time? Everything was happy?
No.
So they were separated?
No, not legally. She comes and goes when she wants to.
But they were not living together full-time as man and wife?
No.
Okay. So you and your mom go back to your grandmother's house where your uncle is.
Yes.
Her husband.
Yes.
Estranged husband. And you tell him what you saw.
Well, my mother got out the car and told what she saw.
And then what happened?
He came out because he had the baby because she said she was too ill to watch the baby and take care of the baby. And he left the baby with my grandmother, got in his car, and sped down the road.
And then what happened?
And he called us later that night and told us what had happened when he saw her getting out the guy's car. And
what happened when he saw you?
First, he accused me of cheating. He shoved me going towards the friend that I was with. Then he approached him and started calling me all sorts of names, and he was about to fight him, so I had to stand in front of him so he wouldn't hit my friend.
When were you arrested?
They sent me in a mail a paper saying if I do not turn myself in, that they will arrest me, come and arrest me at my home.
What do you claim she did to you that caused you to file the police report?
Okay, after she had a confrontation with my uncle called me and told me what happened. The next morning, Miss Gray called me at my home. I didn't tell my uncle anything my mom told her. I didn't even speak to my uncle when he called that night. So she called me the next day. We had been friends. I was the only one in my family willing to accept her and her child into my family. Everyone else didn't want to accept her. So I wasn't mad that she was cheating on my uncle because I really don't get in their business. She called me, she threatened me, she said that she was going to kill me, my daughter, and the rest of my family because we're a bunch of bees and everything. And I was like, Joy, you're crazy. Stop calling my house. I hung up with her. She called back and proceeded to curse me out. And I'm like, you know what? You're making threats, and I'm tired of you making threats. So I was like, you better be careful what you say. And she was like, I'm going to kill you, and she hung up the phone. I called my uncle right then immediately because she has a medical condition that affects her hormones, and they say that it affects her mind sometimes when she doesn't take her medicine. So I called my uncle to make him aware of what his wife was doing, and he said, don't worry about her. I'll take care of her because she needs her medicine. And I'm like, okay. I didn't pay her any mind. So the next morning, after she made the phone call, I come out my door into my parking lot, and I put my daughter in my car. She's across the parking lot in her car, waiting in her car, looking at me. And I knew it was her because she has personalized license plates. So I just got in my car, and I proceeded out my parking lot. She followed me 10 miles up the road to my mom's house, and she proceeded down the road as I turned into my mom's driveway. And I went in the house and told my mom about the situation, and she said, don't worry about it, just go to work. Later that night, I hear a loud bang on my door. I live by myself with my daughter. And I get up. My daughter's crying because she woke up because of the noise. And I get up, look out my window, and I don't see anything. I open my door, and then I see her across the parking lot with her lights on, and then she speeds out the parking lot. So that night, in fear of not knowing what she's going to do because she has to take medicine because she has a chemical imbalance with her hormones and everything. And so I left and went down to the magistrate office and filed a police report. And I said, and when I originally went there, I just wanted a protective order. I didn't want her anywhere around me. He said, in order to get a protective order, I must file charges. So he filed charges for stalking.
Do you have the police report?
No, I don't have the police report, but I have when we went to court and what happened at court and everything.
Okay. Well, just hold on to that for a second. So you were notified in the mail that you had to turn yourself in?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given a trial date?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the trial date? You were arraigned first?
Yes, ma'am, on the 25th.
Okay, but you were allowed to go home?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the 25th of April, you were arraigned. Did you make another appearance in court after the 25th? When?
It was later on that May 26th, I believe.
Was that your last court appearance?
Yes, ma'am.
So on May 26th, the case was resolved?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a lawyer?
Yeah, a court-appointed lawyer.
They're still lawyers?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
And you discussed the case with the lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what happened in court, Miss Gray?
Yes, ma'am. He came up and...
Who's he?
My lawyer and the district attorney. They went up and they said that both parties have agreed not to come in contact with one another. And then I didn't have to come to any court dates. I called and they said the case was dismissed. Well, it will be dismissed on June 3rd.
So the case is not dismissed yet.
That's
As
right.
long as we stay away from each other.
No,
Yes, ma'am.
that's not what it says.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kimberly Grace says her niece, Vivica Lewis, had her falsely arrested for stalking. Vivica says after she caught her aunt cheating with another man, Kimberly threatened to kill her.
Can I see the piece of
Here you
paper
go.
that you have, please?
Your Honor, I would like to point out
Certified by
that
the court.
I made a complaint against them on the 24th of March, and how convenient her stalking was to mine, because they did follow me to my home, because I got my friend to take me home. They drove up behind me, and they pulled in the driveway. But as we were traveling to my home, they were honking the horn, flashing their lights, and they were on our bumper. So when I got to my home, they came up and pulled behind me. They pulled out, and they was at my driveway, and she yelled out she was gonna beat my A, and that I got you now, B. And then she was saying something else to my friend, and I walked in my house to get my dad. And by the time I got him out the house, they were gone. And my police report was filed on the 24th, and I called the police at 9:33 in the morning. So it was no way in the world that I could
is
call
not
her.
true.
I
That is
have the
not
police
true.
Ms.
report.
Gray, I want you to pay careful attention to
Yes, ma'am.
On the 26th of May, according to these papers, you entered a plea of nolo contendere, which means you pled no contest to the charges.
Ma'am.
And you were ordered by the court to pay costs
Yes, ma'am.
as a result of your plea of no contest, and the protective order that was issued in favor of the defendant. And I am certain that your lawyer explained to you that a plea of nolo contendere, no contest, is the same as a plea of guilty.
Ma'am.
Did your lawyer explain that
No,
to you?
ma'am, we
Well,
never
he should
discussed.
have. He or
We
she-
never discussed pleading guilty or not guilty. Because I told him at the trial, I was like, I'm not pleading guilty for something that I didn't do. He said, ma'am, you're not pleading guilty because you're coming into agreement that you're not going to mess with the defendant anymore. I was like, sir, I did not do this. And they should have it on court record that I said it to him because I said it out loud in court.
All I can tell you is what I read in the certificate of disposition of the
Okay.
case. And your case is what we call adjourned in contemplation of dismissal, which means it's not dismissed yet. But if you, as I said, stay away from her, then the case will be dismissed and the order of protection lifted. So you have no civil claim against her, Ms. Gray.
Ma'am,
You have no civil
I'm sorry, I
case
didn't know.
against her
I did not know.
as long as you pled what is equivalent to a guilty plea,
Okay.
which is a plea of no contest.
Okay.
You should have gone to trial, maybe and pled not guilty and continued to go to trial. Maybe a case would have been dismissed. If it was dismissed, then you might have a civil suit against her, but you didn't. You pled no contest. Is this your husband?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is
This
this-
is a friend that I was with on the time that she said that I was stalking her, and
Okay.
and he was there.
Are you separated from your husband now?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's your child?
He's with me. I got full custody of my son.
That's not true either.
Yes, ma'am.
They haven't even filed for separation papers. He kicked her out because she doesn't want to clean, cook, or nothing. And
Well,
she took the baby
listen,
with her.
that's not usually a reason.
No, because
I'd be out on the street.
She takes all the money out the bank. He had a down payment, and that's why they just back and forth
Where's the child?
With me.
with her, living with her, but they haven't been to court for custody or anything.
Okay. Does your husband see the child?
No, ma'am. He comes like once in a blue moon, so he does not come see him. He does not pay anything for him.
That's a lie. He has an order to pay her $200 a month for the child.
I didn't even get this. I'm sorry. This is new
This
to
is
me.
what you
I
are.
haven't got it.
That's what you have
Just
said.
a
She's
second,
had
well, if they
contact
had-
with me. I'm just going off what she said to me.
Then they have to have been to court.
I don't
Listen
know
to me.
or not.
Well, I'm telling you, if he has a child support order
Okay.
of $200 a month, which is what you're telling me, then they have to have been to court, and your brother has an order to pay support, and I assume visitation, which he certainly should avail himself
yes,
of.
ma'am. He did.
Good. Stay away from her.
I haven't been near her.
Perfect.
Thanks.
That's all.
Parties are
Okay.
excused. You may step out.
It went fairly, and she's crazy. She needs some treatment.
I don't understand how she lied and say all these things and they weren't true.
We don't really want to have anything to do. She's trying to force herself upon us.
I have had problems with them ever since I got with my husband.
We don't want to have anything to do with her because she lies so bad.
She had no right to follow me. I wasn't with my husband. He had a girlfriend.
She's a liar. I just hate the fact that she lies.
Don't get mixed up with crazy family.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Williams versus Stewart. Step forward, please.
46-year-old homemaker Pamela Williams is suing her former friend, 28-year-old hairstylist Shay Stewart, for an unpaid car loan and utility bills. Shay says she worked off the debt by braiding hair.
Well, I'm going to cut right to the chase here because the facts are a little bit complicated on the plaintiff's side, so I'm going to just cut right through them. You and the defendant were friends for many years.
Yeah.
And she was going through some hard times. And you helped her out. In 1996, you co-signed for a car for her.
Correct.
She couldn't get a car on her own. So far, that's correct.
Right.
And during the next few years, she had serious problems paying for that car. And during the course of several transactions, the car was repossessed. You had to go and sign a paper, again, co-signing in order to make sure your credit was clean and the car was paid for. She got the car back. You did not get the car back. But there was a substantial amount left owing on the car, even when they sold it off for whatever. They sold it and there was a big chunk of money left off. She agreed to pay that so that, again, your credit would not be destroyed. So far, is that correct? You agreed to pay that.
I agreed to pay that with the judge, yes, but she was supposed to have been released from all
But she
liability.
wasn't. She had to co-sign for you. And as it turned out, you again did not pay that judgment, so that they contacted the plaintiff. Plaintiff ultimately worked out a resolution with them for less money than they wanted, and you paid on her car loan how much?
$2,200.
So you paid $2,200 on the balance of what she owed on the car. And during this same time period, she ran into some additional difficulty. She didn't have money for utilities, and you gave her some additional money.
Yes.
How much?
It was $80 for electric and $126.95 for the gas.
And you acknowledge she gave you that money?
Yes, but it wasn't a loan. She gave it to me.
No, she's tripping. She's tripping.
Just a second. Don't speak. 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's 2406 and change.
Exactly. However,
can I
I did
see-
include the certified mail to the attorneys when I sent the check, so I put the $3.90 to send it.
Okay. Okay. Your defense to this entire action, Ms. Stewart, is that there was an agreement that you would pay off this debt to the plaintiff by braiding her children's hair.
Right, that I've been doing throughout the years.
Okay. So I want you to tell me about that agreement.
The agreement, she told me that she had to pay the payment back, and that that's what she wound up being stuck with having to do, and that I owed her, and that we would make the arrangements by me braiding the girl's hair and hers. When I met her, she didn't even have any hair, and the kids' hair was in bad condition. But throughout the years, in the course of time,
How many years did you braid their hair? Starting when?
94, 95.
So is what you're telling me that she agreed to co-sign for this car loan and she paid off this loan for you because from the time that you were braiding her children's hair, even before you bought the car, in 95, you were braiding her hair and weren't charging her?
No, I was charging her up until that point.
Up until what point?
Up until after I fell delinquent in my car payment.
Until what year?
97, 98, somewhere up in there.
Did you ever have an agreement, Miss Williams, with Miss Stewart, that she could work off this debt she owed you by braiding your children's hair?
No, actually, the debt that she was supposed to work off by braiding the children's hair was for an exercise machine that I loaned her, which got misplaced somehow.
That I've been
and
paid
it was $300. Exactly, but the machine that that was the only thing that we ever bartered hair for. That's because this costs nothing. This was, as far as I was concerned, an inanimate object. Okay, you lose it, you can do the hair for it, that's fine. But when you put out cash money that could go into my children's mouths, that's a lot different.
The aggravation that you caused her should have caused you to braid her children's hair for nothing. Just the aggravation. Twice, she was subject to legal process. She had to take 20. What kind of work do you do for
Which
a
I
living?
voluntarily went to court with her on to help
Just a
release
second.
her
This is
from
your
it.
thing. What do you mean you voluntarily went with her? You're
I didn't
supposed
have
to
go.
voluntarily
I
go with
just had
her.
it stuck on my credit, and that was it.
No, it's also stuck on her credit.
And that's why I went.
You don't get it. What kind of work do you do for a living?
I'm just a homemaker.
Goodness gracious me. Miss Stewart, when somebody extends a helping hand to you, you're supposed to do the right thing. You're not supposed to do the wrong thing.
And that's what I did, Your Honor.
You
by
didn't
going to
do-
court with her.
By going to court with her, this was not her debt, it was your debt.
Yeah, but they was talking about taking her house back. Taking her house from her then.
You should have braided her children's hair until they were receiving Social Security for all the trouble you
think
caused her.
so. I don't
They were
owe her.
threatening to take her house away because she co-signed a car for you that you didn't pay for, and you think it was nice of you to go to court with her? Yes. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,400.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat.
Miss Jeffries, you brought your clothes into the defendant's laundromat. According to your complaint, you threw the clothes in the washing machine and then put them in the dryer.
No, ma'am. I never wash my clothes there.
You just dry them?
I just dry them.
So you put them in the dryer, and you
Yes,
put them in the dryer, and you left for a while. When you came back, you found that your clothes had been burned in the dryer. There was fire and smoke. You want the defendant to pay for the cost of your clothes, which you say are worth $500.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant has a defense, and he says that you actually caused the fire. Is that right,
Yes,
sir?
Your Honor, that's right.
Okay. When did you take your clothes into the laundromat?
It was December the 11th. It was around between 5 and 5:30 that afternoon.
And you brought them in wet?
Yes.
Put them in the dryer. Were there
Yes.
other people in the laundromat at
Yes,
the
there
time?
was.
How many other people?
There were only four women.
Put the clothes in the dryer, and where did you go?
I went to the change machine because I only had 4 quarters left. And Miss was there with her child, and she said, you know, the change machine is not working. So I said, well, would you please watch my clothing while I go across?
You had already put the clothing into the dryer and put in your 4 quarters.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I went over to Mr. Dew's store, and I purchased a soda.
No,
and
you didn't go to his. Oh, he has a store, another
Yes,
store. He has another
owns the
business.
store and the laundromat.
Okay.
And I purchased a soda and got change. And when I walked in, when I first walked into Mr. Dew's laundromat around 5:30, I could smell it burning. You know, just something burning in the air.
You mean before you put your clothes in the dryer?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
There was no smoke. There was just, you know, faint smell of something burning. And when I come back, it was like a cloud of smoke. And I was like, oh my God, what's burning? And I went and I noticed that my dryer had stopped. And I was like, how could it stop that fast? I just put $1 in there. But the machine was still running, Your Honor. It was making a humming sound, but it was not turning. So at that point, I opened up the dryer, and this is what I found. And this isn't all of them. This is just, you know, I couldn't bring all the clothing.
Why not?
There's a lot.
Because she's lying.
I am not lying. You're lying. This is what I got back. All of my work shirts, my children's school uniforms were charred, burnt.
Okay. Bird, bring that stuff up here, would you? What kind of work do you do?
I'm a banquet captain at a hotel.
So you have work shirts? These are your work shirts?
Those are my work shirts.
Okay.
When I pulled those clothes out, I immediately put them in the basket and took them back to the store where Mr. Adu's brother was working. He came out from behind the counter. He took all the clothing out of the basket, and he said, oh, my God. He immediately put everyone out of the store, and me and him walked back over to the laundromat. The dryer was still humming at that time. It was still humming, but it wasn't spinning. He stuck his hand in there. It was very hot, you know, and he said, don't worry. I will call Mr. Adu.
Okay, Mr. Adu, your turn.
Your Honor, I'm here to say I came over when I heard there had been a burn incident at the laundromat.
You were not present.
No, I have another business across
So
town.
you were not present when this happened?
No.
No.
But
Is anyone here today?
yes, I have a witness who was there. I mean,
Your Honor, that man was not there.
Don't interrupt.
who was there. And,
That day. Step up, sir.
This is Fred. And Fred,
Shh, don't tell me what Fred. Fred will tell me what Fred. Fred, do you have a last name?
Beatty.
Beatty. Mr. Beatty, are you an employee of the defendant?
I helps him do a lot of things around there.
So you're an employee?
Yeah.
Were you there in the laundromat on the 11th of December?
I wasn't in the laundromat, but I walked around and went through the front. I seen her with the dryer door open, with a lighter in her hand, but I didn't figure nothing.
Liar?
Shh. Miss Jeffries, do not speak until I look at you. You saw her with a lighter in her hand.
Yeah, I was standing in the door with it open, but I didn't figure nothing was burned, so I went on about my business. I didn't find out till late on that night that had happened.
So you didn't, other than the fact that you saw the door open and she had a lighter in her hand.
Yes.
Why would I burn my own clothes?
Miss Jeffries, you want me to dismiss your case right now?
No, ma'am.
You know I'll do that. But you didn't see anything else?
No,
And
I
you
didn't
saw
pay-
the dryer open?
Yes.
Did you see any smoke coming out of the dryer?
No.
Did you smell anything?
No.
Okay, and that's all that you saw?
Yeah, till late on the night where I found in the dryer.
Later on that evening, you found something?
Yes, after they confronted me and said that her clothes had caught on fire in the dryer.
Yes.
A piece of the lighter that had melted.
Just a minute. You went back to search the dryer?
no, I did.
He searched.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I came in, initially I thought the whole place was on fire. So I came in right away and I saw, she showed me, she spread her clothes on the laundry table and she picked up four of those shirts. Those were those that I saw were burned. And she said, oh, these are my work uniforms. They cost $25 a piece at Freedom Mall. I felt some sympathy for her, and right away I went into my wallet and said, this is $100 for the 4 uniforms, buy some clothes and go to work tomorrow. And she hesitated and then pulled back and said, maybe I may get more in court. So she picked her clothes and left.
Okay.
After that, I went behind the laundry machine to be sure if there are any burned wires, any burned screens, anything, but I saw nothing. Everything looked normal. Then I came back, looked in the cylinder, and in the cylinder, I found a pink spot.
Let me see.
Stay there, sir.
All right.
there.
This is a pink spot I found, sorry. This is a pink spot I found in the cylinder, and then when I pulled the screen, I saw those spots there also on the screen. And
Okay.
and then also this melted piece of a lighter.
This pink piece of plastic you found in the machine like this, sir?
Yeah, it was in the cylinder.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Vernetta Jeffrey says a defective dryer at Joseph Adu's laundromat burned her clothes. Joseph says Vernetta is trying to scam him.
Go ahead.
And then I also picked up all the lint from that screen, the screen she used. And this is the lint from this very same screen she used that same day.
Feel like a detective.
And
Crime scene.
They were not burned at all. It was just lint like it's supposed to. So this, to me, shows me the fire did not start from the dryer itself. If the dryer catches on fire, it will burn the whole clothes. Everything will burn. Thank you. And on the other hand, with the lighter in a cylinder, the lighter will explode, and the few clothes around it will catch fire, and once the butane runs out, that will be it. And I sympathize with her grief, but I do not sympathize with her greed. I offered her $100, she turned it down, and later on, she sent me a note that she would take $250. And she went to court, and then she asked for $500. Now, I wonder with Judge Judy how much she wants now. Maybe 1,000 or 2,000?
I say something, Your Honor.
Oh. Oh,
See,
no,
this
no,
is
no,
what
no,
I
no,
had
no,
to deal
no, no.
with that
I have a
night.
few questions. Do you smoke?
No.
Anybody in your family smoke?
No, that's just
Did
me
you
and my
ever-
5 children.
Did you have a pink lighter that
No,
day?
ma'am.
Mr. Adu, let me tell you something. You're not an expert on fire.
Not close.
Right. So there are certain things that you say that may make sense if she did, in fact, have a cigarette lighter that she left in her clothes that exploded. I find it interesting, however, that the writing on this little piece that you say you found in the dryer, the writing is clear so that nobody could mistake this, even a stupid judge like me could mistake this for a cigarette lighter. That with all the fire that was going on in this dryer, and that was some pretty bad fire, Mr. Adu, right? This one piece that says it was a cigarette lighter miraculously escaped any sense of fire. You know, like someone was watching over it. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Adu, it's also miraculous, even in the eyes of this stupid judge, that despite all of this fire, which you acknowledge happened in the dryer, no matter whose fault it is, that lint that you brought shows no indication of any fire. It's just old scuzzy lint. So the two pieces of evidence that you brought that would, in your mind, clearly indicate that this was caused by a fire of her making, I find a little suspect, Mr. Adu. Now, the letter that you wrote to him says that you want $100 for your shirts, $100 for your children's clothes that were there, and another $50 because you had to lose a day of work. Forget about losing the day of work. You should have had an extra shirt home. If you didn't have an extra shirt home, Miss Jeffries, I don't believe that. So at that point, you had $100 for your clothes and $100 for your children's clothes, and all of a sudden you file a small claims court case for $500. I also think that that's unreasonable.
May I explain?
Sure.
When Mr. Dew finally arrived at the laundromat, he came directly to the dryer with another gentleman. They went behind it, they went in it. I stood there for about 45 minutes before Mr. Dew even acknowledged me. Then he came over, he took everything out of my basket, laid it on the counter, went through it. He then looked at me and said, I will give you $100 for your shirts. And I said, that's fine, Mr. Dew. What about my children's clothing? He became hysterical, Your Honor.
He's hysterical.
He was outraged.
He became hysterical. He didn't treat you well.
No, he did not. He was nasty. He was rude. He screamed at me. He said, what do you think? You think you're going to get $1,000 for these
and
clothes?
Maybe a little bit dishonest? Anyway, the damage that you had, according to you, was $200, correct?
That's all I was asking for.
You got it. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $200. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I sympathize with her grief. That's why I offered her $100.
Mr. Adu knew that all of my clothing was burnt in his dryer. He knows this.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Wiles versus Harps. Step forward, please.
48-year-old professional clown Donna Wiles and her daughter, 15-year-old Sarah Wiles, are suing 47-year-old contractor Gary Harpst and his son, 16-year-old Cody Harpst. Sarah says during a high school football game, Cody broke her cell phone when he dumped water on her.
Mrs. Wiles, this is your daughter?
Yes.
And Mr. Herbst, this is your son.
Yes, ma'am.
This complaint alleges that the defendant's son threw a bucket of water on your daughter, fooling around and being a jerk, and that caused her to get wet. And in addition to her getting wet, a cell phone that was in her purse got wet. And you say it's not functioning as it should. You want a new cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What the case is about. Where did this happen?
It was at my school, Francis Howell North, at a football game.
How did you get wet?
There was a bucket of water that Cody had from the football players that gave it to him to fill it up to pour water on their coach, when instead he came back with it and said, I'll pour it right here, and poured it on me, and it got on me and in my purse.
When did you realize that your cell phone was not working properly?
Maybe 5 minutes after that, someone told me to look at my purse. I looked, there was water dripping from it. My cell phone was in there. I opened it, took it out. The batteries were wet. It wasn't working then, and it can't receive calls or anything now.
Speak.
I wasn't the only person that threw the water on her. My friend Andrew also helped me throw the water.
How did he do that?
because it was a big bucket and it had handles on it, and we both threw it on her. I was not the only person that threw it on her.
So?
And I do not think that the water that landed on her would have broke her cell phone. I didn't see her carrying a purse. And from what I heard, her purse had a flap over it and was a thick purse.
Why did you throw the water on her?
To be funny, she was being loud and annoying.
How was she being loud and annoying?
Because they were on our side of the field in the beginning of the game, and their principal told them to go back on their side. And they came back over, and they were just being mouthy and talking
Who's
trash
they?
about our school. Her and her 2 other friends.
So they were cheering for their school?
Yeah.
On your side?
On our side.
So you threw water on her?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
16.
Mr. Harpst, you want to say anything to me?
Well, like Cody said, I don't believe I should have been the only one sued in this matter. Cody was punished by me for his actions. He was forced to apologize to Miss Wiles. But like Cody said, 2 people threw the bucket of water on a girl. Neither one of them were in the right, but I don't believe I should take the full brunt.
You're absolutely right. You shouldn't. Once I enter a judgment against you, sir, I think that you should proceed against Andrew for half. Why should she have to be bothered to go sue 2 people?
I don't
know either. I mean, he did a foolish thing. He didn't see that she had a purse. Her purse had a flap. He wasn't the only one. Somebody else held the handle. Did anybody else hold the handle?
There was other people, but the only person I saw and said anything was Cody, so.
Okay. You have a bill for the cell phone?
I do. Can I also say something? When this happened that evening, I did call the Harps house and spoke to Mr. Harps. And after I was telling him what happened, he told me that she shouldn't have had a cell phone, she shouldn't have had a purse at the football game, and she shouldn't have been on the other side. And I finally told him that was not the issue. And he thought, too, Sarah instigated it. I asked him to talk to Cody, have Cody call me. Cody did call that evening, and Cody did say he was sorry for pouring water on Sarah and for getting her phone wet. He never said, we are sorry that there was a group. The only other time I heard there could have been other kids involved was on the 5th phone call when I finally did talk to Mr. Harps to ask what was going to be done. And he said nothing.
Yes, sir.
I have an affidavit signed by Andrew who said that he was involved with Cody.
Oh, good. That's going to make your job much easier, Mr. Harpst.
Ma'am, I'd also like to know if the $250 replacement cost is legitimate also.
Well, then let me see the bill.
I have the statement from Verizon and my actual receipt showing what we paid for the phone. And to replace that phone, it's going to be that because we had got the phone cheaper on a 2-year contract, but it's there. And I do have a picture of the bucket if you need to see it.
I don't.
Okay.
I have a list of replacement costs of phones.
Well, why should they take a different phone from the phone that they have?
I would like to know if they're upgrading it or not. I don't see
No, I have a
paying
letter
more
from-
than the value of the one that was ruined.
Sir, Verizon Wireless itself says that the phone's actual retail value and the cost of replacement is $229.99. That's what it says. Now, I'm sure you can get a cheaper phone, but why should you have to get a cheaper phone? Because of his stupidity.
Was there a statement that the phone was ruined in the first place?
Well, why do you think that they're taking their time here
Well,
for, sir?
if there was the last phone bill, I'd like to know if the phone worked
Here's my
beyond
phone
that
bills.
date.
We haven't used it since October 30th was the day we tried to use it, and that's when I went to Verizon. There's the second phone bill for the prior months, and nothing has been used.
Okay.
It's just the basic phone
I'll
bill
take
rate.
your word for that. Okay.
Fine. Okay. When you act foolishly, sir, there are consequences. Let us say that you poured water on a pocketbook that she was carrying, and there was no phone inside. And the pocketbook she was carrying was a $200 pocketbook. Not outrageous. Don't go look like that. That's not outrageous.
I'm sorry, you said $200 pocketbook.
It's not outrageous.
You're
I
right.
know, you use your pockets. But in ladies' terms, it's not outrageous. And let's say you got watermarks on the pocketbook. Well, it's not ruined. You could still put things in it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what a pocketbook is supposed to be used for, to put things in. But if it doesn't look the same because there are watermarks on it, then you have to fix it. So there are consequences for being stupid. And this consequence is $229.99, judgment for the plaintiff. Thank you. Levens, you rented a room in the defendant's home. And it is your claim that she falsely accused you at some point of assault, resulting in your arrest. You had to retain an attorney. All the charges were subsequently dismissed, and you want the defendant to pay for all of your out-of-pocket expenses as a result of that arrest. correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is the defendant's position that you did, in fact, assault her and that your lawsuit is frivolous, correct?
Yes.
When did you begin your tenancy with the defendant?
December 1st of 1999.
And when did the altercation happen that resulted in your leaving?
February 17th of 2000.
So you lived there a very short time, 2 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were there any other tenants in the house?
Yes, as a matter of fact, during the month of December, she went through about 3 in the other room, and then there was one that had been there the whole time in the dining room, which had been converted into a bedroom.
So how many tenants in total? December, January, and February?
There were 3.
And what was your rent?
Well, she lowered it a couple of different times. Started off wanted $500, ended up $400, then she lowered it down to $350 because she wanted me to. She didn't want me to move out. I gave her notice, and she said it was hard to find good roommates, and she kind of desperate. It almost seemed.
I gather from the complaint that Ms. Radigan, you were putting new carpet in or having the carpets cleaned in the house. What day was that?
That was February the 17th.
Tell me what happened on the 17th of February.
I was about 7:30 a.m. I was sleeping. I worked nights, and I'd probably been asleep for a couple hours. She came, knocked on the door, said, we're going to have the rooms cleaned today. Could she come in and move stuff out from the middle of the room? And I said, okay. And she started to do that, and she said, you got to get up. And I said, well, my room really doesn't need it. I was kind of waking up, and I said, my room's fine. She said, no, we're doing the whole house. And I said, well, my room doesn't need it. And I was still kind of sleepy. And I said, well, do my room last. I said, it doesn't really need it. And she left. And then she came, a little time later, came barging in again and said, you're out of here. She said, that's it. You have to move out today. John and the boys are coming. They're moving you out. And all your stuff's going to be in the street. And she grabbed my chair and started moving my stuff out.
Moving what stuff out?
Well, the chair was what she was moving out.
She was taking the chair out.
Like to demonstrate she was going to take everything out, and by that day, all my stuff would be in the street, and I'm out of there.
That's not true.
Just a minute, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. What happened next?
I grabbed my cell phone, I went out to the driveway, and I called the police.
At any time, did you put your hands on the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
When she picked up your chair, did you put your hand on her to stop her?
No, she just kind of plowed right on out the front, out my bedroom door, out into the living room.
So you went outside and you called the police?
Yes.
Do you have a police report?
Yes.
I'd like to see it, please. Now, the police ultimately arrived, is that right?
Yes.
When they arrived, what happened?
I told them that she was threatening to move my stuff out into the street and that I was out of there today and she's got some guys coming over and they're going to move me out, and I was afraid to leave and that I'd paid rent, and I told them that and I said, I'm going to move at the end of the month, though.
So what happened?
Then they went inside and talked to her. A few minutes later, then they came out and they asked me if I had touched her. I said, no. She said, well, she's claiming assault. I said, and they went back in, talked to the roommate. The roommate said he didn't see any.
Which roommate?
There's one that was right down the hall from me, straight across.
Don't tell me what the roommate said unless the roommate's here.
Okay. They said there was no assault, nothing happened. They said leave, told her to leave me alone, said leave each other alone. He's leaving at the end of the month, and they left.
What happened next?
2 days later, I got at work, deputy sheriff came and had a restraining order, said I couldn't go home.
Now I'll hear you.
Okay, on February the 15th, I let Jimmy Lee know that I was going to be having the carpets cleaned. And he said, that's fine. And I told him, you'd have to have everything off the floor so that they can just come in and do the carpet. So the day after that, I reminded him that night before he went to work, they are coming, so, have your stuff up. And the next morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, the carpet people were going to be there at 8:30. I went in there, I knocked on his door, and I told him, the carpet people will be here in 30 minutes. And he just started cursing at me, telling me that he wasn't getting up and that his carpet is not going to get cleaned. So then what happened is I asked him, I said, this door is still shut. I asked him, is it okay? Can I just come in and pick the stuff off the floor? He said, fine. So I went in, I got the chair, desk chair, rolled it out into the hallway right there, already out of his room. He came back in back of me. I didn't even know he got up. He came back in the back of me. He pulled me around by my arm. He took me, violently shook me, and threw me onto the chair. And he proceeded to go ahead and do whatever, you know, hit me or whatever. And my other roommate, his room is right there, and I called out to him, and he came and had to remove him off of me.
Is that person here?
No, ma'am.
Then the police arrived, and you told the police your story. Is that right?
Yes, I called the police.
Oh, so did he.
Mm-hmm.
The police arrived, and each of you were told to leave each other alone, and he advised police, who would turn advised you, that he would be moving out at the end of the month. Is that right?
No.
They didn't tell you that he would be moving out at the end of the month?
No, he did
Did he
not.
tell you that he would be moving out at the end of the month?
No, he didn't.
He didn't. But you certainly wanted him out of the house.
Exactly.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. James Levin says ex-landlord Sherry Radigan owes for having him falsely arrested. James says after an argument, Sherry told police he assaulted her.
Several days later, you went back to the police. Is that right?
Right.
And you went to the police and said, I want to file assault charges against him.
Mm-hmm. I filed a report.
You said, I want to file, I've read the report.
Okay,
You said,
yeah.
I want to file assault charges against him. Is that right?
Yes.
And you told the police another version of what happened. You said that the first officer had taken an incomplete version.
Correct.
And you were very careful this time to go over all of the details precisely. Is that correct?
Yes, I was
to make
very
sure
distraught.
that this officer got all of the facts straight.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it was clear at that time, that several days later, that you wanted the plaintiff out of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you make an attempt to go to housing court to have him evicted?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. You went to the police to get a restraining order to put him out of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me tell you, Miss Radigan, the first officer that you spoke to reports no injury. Officer said that he spoke to a witness, this is in his police report, who did not see any physical interaction, but did hear arguing. You stated that the plaintiff grabbed her with both hands and pushed her out of the room.
No.
That, I'm telling you what the police officer stated in quotes that you told him. He grabbed you with both hands and pushed you out of his room. That's what you told.
Oh, I was very distraught at
Hey,
the
listen,
time.
Miss Radigan. Distraught. Then, after a few days, when you realize that nothing's going to happen, you go back to the police and insist on filing another report of assault, the same assault that allegedly happened on the 17th. And let me tell you what you told the officer at that time. You say, grabbed her by both arms and pushed me down on the floor. Now, that was the time when you went to the police and you wanted to make very, very sure that you got it 100% right. Then you filed this case today in which you swore in your deposition, he came up behind me, grabbed my arm, and turned me around and shook me really hard. Then, in the story that you tell me now, 2 seconds ago, you say, he came up from behind, he grabbed you, and he threw you down in a chair.
No, I said he shook me.
You just told me he shook you and he threw you down in a chair.
Exactly. I mean,
the question that I have to resolve, Miss Radigan, is whether you abused the process of the courts and the justice system in an attempt to see to it that he was evicted from your house very quickly, because he probably, if you rent rooms, know how hard it is to get out a tenant, since he had paid his February rent. Even if you try to get him evicted sometime in the middle of February, he's not going to get out for months if he doesn't want to go. You wanted him out. You insisted upon filing assault charges against him. You were not injured in any way, and you abused process. Now, let me see the certificate of disposition with this assault case. I know what you did, and you know what you did. How much did you actually pay this attorney, sir?
$5,000.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Everything he said was a lie, every bit of it.
Sherry uses the judicial system to get her way.
The only way I could get him out was to get a protective order.
Sherry is a very controlling person, and when she doesn't get her way, she throws a fit in the one way that she knows, into claiming that she was hurt.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Kittle versus Vasala, step forward, please.
23-year-old student Kristen Kittle is suing her ex-boyfriend, 21-year-old military serviceman Gerald Vasala, for an unpaid loan to buy a car. Gerald says the money was a gift.
Miss Kittle, the defendant was a boyfriend of yours. You dated for a while, and then you were foolish enough to loan him some money so that he could purchase a car, according to you. Mr. Vasala acknowledges the fact that you gave him money for the car. Only Mr. Vasala says there was no loan. This was a gift that you made to him. Is that your defense, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he purchase this car?
February 10th of 2001.
Were you still dating at the time?
Yes, we were.
Tell me the circumstances surrounding you turning money over to him.
We went to a used car sale.
Look at me.
We went to a used car sale at Qualcomm Stadium. He could only withdraw $350 at that time. According to him, his bank was located in Chicago. He couldn't go to the bank and withdraw the money. I told him I could go to my bank. I had Wells Fargo. I could withdraw the money and loan it to him, and he could pay me back the following day.
How much did you take out of your account and give him that day?
$1,800.
So far, did she give you $1,800?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's all we want to know. And you have proof of that with a bank withdrawal, I
Yes.
assume. Can I see it, please? What kind of a car did you purchase?
1987 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme.
And how much was the total purchase price?
I think $21.50 was the total.
So the next day comes, he didn't give you back the money.
No.
So I'll hear you.
Well, she did give me the money to purchase a car. Like I said, she gave it to me. It wasn't a loan. I'm freezing up right now.
Freezing? This is not a good time to freeze, sir.
I know that.
Let me see if I can make it easier for you.
Okay.
You're at this car sale.
Right.
You see a car that you like.
Right.
When you saw the one that you liked, did you have to negotiate the price with
Yes.
someone?
Yes.
Who did you negotiate the price
With a car salesman.
And what was the original purchase price?
I think it was, I'm not sure, somewhere in the lower threes. I'm not sure exactly.
And you dickered back and forth, and you finally came up with a price?
Right.
So now he says to you, okay. What's your first name?
Gerald.
Do they call you
Oh,
Gerald?
Jerry.
Okay, Jerry, we got a deal. $21.50. You got me down. You're a great negotiator, Jerry. $21.50. Where's your money?
At the bank.
At the bank.
Right.
Okay. So is that what you told the salesman?
Yeah, we got in
And
the
then you
car.
went to the bank
Yes.
with the plaintiff.
Right.
And what happened when you got to the bank?
I tried taking the money out of the ATM. I wasn't aware there was a limit, so I was only take out $3 or $3.50.
Okay, so you get to the bank and you're really surprised, Jerry, that you
Right.
could only take out $3.50 because you had enough money to cover it, right?
Right.
Because you wouldn't have bought this car if you'd had, at that moment, if you didn't have enough
Correct.
money to cover it,
Yes.
right? So, gee, all I can take out is $3.50. What's your first name?
Kristen.
Kristen. All I can take out is $3.50. I love this car. So Kristen says, don't worry, I can give you the money. Right?
Right.
Because I have Wells Fargo. Jerry, are you getting my point?
Yes, I get your point.
So Kristen, your girlfriend, says, don't worry, I can take out the other $1,800 and you'll give it back to me. Excuse me? You don't want to say anything, do you?
No, I haven't.
So she takes out the $1,800 and she gives it to you.
Yes.
When for the first time did Miss Kittle ask you for this money back?
After we had broken up.
And how much later was that?
A few months. I'm not sure exactly how long.
Really?
Right.
No. When did you ask him for the money back?
I asked him for the money back when we were together. He said he couldn't pay it all back. He had other debts. He needed to get another job, and he asked for some more time. And I said, you know what, we're together at the time.
Well,
I'll
let
give
me
you-"
ask you this question. You're not together now, are you?
Oh, no.
He said to you he didn't have all the money right then and there. However, old Jerry told you he wanted to go to the bank. Put your papers down, Jerry.
Okay.
He said, let's go to the bank so I can get out the money. So the next day or a couple of days later, when he said to you, well, I don't have all the money, Common sense would suggest you say to him, Jerry, you had the money in the bank when you bought the car because you just said you couldn't get all the money out because they would only give you $350. So you had the money in the bank. Why won't you give it to me?
Well,
Wouldn't that be part of your conversation with him?
Well, actually, can I tell you what happened was that...
Yeah, I want you to actually tell me what happened.
Okay, actually, afterwards, he allegedly said that he got $1,000 stolen from him. He was staying at the military hospital at the time, and he was going home to Chicago. He owed his mom $500. He had other debts to pay, and he didn't have the money to pay me back at the time.
So he asked you if you would wait?
Yes.
And you said?
I said, that's fine. I still have a little bit of money in the bank. That's fine.
And then shortly thereafter, you broke up?
Yes.
And when you broke up, you filed a lawsuit against him?
Yes.
And then he tried to whittle his way back into your good graces?
So-so, yes.
But so you withdrew the lawsuit at that time?
He said he wanted to get a job to make some money. I tried to...
So you withdrew the lawsuit at that time?
Yes.
Fine. Now, old Jerry, you made some payments on this car.
Yes.
To her.
Only
When?
to try and stop her from coming to court.
When?
When? I don't know the exact dates. She probably has them.
Well, before or after you broke up with her the second time?
Before.
How much does he still owe you?
He owes me $1,600.
Jerry, it's not nice to try to fool Mother Nature, sir. You understand
Not
that?
trying to fool nobody.
Yes, you did.
All right, can I go back for a second here?
Can you go back for a second?
Yeah,
Where,
because
Jerry?
I approved her that I had the money to pay her back. And when I tried paying her, she was telling me, no, it's not necessary. I tried
Oh,
getting her
yes.
routing and account number.
Yes, I understand that. Papers say that you tried to get her routing number so that you could wire the money into her account,
Right,
right? And that you had trouble getting her routing number.
right.
Right, no, I got that. I read that in the paper. So why did you just get a check? That check
No.
and mail
She
it to
told
her?
me not to worry about it. She told me you don't have to pay me back.
Never happened.
It did happen.
Never
It did happen.
happened.
You weren't there. I was. It happened.
Listen, Jerry, what happened was you could only take out $350 from the bank.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted the car. She said, I can get the money for you. You're a couple. She got the money. She expected to be paid back. You fetched and cried like a baby, and you said, I got the bills, money was stolen, I owe my mother $500, could I take a little time to pay you back? And she said, sure. So you took care of what you considered your other responsibilities, and then when you got around to it, you sent her $50 here and $50 there, and all of a sudden you made up in your mind that this was really a gift. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,600, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Mr. and Mrs. Hickey, the defendant's son and your son were playing with BB guns. According to your complaint, the defendant's son shot your son in the mouth with a BB gun, causing his tooth to fall out. The dental bills for that amount to some $3,800, and you want the defendant and his father to be responsible for those bills. Which of the boys was shot in the mouth?
Jacob, the oldest one.
You. The defendant's position is that despite the fact that immediately after this incident he signed a note indicating he would be responsible for the bills, he signed that under some duress, and that he immediately recanted by sending you another letter indicating he would not pay for all the bills, and that as a matter of fact his son was also shot with a BB, albeit in his rear end. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When did this incident happen with the BB guns? And would you stand up here, sir? When did it happen?
November 19th of 2001.
Where did it happen?
In my backyard. It's on the side of the house is actually where he got shot.
Were you at home at the time?
No.
Whose BB guns were they?
We owned one, and Mike owned the other.
When did you buy your son a BB gun?
It was my mother's, and she gave it to my son for a present.
Why?
He just used it to, he had targets that he used to shoot and shoot signs, and it actually was my smallest son's gun, Eric's gun.
That's pretty stupid.
No, we have targets and we shoot all the time.
Well, so.
Plus we're hunters and stuff like that.
Sir, what is your first name?
Jacob.
Jacob, did you shoot the defendant with the BB gun and it hit him in the behind?
Yes, but it was by accident. I didn't mean
I
to
don't
shoot.
care whether it was by accident or on purpose. I assume that you wouldn't do anything on purpose to hit him with the
No.
gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
You were playing around.
Yeah.
And you shot him in the behind.
Yeah, by accident.
Was that before or after he shot you in the face?
Before.
Was it immediately before?
No, it was like about 5 or 10 minutes before.
So when you shot him in the behind, did he say anything to you?
No, he just like, he didn't mind. He like 5 or 10 minutes after, we were all pals.
You were all pals. So he was friendly to you after you shot him
Yeah.
in the behind, and it was an accident.
Yes.
Now I want you to tell me how it came about that you got shot in the face.
Well, me and Mike were just like, they're hanging around, and I went to talk to my little brother.
Don't start from the beginning.
Okay.
We're not going back to Noah's Ark. You shot him in the behind by accident. Yes. Then you were playing around for another 10 minutes.
Yes.
Immediately before you got shot in the mouth, what were you doing?
Before I got shot in the chest, I was hiding behind this board, and I put down the BB gun.
What were you hiding behind the board for?
To hide from getting shot, because I couldn't run to my house. I was afraid of.
Well, was he aiming at you?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Shh.
Excuse me.
He was aiming at you?
Yes.
What did you say to him when he was aiming at you?
I yelled, stop, like at least maybe 5 or 10 times.
Did he say why he was aiming at you?
No.
Were you playing at this time?
No.
What were you doing? You were being serious?
Yes, he was being serious. I think he was trying to either get back at me for accidentally shooting him.
When you say you accidentally shot him and you hit his body,
yeah.
Where were you aiming?
At the ground. It ricocheted off the ground and hit him.
That's not a target.
No.
Sir, I'm not speaking to you unless you were home, right? So you were shooting around his feet?
Yeah, it was like he was maybe a few inches from the ground to where I was pointing the gun at.
But he had turned around. His back was towards you, sir,
yes.
Because if you hit him in the behind, that means that he was moving away from you.
Yes, I think he was looking at his gun. I think he was loading his gun with bullets.
Just a second. So he was loading his gun with bullets, and you shot.
Yeah, well, I was checking the safety, and I pulled the trigger, and the safety wasn't on the way in, and it ricochets off the ground and hits him.
All right. Now, Mr. Deeks, I want you to tell me how it came about, sir, that you hit him in the mouth with a BB.
Okay. That day, the bus missed us right off the bat, so we stayed at his house, and we were, like, playing video games. We ordered a pizza, and so then about half an hour later, after we watched a movie, we went out in his backyard and started shooting at trees and stuff with his BB gun. And then he said, let's go down and get my BB gun. So we walked down to my house, and on the way down to my house, that's when he shot me, when we were walking and I was walking in front of him. So it hurt, and so I just got up and we kept walking to my house, and we got my pellets, because we were like shooting at birds and stuff. So then we walked back to his house, and he said, let's play one pump war, which is you pump the gun one time and you shoot at each other. And we were at least 100 feet away from each other, like a big field. And
Just a minute, does one pump war sound familiar to you, sir?
No, I never said that.
Go ahead.
And then he started shooting at me, and Eric was with me by the road, and pellets were like flying by our heads and everything, and Eric said, let me shoot the gun. So I said,
That's
okay.
A lie.
And I let Eric use the gun, and Eric shot the gun and shot Jake. Like the second shot he shot, it hit Jake. And I tried to cover for his brother and say that I was the one that shot it, and he repeated, no, that was my brother, and you didn't shoot it. So, and then he was yelling at his brother. So then he immediately after that started shooting back at us and almost hit Eric. So I told Eric, go away before you get hit. So then he was hiding behind boards with one of my friends, Robbie, and I couldn't see anything, so I just took a shot, and all of a sudden I walk up there and he's out in the middle of the yard, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, oh, you shot me in my face. And I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And then he said I did it on purpose, and there's no way I could shoot it with a $30 BB gun 100 feet away.
And for him to shoot me in my tooth, he would have to directly aim at my face.
Your Honor, Eric can tell you, because he was there through the whole thing, he can tell you what happened, too.
Mm-hmm. He shot my little brother, too, in the head.
And so you shot him?
No, he...
You shot your own brother.
Shh. Neither of you were there. You shot him. The first person who got hit with a BB was him. Put your hand down. Listen, when parents permit their children to have instruments that can cause damage to each other, they make a big mistake, and then they come and they cry. Somebody, first of all, should have been home in your house to ensure the fact that if your son missed the school bus, somebody drove him to school so that he wasn't home all day being unsupervised. Did your younger son miss the school bus too?
No.
Did not. So he went to school that day.
That's right.
So that they were playing around all day with these BB guns until Eric came home. Is that right?
That's right.
And then Eric was out in the fields with them as well. Is that right, Eric? Stand up here. Is that right, young man? You were out there too.
Yes.
Did you ever have a BB gun in your hand?
No.
You never held a BB gun? Just your brother and his friend?
Yep.
Now, I want you to point someplace in this room. Let's say your brother was standing where I'm sitting at the time that he got hit in the face. I want you to point someplace in the room and show me where this young man was standing when he shot him in the face. Look around the room, and if you tell me that there's no place in the room, that's fine too. Look all around the room.
Where was he standing, Eric? Where was Mike standing when he shot Jacob? How far?
Nowhere.
What?
Nowhere in this room.
Nowhere in this room, so it was further. Was it twice as far?
Right.
3 times as far?
3 times.
3 times as far as anywhere in this room. Is that right?
Yep.
Sit down, Eric.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 15-year-old Jacob Hickey says neighbor 13-year-old Mike Deeks shot him in the mouth with a BB gun. Mike says Jacob shot him in the behind.
So you believe, Mr. and Mrs. Hickey, that the defendant should be totally responsible for any injuries caused to your son?
Yes.
Wrong. Wrong. You are suggesting that Mr. Deeks purposely, from 3 times the distance of this courtroom, aimed and shot at your son successfully, getting him in the tooth.
I don't know if Eric understood that question.
It wasn't that far.
Just a second. You weren't there, and that's what he said.
Well, I know where he said
Just
he was.
just a second. You weren't there, and that's what he said.
He's on probation for violence in the first place, so he is susceptible to
That
this
has
stuff.
nothing to do with this case.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
I'm
In
off
fact,
probation.
he used that to bribe me into signing the note in the first place, so
All
I
right,
would
now,
pay the bill.
let's get to the note.
You begged us not to
Immediate-
call
hey,
the cops.
Mr. Hickey, Mr. Hickey,
Okay, ma'am.
listen to me, sir. But for the fact that your son had a BB gun that day, you wouldn't be here today.
Sure.
Now, there came a time, according to what I've read in these papers, that the defendant, Mr. Deeks, signed a note.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see the note, please?
Sure.
Now, I'd like you to tell me the circumstances of this note. When was it written?
It was written that evening that it happened.
Did you go to his house, or did he come to your
Brian
house?
did. Brian went to his house.
You went to his house?
Yes.
What did you say to him when you went to his house?
He was asking me not to call the cops because his son was on probation for breaking and entering in the house
Yes.
in my neighborhood.
Yes.
And
Just talk to me.
right. So I said, I don't have a problem with not calling the cops, but I said, I need the medical bills to be paid for. I said, we're not, we don't have a ton of money to pay for this stuff. And he agreed.
Okay. And give me your version of what Mr. Hickey said to you when he came over.
Basically,
No, not basically. What did he say to you, Mr.
okay,
Deeks?
he said that Michael had instigated the shooting, that Michael had shot his son. So I signed
did
the
he say?
note. Of course, I was scared for my son. I was
No.
scared for his son.
What did he say to you, sir, with regard to calling the police?
He said.
Now, what did he say to
said
you?
if I would agree to pay all the medical bills and to pay pain and suffering for his son, then he would not call the police.
All right. And then there came a time where you had second thoughts. You had an opportunity to speak to your son.
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you wrote him a letter.
Yes, I have that here.
Can I see the letter that you wrote to him? I want to see when you wrote the letter to him. Mr. Hickey, once you received this letter, you were advised that the defendant did not intend to pay for the entire dental bill for your son, but thought it was only reasonable that he should pay for half. Did you go to the police?
That night I called the police.
And I had the report.
Because also one thing, I always taught my boys to keep their guns down because that's proper gun safety when you're not firing your gun to keep it pointed away and down. And also, Mike was the one that instigated the shooting on my son. My son did not shoot back at him, okay, as far as
You weren't there, and you don't know. Just understand this, Mr. Hickey. Despite the fact that you've given your son all kinds of lessons on gun safety, the first person that was hit was the defendant.
Right.
Just a second, by your son. Now, I understand from this letter of Mr. Deeks that you took some photographs
Yes, ma'am.
of the injury to your son behind. I'd like to see them.
He doesn't want you to, but...
Well, that's too. That comes under the category of being too bad.
His tooth was a lot worse than a butt.
Scab.
And that was through blue jeans and boxer shorts.
Getting a two-shot out is a lot worse than getting shot in the butt.
So?
And a lot worse damage.
So? They're two stupid kids. He started it, and he finished it better. I think both of them were probably accidents.
Jake, his was not an accident.
Well, you may say it's not. Yeah, can I see the dental bills, please? You folks just don't get it.
Do you want the police report?
I don't care about the police report. The police did not arrest him for that. You know why the police didn't arrest him for that? You want to know why? Because your son shot him first. That's why.
Miss Judy, also, he shot my son 4 times, shot my little son 3 times,
can tell you that.
and shot my dog 2 or 3 times also.
Purposely.
Purposely.
Did you take the BB gun away from your son?
That was the same day.
Yes, and plus I got his BB gun and destroyed it the same day.
And they
as
both
happened,
have
too.
this gun still
Your Honor,
in their possession.
his little son and a kid named Sean were walking down the street with my BB gun like a month later, and with holding a pigeon in their hand. And I talked to Josh, his littlest son, and Josh
Don't tell me
said,
what Josh told you. I think that you're both way out of line, and I think that, listen to me, I think that the defendant is being more than reasonable with you when he says to you, I believe that I should be responsible for half of the dental bills and that you should be responsible for half of the dental bills for your son. And if you don't think so, then I'm not going to spend any more of my very valuable time trying to convince you. Now, these 2 boys were engaged in play. There is no indication that the defendant was a marksman, any more than your son being a marksman. You 3 parents,
What about him
both
shooting
very
my other kids? I mean,
I'm not interested in him shooting your other kids. All I know is I have photographs that the first person who was injured as a result of this BB play was him.
it shows he intentionally shot my other kids.
No, it doesn't.
And they were not armed. So,
You know,
okay,
get over it.
you know where his heart...
Get over it. Get over it. You're being thick. You allowed your children to have weapons that could cause injury, both of you. Therefore, you are both responsible, especially since, put your hand down and get your hand out of your pocket. Especially since your son, whether by accident or on purpose, and it certainly wasn't by accident because he aimed at the ground as the defendant was walking away. He didn't aim in the air. He aimed, according to his own statement, at the ground at his feet, and it ricocheted. Now, that's his statement. That's not teaching him how to handle a gun. You handle a gun, you want to shoot at targets. According to you, they only shoot at targets. That's not a target. The back of his feet isn't a target.
Your Honor,
Don't speak. You acted stupid. He was stupid. You were all stupid for not making sure that your sons were in school that day. What?
Well, first off, with my youngest boy, I mean, they catch the bus at 7, he catches at 6:30. I was still home. So apparently, we're not stupid or neglected as far as parents because they must have snuck off in the woods on their own before we even left.
You're supposed to know where your children are. Then if they both snuck off, they were doing the wrong thing. Both of them. And the first one to get a gun was your son. Because then they walked back to his house to get his. Right?
Yes.
So now let me see the dental bills.
He did pay me $59 already.
It's $160.
No, you gave me $59 cash.
I gave you $60 and a $100 check.
Yeah, that was for pain and suffering for Jacob.
Don't give me pain and suffering.
Well, that's what he did.
Well, I don't know whether he gave you money for pain and suffering. I'm not giving any
He
money
did that
for
on
pain and
his
suffering. $159 he gave you so far towards the dental bills.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Don't speak.
59.
Your father's going to get fed up with taking care of your nasty business, sir. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, young Mr. Deeks, you think your father had to spend any money the first time you got into trouble?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you feel badly?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were on probation?
Yes, when this incident happened.
You were on probation?
Yes.
Part of your probation that you're supposed to be in school every day?
No, ma'am.
No? Oh. You don't think that the judge, while you were on probation, had the probation officer look into whether or not you were in school doing the right thing? Of course. And you weren't in school, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the first time you were in trouble?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
13.
That's the first time he was ever in trouble with the law or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
Should have taken away his BB gun at that time, Mr. Deeks. That would have been the first thing that I would have done.
I agree there.
Taken away that, his Nintendo, his video games, his television privileges.
That's why
Everything
I gave the
except
gun to
bread
Mr.
and water.
Hickey.
Now, this estimate was December 27th, 2001. The total bill was $1,865. Was that surgery performed?
Not yet. No, he's got to wait till he's full grown, so they will not perform the surgery until he stops growing.
And was the tooth totally knocked out?
I have a picture if you want to. If you like
I do.
to see it.
Okay. Now, after the money he paid you, the total amount of the bills as projected by the dentist, $3,690.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that he is responsible for half of that, which is $1,845. And that's what I'm giving you as a judgment. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,845. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated.
According to your complaint, Mr. Williams, you and the defendant were co-workers. She borrowed some money from you. And this was in October of 2000. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And she signed a promissory note, and she did not pay you back. Easy?
That is also correct.
The defendant says that because of your actions, she was fired from her job. Because of things that you said about her, she was unable to get another job, and therefore she doesn't feel as if she has to pay you back the money, and she is counterclaiming for defamation. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
The dates become very interesting here. The loan was made what date in October, sir?
October 20th, 2000.
And what did you need the money for?
I needed the money to pay a mortgage payment.
And what was the principal amount on the loan?
$1,500.
Do you have the promissory note?
Yes, I do.
May I see it, please? And you did sign this promissory note. You
Yes,
signed
I
it
did.
on the 20th of October.
Yes.
Did you make the first payment on October the 30th, as it was agreed to in this note?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I was fired. I was sexually assaulted by Mr. Williams, who pressed his private parts on my behind.
When?
This was a month before I had gotten fired, and Mr. Williams believed
what date? No, just a second. I'm asking you the date. You indicate that you were, according to you, sexually harassed by Mr. Williams.
September 2000.
Well, that's why the dates become important. So that if you were sexually harassed by Mr. Williams in September of 2000, how could you borrow money from him a month later and promise to pay him, start to pay him within 10 days?
I loaned Mr. Williams $3,000 around March of 2000.
Yes.
I did not ask Mr. Williams to sign any promissory note. I just simply gave Mr. Williams the money. I had to hound him for 6 months to give me my money back. But when I needed money, Mr. Williams asked me to sign a promissory note. So, and I felt hurt. I felt hurt because originally I thought we were friends, but I found out differently. Anyway, what I was saying, I was in a very bad bind, and I needed money. And I borrowed it from Mr. Williams because I loaned him money, so I felt like he should give me money.
Well, when you signed this promissory note, Miss Kelly,
yes,
did you have intentions of paying him
Yes,
back?
I had intentions. Oh, I'm sorry.
The answer was yes.
Yes.
So that what happened between October 20th, when you signed this note, and October the 30th?
As I said, Mr. Williams had wind of me gathering evidence against him for sexually harassing me and other harassments ever since he got
What happened between
he got me
in
fired.
That 10 days?
He lied.
On what
he lied
date,
to his superiors and got me fired.
On what date were you fired?
I was fired October the 30th.
Miss Kelly, the reason I asked questions about the dates was because it seems odd that you would borrow money from someone who you claim a month before had sexually abused you. Would seem to me you would want to stay as far away from that person as possible.
I could not. We worked in the same small cubicles in the same location.
Then you certainly don't want to have anything other than a business relationship while you were, quote, gathering evidence against him.
To me, that was still business, Your Honor, because I really was in need of taking care of my personal business.
Then you have to pay him back. Period. End of discussion.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Why do you think
But
that you
as
are
I
entitled
said,
not to pay him back?
I lost many of wages after I lost that job. Mr. Williams lied to his superiors and said I took someone else's check because he knew I was about to let his superiors know of his assault on me. I have documents that I went to Equal Opportunity and I made accusations and I was given a claim. I was given a settlement from the organization that I worked with showing that he sexually assaulted me. Mr. Williams was the supervisor after I left there.
I'm speaking. Don't interrupt me. It still doesn't forgive you from paying back a loan.
I didn't have a job. I had no job.
No, it doesn't make any difference. You have to pay him back this money. And if you got a settlement, then you have to pay him back the money from the settlement. Period. End of discussion. You signed a note.
No, but excuse me.
I'm telling you yes.
Something?
I'm reading your complaint.
I have a letter from a lady that worked there.
Listen, I don't read letters. Miss Kelly, I want to see.
Equal Opportunity, stating his assault on me.
Did you hear what I said? I don't read letters. I want to see the result. This is the complaint that you just gave me, that you filed. I want to see the order that they handed down. Do you have a copy of the order that they handed?
No, I have a copy of the check that they settled with me for.
They settled with you for.
And that was a whole year later when my bills were...
Just a second. You mean you don't have a copy of the decision? There was never a decision?
I was released from unemployment.
Would you answer my questions?
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
You had to sign certain documents, Miss Kelly.
Yes, I did.
When you received this check. Let me see a copy of the documents you received.
I don't have a document with me, Your Honor.
All right. Now,
of that,
just 1 second.
I have a letter I presented to them during that time.
I'm not interested in your letter. I'm interested in their decision.
They had me sign a document releasing me from prosecuting any further.
That's correct. That's what they did.
Yes.
Of course. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring that letter with me, Your
Well,
Honor.
you should have, because you have a counterclaim against them for defamation. The first thing you say here is that you have a condition of torn cartilage, which may be considered a disability under the New York State human rights laws, and I am a female. Then you say on October 24th, which is 4 days after you borrowed this money, you submitted your request for sick leave related to your torn cartilage, right? Then you go on to say that the reason you were terminated was because of your disability and my sex, having complained of sexual harassment. Why these people settle these claims? It's absolutely ridiculous. You also say here that by mistake I took somebody else's pay and you returned it. It was a mistake, you say, that you took it.
And it wasn't a pay, it was a stub.
A stub. Whatever it was. You signed a release, you don't get any money on your counterclaim, you have to pay them the money that you borrowed. You borrowed $1,500. There's also late fees imposed pursuant to this thing.
Wait a minute.
$25.
May I say something, Judge? I know I'm nervous, but may I state something, please?
You're not nervous, Miss Kelly.
Yes, I am, Judge.
No, you're not nervous.
There
You're just trying to
was a statement. I'm not lying, Judge. Mr. Williams is a supervisor at the company I was working at. I have been seeking employment. I have an impressive resume that I've gone for several interviews for over the last year, and they have to ask him for references, character references. I have not been able to get a job since I left that employ because they have to get references from Mr. Williams, who sabotaged me since then.
Miss Kelly, I can make a similar argument that the reason that you cannot get employment anywhere else is because you filed a claim based on the fact that you suffer from a disability, which I'm speaking, don't interrupt me. I'm really very smart. You say you were fired because you have torn cartilage, which you believe falls within the purview of the Americans Disability Act, and therefore you were fired. I'm speaking. That's exactly what you say here.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Melvin Williams says former co-worker Jackie Kelly owes for an unpaid loan to pay her mortgage. Jackie claims Melvin sexually assaulted her and then got her fired. She says she's not going to pay.
It's exactly what you said here.
Judge,
You said.
can I say something?
You say, I'm speaking. I believe the real reason for my termination of my, I'm speaking, I can't hear you. For terminating my employment is because of my disability and my sex and having complained of sexual harassment. Those are your words.
I was the only woman at the job. My knee went out that month.
Listen to me, madam.
I was going on disability for that month.
Miss Kelly,
before that month, I was not injured, Your Honor.
Listen, I'm going to let you speak in a minute, sir.
I was not injured. There was nothing wrong with me.
Listen to me very carefully, madam. You're not listening to me. If I am an employer and I find out that someone has sued a prior company in part because they say they suffer from a disability that they categorize as I am, which is what you say, have a condition, torn cartilage, which may be considered a disability under the New York State human rights law. That's
I have a letter here from the doctor. I went for surgery on the 17th of November of 2000. I did not have a disability until then. That's when I was requesting a disability. I did not have the disability yet. I was going for surgery for that, and that's when I went out. But after I was already fired before that even took place. I stated that to the equal opportunity.
Miss Kelly.
There's a letter stating that there was a lady that was a witness to the fact that Mr. Williams sexually harassed me.
Pay careful attention. I have zero sympathy for you because you borrowed money from him after
he borrowed $3,000 before that.
After you say he sexually harassed you. I have zero sympathy for that. If you say he sexually harassed you and you were compiling evidence against him, we go forward against.
I was compiling evidence.
Hey, who do you think you're joking with? You're joking with me. You're joking with me that you don't borrow money from him and sign a promissory note that you have no intention of paying back. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,525 pursuant to your complaint, sir. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Your
You're
Honor.
getting back your money. Your counterclaim is dismissed. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He's lied and defamed my character over the last year, and I really think it stinks.
The main reason she got fired because she opened up somebody's paycheck and she wanted to lie about it. And then she wanted me to cover for her.
And now the next case.
All parties on Evans versus Tracy. Step forward, please.
26-year-old handyman Tony Evans is suing his former friend, 31-year-old landscaper Audra Tracy, for the value of a stolen money order.
Mr. Evans, according to your complaint, the defendant was a friend of yours, and there had been times, because she didn't have a checking account, that you cashed checks for her.
Yes, ma'am.
On this particular instance, she came to you and told you she had a money order and asked you to cash it for her. You did.
Yes.
And several days later, you were notified by your bank that the money had been withdrawn from your account because the money order had either been stolen, reported stolen, or a stop order had been put on the money order. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you want the money back?
Yes, I do.
Tell me the circumstances surrounding her request.
She called me up on my cell phone and said that the father of her children had come into town out of the blue. He hadn't been paying child support ever, and he gave her a money order for $1,000 and wanted to know if I had cash. I've cashed plenty of checks for her, and I didn't think nothing of it. And when I showed up, she said, well, it's for $1,000, but it's a money order. It's guaranteed funds. You got nothing to worry about. Because up till then, I didn't cash nothing for that amount of money. So I thought about it and said, hey, you know, it's money order, guaranteed funds. It's not like it's a checking account. So I cashed the money order for her.
How did you do that?
We went to the bank. She signed the money order that was written to her. She endorsed it. I signed it and cashed it and handed her the money. And in the bank was the last time I ever saw my $1,000.
Did she ever tell you about this father of her children before you cashed the money order?
I don't know anything about him.
Just that you knew she had children?
She had children, so obviously they probably have a father, yes.
Okay. All right, Miss Tracy, let me hear from you.
Pretty much everything that he said, it happened. To me, the money order was a legit check. That's the only reason why I asked Tony to do it, because like he said, he has cashed checks for me prior, because I don't have a bank account. When we cashed his check, I went back and gave the money to Dolan,
After that, Tony got a hold of us a couple of days after that saying the bank, you know, he was out of $1,000. We need to get down to it. So we addressed Dolan, both me and him both did at that time. And Dolan got on the phone and was trying to call somebody in Missouri, a friend of his, that supposedly put the stop payment on it. To me, I was an innocent bystander, and I understand Tony wants to get his money back, and I try to get him and Dolan to deal with it themselves and keep me out of it, because it basically, he wrote the check out to me, and I don't feel like I'm totally blamed for the $1,000.
Even though she got $1,000.
Even though I got the $1,000, which I gave to Dolan, and in return he gave me $300 for child support. And I haven't received child support from him in like 12 years.
So you feel as if Dolan is responsible?
Yes,
for
I
the money.
definitely do.
That's your defense?
Yeah.
That you're an innocent bystander?
Yes.
All right. I have some questions for you, Ms. Tracy. Were you ever married to Dolan?
No, I was not.
But you were in, I assume, a long-term relationship with him?
For on and off for 5 years.
And after he cashed this money order, did Dolan stay with you for a while?
Yes, he did stay with me for
How
about
long?
a week. And
Just a week?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, tell me what you know about Dolan. Does Dolan work?
He's always worked. When I was with him,
Has he ever been incarcerated?
Yes, he has.
How many times?
He's incarcerated right now, and I do believe this is his second time being incarcerated.
What do you mean you do believe? While you were together for that 5 years, had he been in jail before?
No, he was not together in those 5 years, and that's like 12 years ago, so.
Okay, but you believe that he's been incarcerated on at least 2 occasions?
Yes.
Do you know what for?
Drug charges.
Using, selling, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both. So.
Little.
Manufacturing.
Okay. So
Yeah.
a little bit of, he's a
Everything.
bit of an
He's a pretty
entrepreneur,
bad
he's a
seed.
businessman, he's a salesman, and he also uses his own product.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, there you go. That'll work.
Was he ever abusive towards you?
Yes, he was.
Was he ever physically abusive
Yes, he
towards
was.
you? Prior to him cashing this check for you, not a long time ago, just recently, did you know about Dolan's drug involvement?
No, I didn't. I didn't hear or see from him for about 8 years. So, showing up on my doorstep, it bewildered me because I haven't seen him in so long.
Oh,
So,
but you did know one thing. You knew that he had been working.
Yes.
And that he hadn't paid child support. Is that right?
Yes.
So you knew he was a deadbeat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And had he seen his children in those years?
Nope.
So you knew he was irresponsible.
Very much.
So, Miss Tracy, let me ask you this question. If you went to Mr. Evans, who was a friend of yours, and said, look, I have this money order. It was given to me by the father of my children, who is a lowlife, irresponsible, deadbeat, abuser, and we'd like you to cash it for us. Do you think he would have cashed it for you? Probably not. So you had information about the person who you were asking him to vouch for by giving him money that he didn't have. Mr. Evans, if she had said to you, here is a money order by this lowlife, drug-abusing, drug-selling, drug-manufacturing, irresponsible, deadbeat person who I once knew 8 years ago, but I haven't seen since, would you have cashed her money order?
No, I wouldn't.
Of course not. So you go after Dolan.
That was my point.
Absolutely. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may judge. You may be seated.
This case is about your 2 bulldogs, and you claim that the defendant, without your permission, gave away these 2 dogs. So my first question to you is, how did he come into possession, into custody of your 2 bulldogs?
He worked at the dog daycare place where I used to take them, and I got in a position this summer where I had to move out where I was living at, and I didn't really have a place to keep them. And
when was that?
Middle of September.
And what did you do? You called him?
I had been up there at the daycare place, and he saw that I was stressed and everything about the whole situation and stuff, and he said that his brother had a yard and that he could take care of them for me.
Well, you must have told him that you couldn't take the dogs. You must have told him, I can't take the dogs.
Yes.
And he said, I have a brother who has a yard.
Yes.
And what did you say?
I thought that would be great. You know, I would have a place to keep them until I found a place to stay and everything, and he told me that I could come and see them.
Did you discuss how long you were going to leave the dogs with his brother?
It was only supposed to be temporary, maybe a couple weeks.
So the beginning of October?
Yes.
So between the 15th of September, which is mid-September, and the beginning of October, did you have contact with him?
I called all the time and never got a hold of him.
So you didn't speak to him?
No.
Did you go over to the doggy daycare?
Yeah, I went to the daycare place and...
Did you see him?
No. He had lost his job during that time and was no longer working there.
How did you finally get in touch with him?
Finally, I think his family got tired of me calling the house all the time and coming by and leaving notes, and he finally got in touch with me, and he told me that he couldn't give me the dogs back because the kids were attached. And that wasn't the point of kids being attached. He was just supposed to temporarily take care of them.
When did you finally speak to him? What month?
In October.
Now, what was your living situation in the beginning of October?
I found a place to stay and everything so I could have them with me.
And you communicated that to him in October?
Yes, he said he was going to get a hold of the people who had them, and I didn't really understand what he meant by that because his brother was supposed to be taking care of them, and he said he couldn't get in touch with them.
How long had you had these dogs?
I've had the one 2 years and the other one 1.5 years. I mean, I have health insurance on them, and I don't even have health insurance on myself. I mean, I've make a scrapbook for my boyfriends of them. You know, they're my little boys. They're not really what I consider
Okay,
dogs.
Mr. Aguilar, let me hear your version of these events. Mid-September, she asked you what?
She came into the shop where I used to work out on a Friday afternoon, and she said she was having some problems. If I could watch them through the weekend. I said, sure. So once the weekend came up, Monday, I called her up. She said she was still having some problems. I said, oh, I'll watch them for a few more days.
Did you have her home phone or a cell phone?
I had both numbers.
Okay, go ahead.
So once those days came, I called her up, and I told her, you know what, I'm no longer working there. Come get your dogs. I couldn't keep them at the house anymore. So she says, I can't take them back if you could find them a home. And I said, my brother, he liked the dogs. He said, can you give them a try? I took him to my brother's house.
And what did she say when you said, I have a brother who can take care of them?
She said, fine. I said, yeah, there's no problem. You come and visit them once in a while. But it didn't work out at my brother's house. The landlord didn't accept the dogs there because they ruined the yard. Meanwhile, it was my brother's wife's cousin was in from out of town. He liked the dogs.
Did you call Miss Thompson and tell her it didn't work out at your brother's house?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
You did? You called her on her home phone or her cell phone?
Home.
And what did you tell her when you called her at her home phone?
I said that it didn't work out with my brother, that it was another family was watching the dogs now, that they wanted the dogs. And she told me to find a home. That's what I did. I just did it.
What did she say to you, sir, when you said to her, it didn't work out with my brother, but there's another family? Did she ask you who these people were?
No.
Didn't ask you anything about them?
No.
Didn't ask you whether they had children, whether they lived in a home, whether they had a yard?
Didn't ask me anything of that because 2 months passed by when she got in contact with me.
Not when she got in contact with you. I'm asking you, sir. You told me shortly after she gave you the dogs, you say you called her and told her about that.
Yes.
And she didn't ask you anything about these people. She said it was okay. Is that what you told me?
Yes.
And then months later, she called you and said, I want my dogs back.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me. December, maybe, she called and told you she wanted her dogs back?
Then of November.
End of November. And that was the first you had heard from her after you told her you were giving the dogs to your brother's wife's cousin.
Yes.
Now, Miss Thompson, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Did Mr. Aguilar call you and tell you that he was giving the dogs to his brother's wife's cousin?
No. As far as I knew, they were with his brother.
So you're telling me the beginning of October he never called you to tell you he was giving them to his
No.
other person? Now, if he had called you and said to you, my brother can't keep the dogs, but there's this other family. You would have asked him a couple of questions about the other family, right?
Right. They're my little family.
Can I see your scrapbook, please?
Sorry.
While you were bringing the dogs to the doggy daycare, you brought them there while you were working, is that right? Talking about before this time, before you ran into some trouble during the summer.
Yes.
While you were working, you would bring them there during the day?
Yeah, normally on hot days because I do personal training and they go everywhere with me, so I couldn't. I kept them in the car a couple times with the air conditioner running, and you get a violation for that. So it was just a lot easier just to take them in to daycare and then come and pick them up.
And other than that, they were with you all the time?
Yeah, when they were puppies, they went in the gym bag with me.
Now, when you took them to doggy daycare, you had to pay for that.
Yeah, it's like $60 a day. Sometimes I pay more for the dog daycare than I do for my rent. You know, I mean,
I got you. Now, Mr. Aguilar, let me explain to you, sir, why I don't believe you. Because if you create a scrapbook like this of your pets, and if you pay a substantial amount of money for daycare for your dog, then a normal person, under the scenario that you created for me, when you said, I called her and told her my brother couldn't take care of the dogs anymore, but there was another family. The first question you would ask is, well, tell me about them. Where do they live? Do they have children? Is there a yard? Could I come to visit them? Because you said I could visit them when they were supposed to be with your brother. Now, you told me she asked you nothing, and all she said to you was fine. I don't believe that, Mr. Aguilar. Not for a minute.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. April Thompson says former friend Lorenzo Aguilar refuses to return her 2 English bulldogs. Lorenzo says she told him to give them away.
Now, I don't know if you got any money for these dogs. English bulldogs are very expensive.
I know.
Very expensive, sir. So I'm not even going to ask you whether you got any money for these dogs. How much did you pay for them?
$1,500 a piece.
They're very expensive dogs. These people who you gave the dogs to, Mr. Aguilar, gave or sold or another way bartered these dogs for Mr. Aguilar, do they live out of the jurisdiction? Do they live out of state?
Up north in Fresno.
Have you spoken to them?
I contacted once that the previous owner wanted to visit, and they declined. They didn't want to have to do nothing with it.
Mm-hmm. Was any money exchanged for these dogs, Mr. Aguilar?
No.
Now, I see the police report that you filed the beginning of November. Did the police ever contact you, sir?
Yes.
I don't have a write-up from the police with regard to their conversation with the defendant. Do you have any further follow-up from the police?
No, that's all that's all that I have. They told me that since I gave him permission to watch them, they're considered property, so I didn't really have a right, which it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either, and I don't buy Mr. Aguilar's story, quite frankly, that he spoke to you and you said he was going to give the dogs away to strangers. You asked no questions about the people that he was going to give the dogs to. That doesn't make any sense at all. The value that you gave the police for the dogs was $3,000. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, I know this is going to be a difficult question to answer. If you receive a judgment, are you going to purchase 2 new bulldogs?
They're not replaceable.
I know, but I can't give you back the ones that you had because I don't have the people before me who have them. Do you understand? If I could, I would, but I don't have those people. If I could force them to do that, I would, but I can't. Those people aren't here. So I'm going to ask you the question again. If you receive a judgment today in the amount of $3,000, is it your intention to, I can't say replace your dogs because you can't replace them, but would it be your intention to start again with 2 new puppies of the same breed?
I don't know. I didn't really think about not getting them back.
Well, you understand that he doesn't have them physically, so I can't get them from him. You understand that?
Yes.
Well, I'm at least going to give you an opportunity to think about it. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'll try to get the dogs back for her, and I couldn't.
I need to make sure and get stuff in writing next time rather than just trust people and what they say.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of King, Lentz, Newell, Proj versus Conover. Step forward, please.
College students Christina King, Erica Lentz, Anna Newell, and Kelly Kaloje are suing their former roommate, 19-year-old student Michael Conover, for breaking a lease. Michael says he never signed a lease.
All right, Miss King, you and your 3 co-plaintiffs were in college. You got an apartment, the 4 of you, and you agreed, according to you, to have the defendant as your 5th roommate. Is that right?
That's correct.
The 4 of you signed a lease. Is that right?
Yes.
The defendant did not sign the lease. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the 4 of you had agreed to share this apartment before the defendant came into the picture.
That's correct.
According to you, the defendant stayed until Thanksgiving when he unceremoniously left, leaving a mess, leaving the heat turned up, leaving beer cans all over, whatever. He left a mess. He gave you no notice. You want him to pay his share of the 5th of the rent for the entire duration of the lease, which is 1 year.
Correct.
And utility bills, et cetera. That's what your lawsuit is.
Yes.
The defendant says he was never on the lease and you were rude to his girlfriend. So that's why he moved out, and if you hadn't been rude, then he would have stayed. That's your defense, right?
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did not the defendant sign the lease?
Well, upon contacting...
Fast.
Okay. We contacted him. We told him what the lease was, a year long. We told him he had to go to the office and sign the lease.
But he never did.
He never did.
What'd you let him move in for?
He told us that he would.
But he didn't.
Correct.
And he lived there the entire month of September?
Yes. Paid rent, paid utilities.
Entire month of September, entire month of October, and part of November, and you never saw to it that he signed the lease?
He told us that he had taken care of it.
Did you go down and make sure that he took care of it?
Well, the complex told us within the first month, Michael needs to go down and sign the lease. Okay, he didn't sign the lease. We didn't know that. But
okay. Now, ladies, after he moved out, what did you do to try to replace him as a roommate?
We tried to, we couldn't replace him because his stuff is still in his bedroom. He's got
Throw it in the garbage.
We didn't know legally if that was okay because...
I'm telling you, why didn't you pick up your stuff?
I didn't have, all I had was a hatchback and another car to move my stuff. I have
Just a second. Are you telling me that your stuff is still in your room?
I have my bed frame and mattresses, yes.
Oh, sir, then you have to pay rent. What is wrong with you, sir? You move out, and you have to put the apartment in a position where they can at least try to bring down their damages by trying to rent it. You're telling me that you didn't move your stuff because you have a small car?
No,
Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Well, why didn't you move your bedroom set out of there and your furniture?
I moved as much stuff as I could on the day that I moved out, but the reason I didn't get the furniture is because, like, I didn't have the vehicle to get it transported, like, to take it to my new apartment. I didn't want to come back while they were there because I didn't want there to be a confrontation. I didn't want there to be any trouble. So, like, and then I found out that they were suing me, so I definitely didn't want to go in there without anybody's permission to take the stuff. I didn't want to get any more trouble than I already
When
was.
did you ask if you could get your stuff out?
I didn't ask anybody. And I never
So
asked.
then you never asked anybody. So
No.
what you're telling me is you didn't move your stuff out when you moved out because you didn't have a big enough car.
Right.
Jerk. You moved out in November. Did you pay November's share of your rent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he pay November's share of his rent?
he paid November, yet he still has an August rent that he did not pay. He had a bounce check that he tried to pay. We have.
Did he pay
bounce-
August rent?
No.
So he's behind 1 month.
Right.
So far.
December.
Until the time that he moved out.
Correct.
Okay. How much was his share of the rent?
$220 plus.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
$220. November you paid.
Yes.
You didn't pay December. Is that right?
No, I did not.
And your junk is still there.
Yeah.
Your stuff is still there. January, is that right?
Yes.
Now, let's get into February. Have you tried to look for another roommate?
Well, the way our semester system works, we feel that it's impossible now to get a lease because of the semester has already started. People have already signed leases.
We have contacted our apartment complex. They said that every now and then they'll get people who want to sublease for a semester and a summer. We've contacted them and told them if anyone gets in contact with them to let us know, but so far they've had nothing.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we physically can't move his stuff. His
Oh,
bedroom
no,
stuff.
I'm going to take care of that right now. Okay? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to make this very, very fast. Within 3 days, sir, you are to get an appropriate van at exactly noon, 72 hours from today, you are to be at the complex to get your furniture. If you are not there, I am going to draft an order that they can take your furniture and donate it to Salvation Army. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand? Donate it to Salvation Army, give it away, throw it out on the street, call garbage. Anything that's there after 12 o'clock, 72 hours from today, is trash. Or sell it. Sell it. Do you understand? Now, I am giving you ladies rent for the month of August, this share, the month of December, do you understand? Yes. The month of January, the month of February, and the month of March. That gives you more than ample time to try to find somebody to fill in for his share of the rent. The fact that they were rude to you, sir, is meaningless to me. You had an obligation. And instead of sitting down like a human being and saying, listen, this is not working out, let's try to find a way to resolve this, you just had a party over Thanksgiving and moved out unceremoniously. That's not the way adults behave. And according to you, you moved into a new apartment, which means that you had been contemplating that for at least more than 72 hours if you found a new apartment. Are you living in the new apartment alone?
No.
Who are you living there with?
With my best friend from back home and his girlfriend.
And what about your girlfriend?
She lives in the villas a couple doors down from where I used to live in town.
Oh, okay, good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,100. And in addition, the court will draft the order. You have 72 hours to get out your junk. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Fiancée, she also worked with you in your business, is that right?
Yes, she did.
And you lived together?
Yes.
According to your complaint, you came home one day and found that she left?
Yes.
She left taking certain of your property. You want back engagement jewelry that you gave to her, and you want her to pay some utility bills and return your property.
Correct, I
That's
do.
what the case is about. Defendant says she worked for you without pay for most of the 2 years that you were together. She doesn't owe you anything, and some of the jewelry she tossed in the river. Is that right?
I still have the jewelry.
All the jewelry?
All the jewelry.
Including the engagement ring?
Including the one engagement ring. The other ring was a Christmas present.
And what did you do with that?
It's at my house. I have both of them.
Where is the engagement ring?
That's at my house also.
Well, why didn't you bring it? That was in dispute.
I didn't want to bring it on the plane, and I didn't want to lose it. I guess I didn't think
That's
that I
fine.
needed to bring that information.
That's fine,
here.
but you know that that has to be returned to him.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I offered to do that. I offered to give everything back.
Now tell me about the engagement ring. Big, small, how much did you pay for it?
The engagement ring that I gave her was $1,000.
Describe it to me.
It's a half-carat diamond ring. I bought it from a guy I know up in
Okay, is that the engagement ring that you're talking about?
Yes, but he did not pay $1,000.
I don't care. He's not getting money. He's getting the engagement
Okay.
ring back, and you're
Yeah.
going to give it back to him.
Yep.
All right, so the engagement ring you get back. Now, let's talk about this engagement jewelry.
Okay. What it actually is, Your Honor, it ain't a engagement in jewelry. What she did is when she moved out of my home, I bought her a necklace. Okay, it was a 28-inch gold Duragold necklace. It was
a gold necklace. You bought her a gold necklace.
I bought her one and I bought myself one. She took both of them. Okay.
She took both?
Both.
No, she can't take yours. Did you take his necklace?
He never.
Yeah, but did you take his necklace?
Yes.
So far, he gets back his necklace. Listen to me very carefully.
Yep.
His necklace and the engagement ring.
Okay.
What else? How easy this is becoming. Easy. What else?
She also, at the time that she moved out, took my kids' bed.
Okay, so we finished with jewelry. Jewelry is disposed
Jewelry's
of.
done.
All the other jewelry she has were gifts from you, so there's no engagement jewelry. You get back your necklace and the engagement ring. Clear?
Yes.
And she took your kid's bed?
My kids' bed. It was...
Kids' bed.
I got 2 kids, yes, ma'am.
That's kids. That's 2.
Right.
Kids' would be a lot more than 2.
My kids' bed. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Took your kid's bed. Why'd you take his bed?
It was our bed that we bought together.
Did you sleep on it with him?
Yes.
So it wasn't for kids.
At the time his kids was sleeping on it. He had another bed at our old house, which was a bunk bed that was for his kids. That bed that he is talking about, I purchased with my friend Renee. She was a witness. He gave me cash to go receive that for us together. We were together for 3 years. Everything was mutual, everything.
What kind of business were you in,
I
sir?
own my own towing business out of St. Paul,
Towing.
Minnesota. Yes,
And
ma'am.
what kind of work did the defendant do for you in the business?
She was doing anything she wanted to do. I mean, if
Anything
she
she wanted to do.
she did entering stuff into the computer once in a while. She'd answer telephones.
Okay.
You know, it was stuff like that. She'd
You
run,
work out of the house?
No, I own my own shop and everything. Yeah.
Did she go with you to the business?
Yeah, she'd be there at the business.
Oh, fine. But I don't need any help.
Absolutely.
So she went with you to the business. So sometimes she would
Yes,
enter
she
things to the
did.
computer. Sometimes she'd file. Sometimes she
Yes,
would
she did.
answer the phone. So she worked. How much did you pay her every week?
It all depends
How
on.
much did you pay her every week?
Right away in the beginning, she didn't get a whole lot. She didn't. When she came to me with 2 bags of clothes, Your Honor.
How
Okay?
much did you pay her?
In the beginning, she probably got about $200 a week.
When you say the beginning, you mean the first 6 months or the first
Well,
year?
probably the first year she got about that.
Okay,
Anytime
so the
she-
first year you paid her $200 a week
Yes, ma'am.
in cash.
Yep, and she didn't have to pay no bills at the home. She didn't have to pay for a phone bill. She didn't have to pay for a vehicle. She didn't have to pay for nothing, Your Honor. She didn't
Okay.
have one payment.
Okay, so this $200 was just her spending money.
Exactly.
Fine. What else do you say she took of yours?
I got a list about this long,
Well,
but I'm not
I
worried.
want to tell you something. Cull it down.
Exactly.
Really,
I'm
really
looking
like
for,
this, not like this.
What I'm looking for is my kids' bed given back to me, and then I want my bills paid for at the home, okay, Your Honor?
What bills? I
The
thought you
bills-
told me she didn't pay any bills.
After we moved into our new home in March of this year,
I thought you told me she stayed with you and you took care of all the bills.
up until January 1st. January 1st of this last year, 2001, I sold my business, okay? January, February, March, April, May, I paid the bills at the home. June, she started paying bills at the home. June, July, August, September, October, November
Why
were
did she
her
start paying bills?
responsibilities. Excuse me?
Why did she start paying bills?
Because it was her responsibility. She had her own, she went and got a different job, you know, and the money was running out, you know, from me selling the business and stuff like that. It was her responsibility. I still paid the house payment.
Just a second. What kind of an arrangement did you make with her with regard to the bills, sir?
Well, she would pay the phone bill, she would pay the electric bill, she would pay the NSP and the gas bill, and you know, just little bills around the house. I mean, they weren't like the house payment or anything else
Well,
like that.
is the house in both your names or just in your name?
It was in my name.
Why would you want to make a house payment that's in your name?
Why would she drive a car that wasn't hers?
We must have given her permission.
Well, exactly.
Okay. Did you make an agreement with him to pay certain of the bills?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay those bills?
No, I didn't. At the time when I moved out, he had told me specifically that I did not need to pay no bills because I was not living there. So
Well, just
I
a
didn't
minute.
pay them.
For how long hadn't you paid the bills?
Oh, it was just what I don't know. Probably
When
a
did you
month.
move out?
It was November 4th and November 5th, I do believe.
So November. In August, did you pay the bills?
I am not sure.
When was the last time she paid the household bills, sir?
Sometime right around August, September. I got all the paperwork
August or
right.
September? Just listen to me carefully.
Yes, ma'am.
August or September. So she had paid whatever bills you're talking about through, say, September. So we're talking about October.
We're talking September, October, and November, ma'am.
Why didn't you pay in September?
I don't know why she didn't pay.
So what did you say to her when she didn't pay them?
I didn't know she didn't pay them. When I came home from work after she had moved out, NSP had a disconnection notice on my door to shut off my electricity at my home.
So you didn't know that those bills
No,
weren't
ma'am,
being
I
paid?
did not. She told me when she moved out, I asked her specifically about the bills, and I asked her father at the time about the bills. And she told me that she had paid those bills, and she had mailed them out.
Fine. And she didn't.
And she did
So
not.
she was saving a couple of dollars.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sean McMurray says ex-fiancée Melissa Cieslak owes for unpaid bills and for the return of engagement jewelry.
How much do you owe on the bills that she had agreed to pay?
It's $1,092.64, Your Honor.
All right. Are we finished with you?
I do believe that's all I have right at the present time. If I can get my kids' bed back, I greatly appreciate it.
No, you
or
You can't. She took the bed. She needs a place to sleep. What else?
She moved back into her mother's house, Your Honor. She
I
had a
ass-
bed at her mom's house. She
I
had
assume
two
she
beds
did.
at her mom's
I
house.
assume she did. Okay. What are your kids sleeping in, the bunk bed?
I had to go buy them a brand new bunk bed.
So now they have a new bunk bed.
Yeah, I had to buy
Way
it.
to go. Okay. Anything you want to tell me about these utility bills that you didn't pay? What?
Basically that he put all the bills in a pile at the house. We went through them together, and me and him actually got in an argument over this whole deal because he put them underneath a big pile of bills, and I said, why didn't you bring this to my attention? I do not receive the mail. It's his house. He receives the mail. He did not bring it to my attention that the bills were due. I had bought in things for the dogs, the kids, the house, as far as food and everything else. That's where my money went.
But you had agreed with him to pay the utility bills.
That's what he wants to say, but it
I'm
wasn't
asking you.
really an agreement.
Well,
It
were you
wasn't like
paying
that
those
because-
bills for the months before September?
Yep.
Of course you were.
Because I had another different
All
job.
right,
and I was,
good. Okay, so you are going to, within 5 days, return his ring and his necklace.
Okay.
Not yours. Yours is a gift. And pay for the utility bills that you were supposed to pay for in the amount of $1,092. Judgment?
Your Honor, can
What?
I ask one more question?
Yes.
In my box, along with my gold necklace, was the receipt for my gold necklaces. Along with that receipt was the certificate for the warranty. Now the thing has a lifetime warranty on
A
it.
warranty for a necklace?
It's a Duragold necklace from Kohl's department store.
I don't know what Duragold is.
What it is it's you buy an extra. It's like paying for a necklace. You buy the next higher grade. It's a Duragold is what it's called. And along with that necklace, if it breaks at any time, you bring it back to the department store.
I never heard of Duragold. Did you ever hear of Duragold?
No, but anything's
You bring it back to the department store at any time. They'll replace it for no cost. Without that receipt, the necklace
If
is
she
useless.
has a copy of the receipt,
She
should
has
make...
the receipt.
Well, she needs one too, because I assume that you bought her a Duragold
And there are
necklace
two receipts
too.
in that paperwork. Yes, ma'am.
You have an extra copy of the warranty for him?
But can I also mention that when he had showed me the necklace, the first one I got was for Christmas. The second one, he had told me specifically it was in case I ever lost this necklace, it was another one because it was such a good deal.
Give him his necklace back. It didn't work out. Put a period. Move
Thank
on. You look like two nice young people. Do your children live with you, sir?
I have them part-time every other weekend.
How old are they?
One's 11 and one's 3.
They're a full-time job, right?
Yeah, they are.
I just remember something my mother used to say to me. 2 children aren't twice as hard as 1. It's 10 times as hard. And 3 children are probably 300 times as hard as 2. I just want you to remember that.
I will.
Good.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Very defensive, very angry man he is.
I'm not an angry person. We both have our problems, you know what I mean? We're not angry people. We just don't get along together.
I never ever once wanted to hurt him or harm him.
Biggest kick in my face I've ever had.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ward versus Gilsdorf, step forward, please.
16-year-old Jana Ward and her mother, Beverly Ward, are suing Beverly's former schoolmate, 16-year-old Justin Cook, and his mother, Sabrina Gilsdorf. Jana claims Justin shocked her with a barbecue lighter, causing her to pass out.
Are you Mrs. Gilsdorf?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mrs. Ward, this is your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And your daughter and the defendant's son go to school together.
Yes, ma'am.
According to this complaint, you were involved in an incident where you made some sort of a shocking tool.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to me how you made this shocking tool.
It's a lighter that you light your fireplaces with, the long ones. And if you take this part off, it's got this little piece inside. If you pull it out, you can click it, and it gives you like a little prick, an electronic prick.
It gives you a shock.
Yeah, a little shock.
Like an electrical shock.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the 25th of April of 2001, you and Jana were in school. According to this complaint, you and some kids were fooling around with one of those little tools, and you shocked the plaintiff.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, she became quite ill. She got dizzy, she passed out, she went to the nurse's office, they called an ambulance, they took her to the emergency room. And the plaintiffs want you and your mother to pay for their medical bills and their court fees. And your defense is that the incident did in fact happen, that your son did in fact shock her with this tool that he made, but that she has a history of seizures and passing out in school. Therefore, your son should not be responsible for this pre-existing condition. Is that your defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Wrong! What kind of responsibility are you teaching your son?
No, he's not the only one that shocked her, and
He just acknowledged to me that he was the one who shocked her.
not the only one.
I don't care if there were 10 of them.
Well, the other boy should have been brought forth also.
I tell you what I'm going to do for you. If you can prove that there were other boys that were involved, you should sue them. You shouldn't have to sue everybody. You only have to sue him. And then you have a right, if you want to go into court and stand on that side of the table and say, my son and I were forced to pay the entire medical bills, and you also are partially responsible, so you should indemnify us for what we had to pay, each of you paying your share.
I don't see how that gave her a seizure.
I don't know how it did either. All your son knows is that before he shocked her, she didn't have a seizure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you shocked her, she got sick and went to the nurse's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you went to the nurse's office, Jana?
I was trying to tell them what had happened, and in the process, I passed out and hit my head on the secretary's desk.
You went to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
They just did a little observation?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there for a short time and went home?
Yes, ma'am.
What did this thing feel like, Jana?
It made me jump, and I mean, it was really sharp. I had two, like, little holes in my back to where the object had been on my skin.
Did you really?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's like a burn?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, they tried to show me the mark whenever they brought me into the office. They raised her shirt on her back, and I did not see no mark. They didn't show me.
First of all, I think it's outrageous that they would expose her back to you. What right do you have to see her back?
They did it, not me.
Well, I think that
didn't
that's
ask to.
outrageous. I think that the school, you ought to have a good talking to with the school.
I didn't realize that.
That's what he's telling me. They have absolutely no right to do that. You know, your daughter's a grown young lady. How dare they do that? Let me see your medical bills. Some of these are duplicates that you haven't
Yes,
paid?
ma'am.
Okay, that's right.
I
So the
circled the
entire
two
amount of
amounts.
unreimbursed medical bills is what?
I believe it was $961. Yes, ma'am.
You're suing for $1,150. It's too bad that you weren't suing for more. I would have given you more. You're not just entitled to medical bills. You're entitled to your daughter's distress. She fell down. She hit her head. She was embarrassed. She was hurt.
Can I add something, Your Honor?
Sure.
Since that incident, we had taken her out of that school and moved her to a different school, and not realizing that she had changed schools, they also changed his school, and he, in fact, brought another one of those objects
did
to
not.
school.
No,
I
did
don't
not
want you...
take-
Shh. Don't speak. Go ahead.
And was shocking some kids that, another time already this year.
May I say something, please? No, I did not have another one. They searched me, and I did not have one. They brought me into the office. I talked to Janet, and she apologized because her friend thought I had one. She apologized to me, saying...
Had you touched one that day?
No, I have not touched one since the day I did that to her.
I would say that that's a very good idea. You have to take responsibility, sir. If your mother's not teaching you to take responsibility, maybe you'll learn something here today. If you do something wrong, you are responsible. Let me give you an example of how ridiculous your mother's defense is. Let's say you take a gun, a fake gun, and go up to somebody and say, give me your money. And that person has a bad heart condition. And as a result of that heart condition, drops dead. Now, you went up there just to rob him. And the police charge you with murder, a murder that was committed during the course of a robbery, which is a felony. Now, your mother would say, well, he's may be guilty of attempted robbery, but he's certainly not guilty of murder. He's not responsible for the man's pre-existing heart condition, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your defense.
Not really.
Yeah, sure it is.
If
That's
you
your
can feel
defense.
This is nothing.
That's your defense.
Ma'am,
I'm giving
could I
you an
say something?
example of your defense, madam. Your defense is he only meant to take his money. He didn't intend to kill him.
He wasn't going to harm anyone. He was playing. Right.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't
Well,
hurt.
if he can grow up in spite of you, Miss Gilsdorf,
I
he's a
don't have-
very lucky man.
He's doing fine.
In any event, judgment for the plaintiff in the full amount of the request, $1,150. I wish you good luck, sir. You're going to need it.
Oh, yeah.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You're not involved with this case yet, perhaps as a witness. Is that right? Why don't you have a seat? Okay. And neither are you, so why don't you have a seat?
Okay.
Mr. Houston, the defendant was a friend of yours.
Yep.
You had been arrested for domestic violence, according to your complaint, called the defendant and asked for his help. And according to you, you said to him, you can take my rifle and hold it as collateral for some money that I'm going to give you for being such a good friend.
Yep.
No, that's not true.
Just a second. Then you got out of jail, and he refuses to return the rifle to you, despite the fact that you offered them $100 for it.
Yep.
You want the rifle back.
Yes, ma'am.
Defendant says that the rifle was given to him as a gift.
That's right.
And in addition, he is counterclaiming for some nonsense about fluorescent light bulb.
He spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time.
Whatever. We'll get there.
It's not nonsense, Your Honor.
Mr. Houston, when were you arrested, sir?
The first time I was arrested was August 4th, and that got dismissed and dropped to disturbing the peace.
Your Honor, he was arrested in
later in September.
Don't interrupt.
My wife and I got in another fight. The neighbors called the police. When the police showed up, they got on the computer and saw that there was a no contact order, so they arrested me. When I saw the judge for arraignment, they immediately said 2.5 years in jail and a $50,000 bond, which basically scared me to death.
That's when you got his wife for life on.
Listen to me. If you interrupt again, it's not going to be good for your case. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good.
So at that point, I tried to make phone calls to my sister and to my wife, and I couldn't do that through the phone system in the jail. And so I was calling Paul to assist me in that situation. He had an attitude that he didn't want to be bothered with it. We were supposed to be friends. I mean, we've been friends for 7 years.
Let's get to the rifle, please.
It came up with a situation where I offered him $100 to help me out, if that's what it took to get my friend to help.
He offered me his deer rifle.
And
I am going to throw you out if you do it again. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
We proceed my way, which is I hear him, I hear you, I ask questions. If I look at you, you respond. If I don't look at you, you don't speak. You got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So you offered him $100 to help you. That's what you're telling me.
In a sense, and I asked him if he could go pick up my items, so when I got out, I would not be able to go back home. And he acted annoyed. He didn't really want to do this, so that's when I offered him the $100 situation. I says, look, Paul, when you go pick up my stuff, you can hold my rifle for me as collateral until I pay you the $100. And then all of a sudden he was all excited about, well, okay, I'll help you out.
And then you got out of jail, and he helped you out.
Well, when I got out of jail...
No, he helped you out.
He made phone calls.
Good.
And he went and got my stuff for me, my truck.
Okay, and the rifle.
Yeah. Now, when I got out of jail, he wouldn't let me stay at his home because he had his grandparents over there. But besides that fact, my wife had moved out of the house. And so I immediately went and got a court order to allow me to move back into my own home.
Now, let's get to the rifle.
He came over to my house, and he sat down and started talking, and I asked him to go get my rifle, and I give him a $100 check. And he at that time told me that he had given it to his father, which made me very off. So I asked him to leave my home immediately because I didn't want to get in trouble for any kind of domestic violence.
Okay. Now, sir, I'll hear your version of the rifle.
Okay, he was in and out of jail starting in April. I picked him up from jail every time he was there.
How many times did you pick him up?
At least 3.
2
I can remember. I took him out to dinner after I picked him up, gave him cigarettes when he got out of jail. He called me repeatedly, constantly, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day, whining and crying he's in jail. Please get me out of here, please get me out of here. Of course, the last time he got out of jail, I didn't give him a place to stay because my grandparents were there. That was the last time. Plus, I was fed up with it anyway. Now come to the rifle, he's crying on the phone, whining, I'm doing everything I can, bending over backwards for the guy.
He called you from jail?
Yeah, constantly. He goes, you know, for helping me out, you're such a good friend, and I don't have any money to give you, but I'll give you the rifle because I know you like it for your time and effort and just bending over backwards for me. Well, as a friend, that's great. So I took the rifle. So we went to pick up the rifle from Darla, me and my wife, and when I got the rifle, she goes, don't ever let Rhett buy this rifle back or give it to him. Because if something happens to you, it's going to be on your conscience. Next thing you know, I pick up Darla from the hospital because her arm's all bruised up and sprained.
Is that as a result of this domestic violence dispute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Then I just decided forget it. I got the rifle out of my control, and I said, forget it. I'm not going to let him buy it back from me. I'm not going to even give it back. Because if something does happen, it is on my conscience.
Well, just 1 second. Was there any mention at the point where he said take the rifle of his wanting to buy the rifle back from you?
No, not at all.
At that point, he just said take it.
For my time and effort and everything else.
I believe you.
Okay.
Because I watched his eyes when he said to me...
I have a witness that heard the conversation.
Really?
My witness heard the conversation on the
Appreciate it if you
speakerphone.
heard
I'm more than happy to hear a witness. Who's the witness?
My sister Jade.
Tell me your name.
Jade Houston.
All right, Miss Houston. You overheard the conversation about the rifle?
My brother Hugh said, I'm giving him the rifle as collateral to give him $100 when I'm able to get back to work to get the money.
You heard him say that?
Yes, I did.
That's what he told her, but that's not what he told me.
I was on the-
Ma'am,
I was
that's
on
not
the
what he told me
phone.
and my wife. That's not what he told me. She was on the speakerphone at the
And
time he said it.
You're the wife?
Yes.
Step up.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Hugh Houston says after he was arrested for domestic violence, he gave former friend Paul Pierce a rifle as collateral for bail. Hugh says Paul refuses to return it.
Mrs. Houston, there came a time when the defendant came to your house when your husband was incarcerated. You evidently had a rifle in your house that belonged to your husband.
Yes.
What did Mr. Pierce say to you when he came to the house?
He said he needed to pick up the rifle and Hugh's belongings. And I was kind of scared, and I told him, you know, that he needed to keep this rifle because I was scared.
He'd never said to you at any time that he picked up the rifle, that it was just as collateral for other monies. Is that right?
No, he never said. He just said that he needed to pick up his gun and his tools and his truck and,
And his
things
truck
like
and his
that.
clothes,
Yes.
and you gave it to him.
Yes.
And how many times had Mr. Pierce come to your husband's assistance when he had been incarcerated? More than 2?
I would say 2 or 3 times, yes.
Okay, and that was going to jail, taking care of the bail bondsman, whatever had to be done, coming to your house, picking up stuff for him, that sort of stuff?
Yes.
So he was a pretty reasonable friend. Be a fair statement?
Yes, he was.
Are you back living together now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been married?
Well, we're not legal.
17 years.
We're not legally married is what she was going to say. How long have you been together?
17 years.
You have children?
1.
How old?
She's 9.
She at home when these acts of domestic violence take place?
Yes.
Big mistake. Have a seat.
Okay.
Okay. Let me hear. You may be seated. Let me hear about your counterclaim, Mr. Pierce.
I gave him petty cash. I bought him dinner a couple of times. He stayed in our guest house for a little while, and my wife keeps her ferret and her cat there.
This is a shack, not a guest house.
Mr. Houston,
doesn't
I don't
matter.
want Mr. Houston. Uncross your arms and be quiet unless I'm speaking to you.
Anyway, we let him stay in the studio. But the thing is he was taking the light bulbs out for some reason, the fluorescent light bulbs, taking them out. The ferret walks out. He jumps up onto the cot, breaks the cot, and broke the light bulbs. Now, I didn't see it, but he told my wife, and my wife had to clean it up. So we're suing for the light bulbs, the cot, all the collect calls from jail, which adds up to about $120.
Well, do you have proof of the
Yes, I
calls
do.
from jail? I'd like to see that, please.
There's a couple calls on there I didn't get on there. Just misplaced the bill.
It's all right with you, ma'am. I'd like to see these phone numbers that he's claiming against me.
I'm going to absolutely show you, sir. All right. All I want you to do, Mr. Houston, is to take a look at these phone charges, sir. All collect calls.
I'd have to say that these calls are probably legit.
Okay, good. Fine.
Now, he did stay with us on and off, and yeah, he did get his place back after he got out of jail.
That's okay, sir. You had no rental agreement with him.
No.
Mr. Houston, I don't know whether anybody else gave you a pep talk about what happens when children witness acts of
I'm
domestic
fully aware of it,
violence.
ma'am.
I'm sure that they
At
have.
this point right now, I do have counseling happening, and I am attending it.
Anger management program?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And what about your child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's my daughter.
Is she in counseling as well?
No, she's not.
She ought to be.
She's a happy child.
She's not a happy child. Happy children don't see their parents fighting and their mothers ending up in slings. Happy children, if they hear
We had
arguing.
we had a very stressful time in our lives. My mother
I
was
understand.
dying, and our
Allegedly,
financial
I don't
situation
care.
was bad because
I
I
don't
was doing
care.
a lot of traveling back
Mr.
and
Houston, doesn't make any difference.
I know it doesn't.
Children don't. All I'm doing is suggesting to you that if you're in counseling, I don't know if your wife is in counseling, but certainly if you want to be good parents, you make sure that your child has somebody to speak to, because that's important. She may not be able to verbalize it to you, but she's probably witnessed things that it's unfair for a child to have witnessed, and you're supposed to make sure that you are protective of her.
I totally agree with that.
Okay? And
what I don't agree with is the way you believe his story, because there's no way in a million years I'd give up my rifle.
Yes, you would. If you were in jail and you wanted out fast enough, you would.
Ma'am, it's not true. It's not true at all.
Yes, okay. It
is. The fact of the matter, I was giving him $100 to cover the expenses of the situation.
Okay, no, you
now, I
can
expected him to be a friend, and he really didn't want to act as one. And I offered, Paul, you can hold on to my rifle. It's collateral.
Can I ask
and that's what it became,
Can
collateral.
I ask you a question, sir? What acts of friendship have you done for Mr. Pierce?
The reason what have I done for him?
Yeah, I would like to.
This is the guy who came over to our house for holiday dinners. This is the guy I offered my garage for him to fix his car. Well, he dropped, and when I asked him not to put oil all over my driveway, and he spilled oil all over the entire garage. And they smeared it all over the place. This is a man that has no integrity about anything whatsoever.
No, you're not answering my question, Mr. Houston. My question to you, sir, is what have you done in the framework of your friendship for Mr. Pierce?
He calls me periodically, lots of times, to talk about his son. He has a custody situation with his son.
So
he
he
asks
calls
me
you
for
for
advice and guidance towards that situation.
I would never want.
He worked. Just recently, he had to rebuild the Toyota engine in his engine in his Toyota truck. I came over here about 3 days in a row and helped him with that. I'm a helpful guy. I go out of my way to help people when they need help.
It doesn't
I'm not
compare,
one to sit
it
there
doesn't
and
compare, Mr. Houston, to the aggravation that your incarcerations caused him. Doesn't compare.
But
having him over for dinner is not it. And I can, quite frankly, Mr. Houston, envision the conversation of, you like the rifle, take it.
No,
and
ma'am,
you
it's
shouldn't have
not
the
the way
rifle
it
in your
went
possession
down.
anyway, so you're not getting the rifle back, and in addition, you're going to pay him for the phone calls that you made collect to his house in the amount of $160. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He's a piece of garbage. I want my rifle back.
It's just slime bags like that, you know, that take advantage of everybody.
You should have called him and said, do you have my money? If not, I'm going to get rid of the gun.
Darla needs to get out of that relationship. He constantly beat her for the last 10 or 15 years.
To carry things by yourself and don't trust a soul.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of DeSante Wentworth versus Bacho, step forward, please.
35-year-old homemaker Jessica DeSante Wentworth is suing her sister, 36-year-old nurse Lori Bacho, and her husband Frank Bacho. Jessica says after her 11-year-old daughter was hit by a bus, the couple held a fundraiser and kept the money.
Miss Wentworth, the defendant is your sister and the co-defendant brother-in-law?
Yes.
According to what I've read, you have a daughter
Yes,
who
I
was
do.
in an automobile accident?
Bus accident, actually.
Bus hit her?
Yes.
And you had a lot of medical bills and expenses?
Yes.
Your sister and her husband decided that they would hold a fundraiser.
Correct.
Correct.
To help pay her expenses.
Yes, they
help
did.
you out. And they did. What kind of fundraiser was it?
We had a benefit at a bar that we have a lot of friends at, and it was we just had food and raffles and 50-50s and entertainment, things like that.
And how much money did you raise?
$1,017.
Did you put that money in a bank account?
No.
What'd you do with it?
We tried to. I asked for her, my niece's Social Security number, and I wasn't allowed to have it.
So what did you do with the money?
I was given to an aunt of mine, which I have a statement from her stating that she received the money on December 3rd and how much it was, and she had it, and she kept it.
Your lawsuit says you want the money.
Yes. Well, it's for my daughter. I think she deserves to have it.
How old is your daughter?
She's 11.
What do you mean you think she should have it?
Well, the fundraiser was for her and her medical expenses and whatever she needed. The accident did put me out of work, so therefore I'm surviving on my child support. She needs a lot of medical care. She goes to the doctor once a week. She needs prescriptions. She needs pain medicine.
Does she go to school?
No, she's tutored at home.
Now she's tutored at home.
She's been tutored at home since December.
What kind of medical bills do you have for her? Don't talk to me about you. Tell me what you have for her.
For her, I have $86,000 worth of medical bills for her.
Unreimbursed medical bills.
Yes.
She has a lawsuit other than...
Yeah, she's suing the people that hit her, and that's where the $86,000 is.
Exactly.
The things that we raised the money for was basically for small needs, prescriptions,
right?
any kind of cotton swabs, stuff like that.
Exactly.
But I told her
Not
straight
you.
up in the beginning.
Just a second, Miss Wentworth, you're not entitled to this money. Let
I
me
know,
explain
my
something to
daughter
you.
is.
You're not entitled to this money.
I'm not asking it for me.
Good. And you didn't raise this money.
Yes, I did help raise that money, actually. We put out 5 collection jars in the town of Riverside and Delanco, which funded the benefit.
No, it didn't.
The only thing that Mr. Bacho paid for was the basket of cheer, which cost $65. He paid for that.
Fine.
Everything else came from the baskets that we collected
I told
money
anybody that was making anything or anything that they had
We
to
had a
do
lot
with
of
the
our friends
benefit.
make food. Yes, a lot of
And
people
I had
donated
them
things.
give-
I had
said-
two delicatessens.
Juan, listen to me. I don't think that the defendants want to use the money for themselves. That's my sense.
Exactly.
Exactly.
What I think that they want to ensure is that the money is used
Kitty.
for your daughter.
Exactly.
Neither one of you is entitled to this money.
I know that.
Good. So I'm going to come up with a solution for you.
Okay.
Very good. We're going to put this money in a bank account for your daughter.
That's fine.
And the three of you will be on that account in addition to your daughter, which means that no one can withdraw any money from that account.
Okay.
Without
everybody's
signature. And if you're smart, you're going to leave that $1,017 in there for the next 8 years until she's ready to go to school.
It'll stay
and
there.
maybe by that time, it'll be $2,000.
Right.
Isn't that a good idea?
That's
Now, I
fine.
assume you have a lawsuit, as your brother-in-law says, with regard to this accident that
Yes,
your
I do.
daughter was involved in. And I'm sure she will be coming into a substantial amount of money as a result of a settlement.
Yes, it's going into a trust fund.
Who do you live with?
I live with Ron Berger. He's my fiance.
Does Ron Berger work?
Yes, he does. He has his own business.
Good. What kind of business does he have?
He's in the carpet business. He has a shop, home store.
And you have one child?
I have 4 children.
Is your 11-year-old the oldest or the youngest?
She's the second youngest.
And how old is the youngest?
7.
Your daughter requires full-time care.
Yes, she does.
Does she have anyone other than you providing that care?
No, besides Ron.
Is there any visiting nurse that comes
No.
in to give
No.
her or anything
I
else?
take care of her myself.
Okay. What's the nature of her injury now?
She has 6 metal rods in her leg. I have pictures if you'd like to see them.
No, just tell me.
She has an exterior fixator on her right leg. She uses a walker and a wheelchair. She's due to have an operation for the pins to come out in a couple weeks, then she'll go into a half a body cast for the next 2 months, and then she'll start rehab to walk.
All right. So her injury was really to this one leg.
Yes.
I assume.
Yes, it is.
Okay. No other parts of her body were affected, so that she's going to have a recovery.
No. Yeah, she's
So
going to be fine.
Well, that's a good thing. So put the money in an account. When your daughter is 18, it's a trust account.
That's fine.
Daughter's 18, get the money. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Perfect. Goodbye.
You are excused. You may step out.
Ms. Hoffman, the defendant is your former husband, and this case involves your son. Is this your son?
Yes.
What is your first name?
Eric.
How old are you, Eric?
15.
Unless I need Eric as a witness, I'm going to ask Eric to step outside. Can you do that for me, Eric? When I need you, I'll call you.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I think it's really important that you do speak with Eric. We are here because he couldn't let go of this stuff that it was at his dad's house.
Listen to me. It's never a good idea to put a child in the middle of a controversy.
I understand.
Ever.
I understand that.
I don't care what it's about.
I understand.
The child has 2 parents. It's not his fault that the 2 parents aren't together anymore. So you keep a child out of court at all costs. Unless there's some issue of abuse, you don't bring a child into a system. You and the defendant have 1 child, I assume, together?
No, we have 2.
How old is the other child?
11.
Lives with you?
Yes.
There was a time that Eric lived with his father.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did Eric live with you?
He lived with me last year for a school year.
Okay. And that was because you were having some trouble with him, Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
You were having some difficulty? Is Eric in special classes?
No, Eric's not. He wanted to live with his father since his dad left. Okay. He's made life
difficult. Whatever it was, he wanted to live with him, so he went to live with his father for the year. And then for the summer, he was coming home, and at the end of the summer, you sent him back to his father. Yeah. And this case involves the fact that you claim that his father refused to take him back after the summer. He not only refused to take him, he was not there at the airport when Eric arrived at the airport. He had to scurry around. You had to get a plane ticket for waiting for him to come back. What are you shaking your head no for? This is what your case is about.
I'm sorry. Yes.
That's what this case is about. You want to be reimbursed for the extra travel expenses because his father wasn't there, for the cost of parking your car at the parking lot.
That was a secondary reason.
Well, that's what this is for. And the return of Eric's personal property.
The personal property was the thing that Eric couldn't let go of.
Fine, so you're not seeking any travel expenses or
That's
anything?
fine. It would be nice to have the money that I didn't spend back again. But this was because Dad didn't send his things back like he asked. The last time Eric saw Dad, he hugged him and said, "I'll see you in 3 months, son."
So you're not interested in that. You just want what you say is Eric's property.
I want Eric to have some closure, yes.
Okay. Mr. Smoljan, I assume from reading your answer that after the summer, you, and is this your wife?
Fiance.
Fiance. You live together?
Yes, we do.
Decided that Eric was too much to handle.
Yes.
And you decided that he should not come back.
Yes.
When did you communicate that to the plaintiff?
Well, 2 weeks prior to Eric going to Portland, where I wasn't there to get him because I was up hunting, I got a phone call stating that they were at an airport. They were going to send Eric. So I called the airlines and said, "Do not send Eric, that physically I can't take care of him anymore because I have seizures." And so they didn't let him on the airplane.
This was 2 weeks before.
Yes.
May I interrupt?
Not yet.
I stopped the airline at that time.
Fine, and then 2 weeks later he got on a plane.
Right, with no knowledge at all. If I did, I would have been there. So
When you let Eric leave your house to go to his mother's for the summer, I assume he left some stuff there.
yes, he did in our garage. Your Honor.
That's the stuff that Eric wants.
Yes.
Tell me what it is.
Well, I brought a bag that was Eric's, and there was some clothing. We sent him a Pokemon game, and I think that was in it too.
In where?
In the paperwork that's stating that that's what he was suing for.
Right.
We sent that back because he said he lost it on the airplane. Well, we did have it at the house. We did send that to him. So basically it's the clothes, the bag, what was in the garage.
Let me see what his mother says was left.
The travel
And then we'll
expenses.
let's go through
This
it.
is a list he made himself.
Okay.
And he
Can't
put
always
the he
rely.
put the dollar estimate on there. I have
You
no
can't
clue.
always rely on what the child tells you. All right. So let's see.
He's 15. He's very articulate. He's very smart
Clothing.
kid.
So you have some clothing.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. What about throw over blanket? You know what
I
he's
don't
talking
have
about?
the blanket.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what he's talking
It's
about?
a Pokemon blanket, I think.
And you don't have it?
No, I don't have it on me today, Your Honor.
No, that's not what I asked you, whether you have it with you today. I asked you if you have it at the house.
I don't have it because it was in a garage, and when I did look, this was all that was there.
He has here amount of money owed, $62. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, he also got birthday money, and he said that they borrowed it for some cigarettes and other things.
Did he have any birthday money that he got while he was in your care?
Yes, he did, Your Honor. What we did is, to give Eric the money back, we took him to shows, we took him places, and that's the way we gave his money back to him at the time.
You went together as a family?
Yes, family
All right.
thing.
You have to give him back that $62. When you take a child to a movie or to a game or to
That should
bowling,
have
you pay for it.
Okay.
What about a wrapped collector promo Pokemon card?
I have no idea on a Pokemon card.
A Game Boy Color unit?
That was the one that I think we did send back. My witness here, my fiance, if she could stand up, she knows quite a bit about this too.
Well, stand up and tell me where the Game Boy is.
Okay, the Game Boy was an instance in the evening. I was away in California. I got a call.
Where is it?
It should be in the garbage, ma'am. It was broke because Eric refused to put it away when he was told to.
And what happened to
his
it?
father took it out of his hands, and it slipped out of his father's hands and went onto the floor. At that time, the screen was broke on it.
Okay, so it's not that you don't have it, it's that you broke it, sir.
Yes,
See,
sir.
look how smart she is. You're terrific. All right, so you're home for Game Boy. Sega game system and 5 titles. Do you know about a Sega system?
Sega System came up with him from California, but it's nowhere around us. I have no clue. We bought him a Nintendo 64 because the Sega wasn't adequate enough for him. From October until June, I have no clue what he did with his game, ma'am.
Where is the Nintendo 64?
He took it home with him
He
to his
did?
mother's, yes.
You have the Nintendo 64?
The only Nintendo 64 that's at our house was the one that had been there.
You have a Nintendo
Yeah,
64?
we have one. We have
Good.
one.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She didn't send everything back when she sent him home if there was no intent
listen
for him
to
to
me.
be back.
Stop with the nonsense. This is nonsense here, madam.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Suzanne Hoffman says ex-husband Nick Smoljan owes for travel expenses because he didn't show up at the airport to pick up their son. Suzanne also says Nick refuses to return their son's belongings.
Personal journal? Did you find the journal?
No. We cleaned out his room thoroughly. There was just a bunch of garbage left in it.
What about family photos?
I have seen family photos that he had.
Do you know where those are?
No, ma'am, I don't. If I did, I would definitely give them to him.
Of course you would. Could you take another look for them?
I certainly will.
Okay. What about a bicycle?
We bought him a used bicycle. He never rode it because he didn't want to fix it up. It wasn't good enough for him because it didn't come from a brand new store. And he was very upset. He's a very material young man.
I disagree with that completely.
About what?
Him being totally materialistic.
All right. Well,
he's always been satisfied with what he's had.
Do you have a receipt for the bike?
No, ma'am. We
Do you know
paid
where it is?
$25 cash at a yard sale for it.
Do you still have it?
Yeah, it's
probably. Do you want to
been
pay
out
to have
in
it
the
shipped?
rain.
Do you want to
No,
pay
no,
to
I
have it
don't
shipped?
want to
Of course
pay to
not.
have it shipped.
Well, sorry. What about a microscope? Do you have a microscope?
No, ma'am. He got one for Christmas, but I have no idea where that is at this time. I could look through the stuff in the garage that we couldn't bring. I mean, we just brought what we could on the plane, which is a special backpack that his mother did send him up with. She sent him with 2 duffel bags and some clothing.
And that's why I'm wondering why she didn't send everything back when she sent him home if there was no intent for him to be back.
Stop with the nonsense. This is nonsense here, madam.
Okay.
Ms. Hoffman.
I'm sorry.
It's
Judge Judy,
nonsense. She has his backpack. Certainly, I don't believe that the child has to pay for his own entertainment from his birthday money when you go as a family, so that goes back to you. And you broke his Game Boy, which he values at $80. What else?
I really think you need to speak with Eric. Please. The only reason I'm here is because Eric wouldn't let go of this stuff. I didn't want to file his papers. He couldn't let go of the things. And his dad leaving him at the airport in Portland. He talked to his dad the Friday before he took the plane. I have a witness here that sat there while he made that phone call. The last time I spoke with Nick, when I was at the airport, I was paged, and they changed the flight to 2 weeks later.
Ms. Hoffman, you said that your son spoke to his father the Friday before he was going to leave.
Right.
Yes.
Well, shh, just a second. Did you speak to and said to you, you know, Dad will be there at the airport, I assume?
I talked to him 2 weeks prior to that.
2 weeks prior to that was when you were going to send him before, and he told you not to send him. After that, did you confirm with him that he would be there to pick him up 2 weeks hence? Did you confirm that with him? Yes or no?
No, not me personally, because...
Just a sec. Well, I'm talking about you personally.
No, I did not speak to Nick personally. After that.
So your son did?
Yes.
That was a mistake.
I guess so.
Well, that was a mistake.
May I address that issue?
Just a second. If you're making arrangements for a child who is clearly a troubled child, as you just quiet and listen, been around the block a long time, and I've seen a lot of kids.
I understand. You have been.
Good. So if you're making arrangements for that kind of a child to be transferred and traveling alone, you don't rely on the 15-year-old who vacillates between who he wants to live with to just listen to me.
Yes, I'm listening.
You don't rely on that child to make the travel arrangements with his father. You get on the phone with his father or the fiancé with whom he lives and make clear arrangements when he's coming, what time the plane is going to arrive, what time he's going to be there. You didn't do that.
I did that.
No.
I didn't do that 2 days before the flight. I did that 2 weeks before the flight, but I did that. Eric's really a very smart kid.
Miss Hoffman, one cannot assume that a father who agreed to take custody for a year of his child, hadn't lived with him, and was clearly giving you, who were the custodial parent, a lot of trouble, and then desert him purposefully at the airport. I cannot fathom what kind of human being would do that.
Well, neither can
Unless what was happening was you really wanted to send him back to his father, and his father said, no, I'm not taking him back, which is what he says. I can't do it. I have seizures, and it's causing me problems. It caused me problems with her.
Could you listen to my witness? She heard Eric's side of the conversation when he spoke to his father Saturday.
He didn't speak with his father. He spoke with me.
Spoke with you?
Yes, ma'am. And
that
it was
not true.
in August. Eric called and said that his mother was putting him on the plane and that he did not want to come. He was scheduled to fly out on August 11th of 2001. I called the airline at that moment in time, and it was either United or Delta, I don't recall.
Please.
And informed them that Eric was being sent with no one that was physically and medically capable of taking care of this child. At this point, she did not send Eric to us. She waited until 2 weeks afterwards. Then we were notified. We weren't even home. We were away elk hunting. We bow hunt, okay? We were away. I got a page on my pager. I went down. It took me 20 minutes to go to the nearest local store. They informed me that someone other than Suzanne, I don't know the name of the lady, had called and said that Eric was in the at Portland Airport at that moment. From my front door, it is a 2.5-hour drive, and that is not leaving for traffic. That is no snow over the pass. That is basically point A to point B, going the speed limit with no distractions.
Okay. Bird.
Yes, Judge.
The court is going to draft an order. The backpack will be turned over to Eric, and another $62 for his birthday money and $80 for his Game Boy. That's $142. That will be a judgment. And I'm going to ask all of you to sit down, and I'm going to see Eric in the back, please, alone.
Please.
Okay?
Suzanne Hoffman says ex-husband Nick Smoljan didn't show up at the airport to pick up their son. She is suing for travel expenses and for the return of the boy's personal property.
All right, would you step up, please? I will briefly tell you what I told Eric. I said that just because people are parents don't make them perfect, and that I believe that the fact that you weren't there at the airport to pick him up was a case of real miscommunication among everybody. And if, Miss Hoffman, you don't buy into that, that's your problem.
I know.
Why don't you be quiet and listen? If you don't buy into that, that's your problem. But if you want to do anything to protect your son and make sure that he feels as if both his parents care for him, then that's the story that you'll either start to believe or you will start to project. Because the fact that you have let him buy into this sense that he was totally rejected by his father by leaving him abandoned at the airport doesn't make him feel any better. It may make you feel better.
No, it doesn't make me feel better.
Why don't you just listen? You are not receiving. I don't care what the truth of the matter is. What I'm telling you is any child that is made to feel that they were abandoned doesn't make them feel good. Now, I have said to Eric, I don't believe, after hearing his father, that there was a purposefulness on his part of leaving him stranded. And I hope he believes me. And if you do anything to dissuade him from that belief, you are not being a good mother. Period. End of discussion. And I don't care what the truth of it is. I don't care. It's my sense. And that's what I told him. I also told him that you, Lynn, because he seems to like you.
I love him very much.
He seems to like you very much. You, Lynn, are going to do your best to look through the garage, which he acknowledged has a lot of people's things in it, and look for some things that have sentimental value to him. The pictures that he talked about, and whatever other memorabilia that you see there that looks as if it belongs to him. It will go a long way because circumstances change. This year, Mom's the gardenias. Next year, it could be Dad the gardenias. So we want to keep all these lines of communication open. So I want you to do me this favor and go through everything.
Yes, ma'am, I certainly will.
And anything that you find there that's not mentioned in this order,
I will get to.
You'll put it in a box and mail to him directly. The backpack, he was pleased to hear that you brought. I told him that you were going to reimburse him for the $62 of his birthday money and for the Game Boy that he says you smashed. So that's $80.
And we also purchased.
So that is a judgment on Eric's behalf. For $142, the backpack will be transferred today. Also, he has some clothes. Yes?
Yes. Eric is very emotionally challenged, and all of his records are still up at Tillamook Family Counseling. So I don't know if she sought emotional counseling, but he was in the school counseling every single day. I have documentation of this. He was at 42 different counseling appointments for him, individual, plus 11 different ones in our home. And he really, my stressor and my whole point for being here today is that Eric needs help to be a wonderful, well-rounded individual. He's very, very smart. He has a lot to offer our world, but if his emotional issues are not met, I fear for both Eric and our world.
May I suggest that you photocopy all the records that you have?
I have them for her.
Give her a copy. Do you have them today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Make sure she gets it today. What she does with them is totally up to her. She has primary physical custody of this child at this point, so she should be able to take care of. What are you crying about?
Because I'm not as articulate as I should be, and I'm sorry. I have taken Eric to counseling. We have been doing all the things that we're supposed to do.
Fine, then what's the problem? She's giving you the records.
The problem is,
she's
this
giving you
man
the
comes in
records.
here, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to put him, to say anything against him. I don't.
So then don't. So then don't.
Okay.
Then don't. I said to you there was a miscommunication. There was a miscommunication.
I don't believe that.
Well, that's your problem, Ms.
I
Hoffman. Get over
You
it.
told me that. I
Get over
understand.
it. Get over it. And if you're taking Eric to counseling, that's wonderful. And she's going to give you a copy of the records that
That's
she has
fine.
for the year.
That's good.
You should be able to give them to your counselor. So I don't know what your problem is.
I'm sure the counselors already have been in touch with each other from California to Oregon because I released all so they could go back and forth with information when he moved
all
up
she's
there.
doing is giving a copy of your record. She's trying to be complete.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Parties are excused. 14 on the calendar in the matter of Ross versus Miller. How you doing, Judge? Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Ms. Ross, according to your complaint, you and the defendant were engaged to be married.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you live together?
Yes, Your Honor.
From when to when?
I believe it was June of 99.
And when did you separate?
January of 2000.
January of 2000 or 2001?
2001.
Your Honor, we started dating at that time. We weren't actually living together in June of 99.
Well, when did you start to live together is what I want to know.
He moved into my place in Roseville originally in 1999.
What month?
It was in October.
October of 99, not June. Okay. Now, at that time, you claimed that he suggested to you that you get rid of your furniture because his grandmother was going to buy some new furniture.
Yes.
And you did that. Grandmother purchased new furniture, but there was an agreement that you would pay the credit card bill on the furniture. It is your claim that after you separated, he came and took all the furniture out of storage and that you had, in fact, paid for half of that furniture during the time that you were living together, so you want the value of half the furniture. The defendant says that he paid for the furniture, he's still paying for the furniture. When was the furniture purchased?
On the March 15th, 2000.
And what furniture was purchased in March of 2000?
It was pretty much a whole recline, a living room set.
Living room set, so far, is that right?
Yes.
A bedroom set, plus a dining room table.
Table?
But that was not on the credit card. That was paid in cash to his mother.
Is that right?
That was given to me from my mother. It was a dining room table from her previously
So that was a gift, so let's forget the table.
Yes.
And that was all purchased in March of 2000 on a credit card, Grandma's credit card.
Yes.
How much do you say you put towards this furniture?
$1,000 about.
$1,000 about?
Within the year that we got the furniture, each month that we paid a month.
Were you sharing the expenses of living together?
Pretty much.
Not pretty much?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were?
Yes.
And how were you sharing them? What were you doing at that time? Were you working?
Yes.
What kind of work were you doing?
At the time I was dancing.
Dancing?
Yes, at that time.
And how much money were you earning dancing?
$1,000 a week, usually.
So you put money into a joint checking account?
No, we had our own separate accounts. But I would give him cash to pay for bills, and he would write it out as the man of the house.
Is that right?
No, Your Honor.
Well, tell me how it worked.
Basically, she kept her money, I kept my money, we split the bills, and we came together to purchase things together, and the things that were purchased together, she was allowed to take with her when she left. But we had separate checking accounts, and she never came home and gave me, you know, large amounts of money.
I didn't say large amounts of money.
Well, she said that
what
she...
you're saying to me is that she's correct that you did, in fact, share joint bills and purchase things together.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you decided to purchase together was this living room set and the bedroom set.
No, Your Honor.
Well, tell me why not.
Because when we agreed to move in with each other, she put her furniture in the stores because I said that my mom was going to buy me furniture,
and that we could use my furniture.
You said my furniture?
Yes, my furniture.
Mr. Miller, were you engaged at that time?
No, we were not.
When did you become engaged?
Only about 3 months after we moved in together.
You moved in together in October of '99.
The whole timing thing is a little confusing to me because...
Well, but try not to make it confusing to me, Mr. Miller, because I'm supposed to be able to resolve this case.
Sure.
The furniture was purchased in March of 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, were you engaged at the time that the furniture was purchased?
No.
Were you engaged at the time the furniture was purchased?
He proposed to me on Father's Day, which was May.
Father's Day is in June of what year?
Of year 2001.
June 2001 is when he proposed to you. So he proposed to you
I'm sorry,
5 months after he left you.
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say, I apologize. I meant to say that I recollect that he proposed to me. It was right around, I'm trying to remember because it was a big, it was
All right, now
May.
listen to me.
It was in
This is
May.
what I want you to do. I'm going to sit here very quietly for a moment. I want the two of you to recognize that you're involved in a trial. At a trial, I'm asking you rather simplistic questions. I'm asking you to tell me certain dates so that I can make a determination as to whether this furniture was purchased for you as a couple, was purchased as an individual by a parent. What were the ramifications of the engagement? So I want you to take a deep breath and think. When did you meet? When did you move in together? When did he propose? When was the furniture purchased? Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now just be calm. Think. You don't look like you're thinking.
Are you ready for an answer?
Are you ready to give me an answer?
I'm ready to give you an answer.
Okay. When did you move in?
In October.
October of what year?
October of 2001.
And when did you propose?
About 4 months after that.
February of 2001. When did you purchase the furniture?
June 3rd.
June of?
2001.
2001. So you purchased the furniture, Mr. Miller, after you became engaged.
No, that's not what happened.
No, there's just a second. This is what you just told me. Let me go back, Mr. Miller.
Okay.
You told me that you moved in October of 2000.
Okay.
You told me 4 months after you moved in, you became engaged.
Mm-hmm.
That would be February of 2001. Then you told me you bought the furniture in what month and year?
I'm looking at the first payment. It says June 3rd, 01, so...
So you bought the furniture after you became engaged.
No, I gave you the wrong answer on the date, but I didn't... The furniture was purchased after, or before we were engaged, 3 or 4 months before. And I
Not
might not
according
have...
to the scenario you just gave me, Mr. Miller, after you thought very carefully.
Well, I'm not...
Go ahead. Now, be quiet. You got it. You had a turn. You had your turn. You took your best shot. All right, Miss Ross, was the furniture purchased before or after you became engaged?
After.
Okay.
I mean, before. I meant to say before, I'm sorry. Because I remember sitting down on the dining room set when he bent down and proposed to me, and we had our furniture purchased. It was there at the house.
I love this.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Anna Maria Ross says after a physical fight with fiancé Steve Miller, she broke off the engagement. She is suing for half the cost of their furniture.
I want to see what's the balance remaining on the credit card for the furniture. Don't give me a whole bunch of papers, just show me the balance. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. This case is becoming all too painful for me. Could you read this?
You have on your reading glasses.
I know, but look at this here.
I know.
Look at that there. Can you see that?
Whoa. I see the new balance here, Judge. It says $2,478.68.
Is that the new balance, sir? Is that what's left on the
Yes.
And what was the original purchase price of the furniture, Miss Ross?
About $3,000, almost.
We're in a court.
Excuse
I
me,
want to know
I'm-
the exact amount.
Because there were separate payments, I can't find the total amount of the entire furniture. Ma'am.
Let me take a look.
Mm-hmm. Because there were different...
Trying to think of how many years my father
this is
paid
just-
to educate me for this. Did you folks ever learn about being prepared? You know, you come to court, you're prepared, you have all your information, you have numbers, it's all down there. It's in... I mean, I'm not asking you anything that goes outside of the lawsuit that you brought. I'm not asking you about what caused the breakup or, you know, whether you liked each other towards the end. I'm not asking you any of those soft questions. I'm saying, when did you buy the furniture? How much did it cost? How much is left on the furniture?
Your Honor, may I speak?
No, just give me a number. When you buy furniture, you have a bill. The bill says one chair, $200. One table, $300. One bedroom set, $900.
Brown ones are like the copies.
Your Honor, if she would have purchased the furniture, she would probably have that information.
Good, so you
I have
purchased
the
it. You
original.
so you purchased it, give it to me.
I don't.
You know, no. So you purchased it, give it to me.
I don't. I did not purchase it. My grandma purchased it.
Duplicates, yeah, like
Well, then maybe we ought to dismiss this case and let your grandmother stand in your place. Well. Thanks, Bert.
Your Honor, may I state that in the beginning of the relationship, I had my own set of furniture that I purchased on my own. He sold it to his friends, and then we got the new stuff, and he lived in we've lived in 3 separate places since we've been together. This last prior place was with this furniture.
Listen to me very carefully. The furniture was purchased for about $3,000. There is almost $2,500 left on the bill. If you are not paying that bill, then you are not entitled to any furniture. Do you understand? You don't want to take out a loan, do you, and pay off this furniture?
No,
Of course not. And since you don't want to take out a loan, pay off his grandmother's credit card, or put that amount on a new credit card of yours so that she is no longer responsible, right? You can't have the furniture. Period. Goodbye. Thank you very much. This case was very painful.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You know, I'm happy with the outcome. You know, I don't feel that she deserved the furniture.
He ripped me off.
When 2 people come in a relationship with their own property, I think they should leave with their own property.
Never mess with the loser ever again.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Carlson versus Reese. Step forward, please.
31-year-old financial director Richard Carlson is suing his ex-girlfriend, Teresa Reese, for loans he made during their relationship. Teresa says she has a restraining order against Richard.
Mr. Carlson, you claim a series of loans to the defendant while you were in a relationship. Ms. Reese says that there were no loans. Tell me about when these loans started and why, sir.
Yeah, they basically started on March 1st of 2001. A series of loans were made for various amounts, including rent, and her and I were on a furniture note, but I do not have the furniture. She has the furniture. Totals up to $1,905.
So tell me why you started to give her money for rent.
She was in an accident. She was not able to work, and she was struggling with her bills.
How did you meet her?
I met her at a local bar.
Did you ever live with her?
No,
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in my own place.
And so how much did you give her?
On March 1st, I gave her $300.
When did she agree to pay you back?
She was to get a settlement. She never came through. Then, conveniently, she filed a restraining order against me once I heard that she did get her settlement.
Well, she filed a restraining order against you, I assume, because you were contacting her.
That is correct.
Or in March, we have $300 that you gave her. When did you give her the next amount of money?
I gave her, on the 15th of March, I gave her $225.
And again, you weren't living with her at the time.
No, I was not.
That's not true.
Just a second, we'll get to you in a minute. When next did you give her money?
I gave her 8 days later on the 23rd. I gave her $75.
What?
She needed groceries.
When next?
And then on the 17th of April, $165 I paid for her furniture note.
Her furniture
note.
Yes.
Just a second. Her furniture note.
Yes.
When did she purchase furniture?
She purchased it in October of 2001.
Did you go with her to buy the furniture?
Yes, I did.
Were you planning on moving in at the time?
Not at all.
We were living together at the time.
I'm going to get to you in a minute, Miss Reese. How much was the total amount of the furniture?
I believe that the payments were $165 a month, and I believe it was right around $1,900 was the loan.
Approximately $2,300.
So what you're saying is, aside from these amounts of money, $300, $225, $75, $165, the other amounts of money for furniture, with furniture that is on your credit card?
No, it wasn't.
It was financed.
Who financed it?
They're a local furniture company, and I have the agreement right here, which our name is on it with both. We're under the same address, and he's signed on to this,
Can I see
Your
it,
Honor.
please?
And he's given me a lot more than the amount that he's suing for. He's given me money as late as October, 2 weeks before the restraining order was filed.
Both names on it?
Yes.
And one address?
Exactly.
Is that right, sir?
That is correct, yeah. If I can add to it, you know, I never once was on her lease.
Hey, she don't have to be on her lease to live with her. Mr.
Exactly, and that is my
Miss
point.
Reese, be quiet. You don't have to be on her lease to live with her, Mr. Carlson. Let's understand that.
I understand.
Okay. What was the address of the place that you claim you were living and paying rent on during this time?
My home address, 8529.
And who do you live with there?
I'm staying with my mom.
So it's your mother's home?
Yes.
So, Mr. Carlson, it would be fair to say, sir, that most of the time you were staying with the defendant.
Yeah, maybe 2 days a week.
Maybe 3 sometimes?
Yeah.
Sometimes did you actually spend 4 days a week there?
Sure.
Mr. Carlson, I'm not a stupid lady. So he was living with you?
Yes, he was. And I was
Okay, I believe that, Miss Reese.
Okay.
I believe that there came a time when he moved in with you. His clothes were there, his shoes were there, his underwear was there, his shaving equipment was there, you know, all the stuff that he needed.
The reason why he was staying with me was because we were in an accident that he was driving. It wasn't his fault. But I had a sprain to the third lumbar in my neck, and so I was only able to work part-time, and I was in a lot of discomfort, and I needed somebody there with me. He was kind enough. He stayed with me. We were in a relationship, and we were caring about each other and everything. And we were engaged to be married until we went to the jewelry store to buy a ring on a credit card that only had a $250 limit.
So?
I was under the impression that he was this very wealthy guy, and he was very flashy with a lot of money.
And then he could only buy you a $250 engagement ring.
No, that was the limit on it. We were looking at a $5,000 ring.
I mean, that's why you got rid of him, because he couldn't buy you a nice engagement ring?
Well, it just started out like I would go pick him up from work, and he wasn't there, and he'd be gone for 2 or 3 days. And so I was telling him that, you know, you can do what you want because I can't control anyone. But, you know, the relationship on an intimacy level kind of ended there. So that's like probably 2-3 months into the relationship, the intimacy part was gone. And I still cared about him, but just not to that degree because I can't control him over myself.
You still have this furniture?
Yes.
Is it all paid for?
Yes.
Mr. Carlson, I don't think you have much of a case, sir.
What about all this money I've given her? I mean, you know.
Yeah, you were staying there. And if you paid for the joint living expenses and you paid part of her rent...
For 2 days?
No,
A week?
So, 2 days a
How
week,
does that
sometimes
constitute
3
for a
days a
full
week,
month of
sometimes
rent?
4 days a week. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to go week by week and figure out whether you were living there 2 days a week, 3 days a week, sometimes 4 days a week, sometimes on the weekends. I don't think that that's what this was about. I think that you gave her money because she needed it at the time.
Your Honor, may I...
And you were living there. And you were involved in an intimate relationship with her.
The thing of it is, with this money that was given to her, it was all verbally agreed, hey, I'm getting a settlement. I'm getting a settlement in October, and I will pay you a lump sum of money once I get my settlement from the accident.
Did you reduce that to writing?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because, like I said, we were close friends. I took her word.
Close friends is not what you were.
I just don't know anyone else that would do this to me, you know, if you weren't a friend.
No, if you were a friend, you might not put it in writing. But also, if you were not intimate with each other and planning on a future together, you wouldn't put it in writing because you were helping her out, and the anticipation was that you were going to be married and that you would get her settlement and be able to start contributing to the household that you were setting up. Did you write on any of those checks loan?
No, I did not.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out on the calendar in the matter of Shooping versus Shooping. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
This Shooping, the defendant is your brother.
That's right.
According to your complaint, which has 2 parts, you borrowed some money from your sister Tracy.
Yes, I did.
$440. You gave the money to your brother to give back to your sister.
Yes, ma'am.
Your brother did not give the money back to your sister because he says your sister owed him some money for something else, so he kept the money.
Exactly.
The second part of your complaint is, after this happened, he called Child Protective Services and he told them that you were neglecting your children.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were investigated, and now you have a record with Child Protective Services. With regard to that part of the complaint, your brother says he got tired of listening to you verbally abusing your children, and everything that he reported to Child Protective Services was true.
Yes, ma'am.
So far, that's the case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Where is Tracy?
She's in the courtroom somewhere.
Tracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you step up here, please, and have a seat over here? Because I'll be asking you a couple of questions. On what date did you borrow this money from your sister?
My sister did a Western Union quick collect for me on October 16th of 2001.
What did you need the money for?
I had gotten behind on my mortgage payments because I'd had surgery on my arm, and she agreed to let me have the money as long as I paid her back by the weekend.
Now, how did it come about that you gave your brother the money?
I had surgery on the 18th of October. I ended up having to spend the night in the hospital, and my brother showed up at my house Monday morning and told me that my sister had sent him to get the money.
Tracy, you want to step up here, please? Would you swear her, please? Thank you.
Ma'am, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these matters?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is your last name Shupik?
Rogers.
Miss Rogers, did you ask your brother to get the money from your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you have that conversation with him?
I believe it was that Friday. I'd talked to her like a Wednesday, and I was scared that I was going to have some checks to bounce. So I asked him to go by there and pick up the check and put the money in my account.
So, Miss Rogers, it would be a fair statement that your brother was acting as your agent in getting this money from your sister.
Yes, ma'am.
Your sister doesn't owe you the money anymore. When you asked your brother to go and pick up that money, he became your agent, which means that if he did something wrong with that money, if he appropriated the money for his own use, if he used it to set off a debt, if he lost it, he was acting on your behalf. Your sister fulfilled her obligation to you when she gave that money to your agent, who was your brother. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Consider the debt to your sister paid. If she wants to sue him for the money, she can. If he didn't follow her directions, then she has a suit against him, but you do not. You have paid your sister. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. You want your money? Get it from your brother. You got it?
Yes,
Perfect.
ma'am.
Now you are excused. Now let's get to the Child Protective Services point. When did you call Child Protective Services, sir?
They came to my house on December the 12th, so I would say it's approximately 7 to 10 days after that date.
Was this the first time you would call Child Protective Services?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Why did you call Child Protective Services?
I just felt in my heart that she was verbally abusive to her children.
When did you see the instance of verbal abuse?
Well, she lived with me at one time, and after about a 4 or 5 day period, I had...
When did she live with you?
I would say approximately a year prior to this date, but I'd witnessed this on through the years until that time.
When was the last time you had seen her, according to you, verbally abusing her children?
Well, sometimes I heard it on the telephone, but I didn't always witness it myself. But
when was the last time you witnessed it, sir?
I would say the Sunday before.
Sunday before what?
The 12th. I would say that Sunday before the 12th.
Tell me where you were and what you heard.
I was at my sister's house.
Which sister?
Holly's. Fulfilling a visitation order that I was awarded to see my daughter.
Your sister has custody of your daughter?
No, she's just real good friends with the person that...
I'm a mediator.
She's a mediator. So you are allowed to see your child at your sister's house?
Yeah, it was a supervised visitation for 4 visits.
I got it. You were allowed to see your child at your sister's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you saw or heard.
She was telling Autumn, her daughter, to shut up and to go on and keep her mouth shut in a very...
I want to hear it. Go ahead.
In a very aggressive tone of voice and manner that I felt was, you know, subjective to a child, that she shouldn't be hearing that type of voice spoke to her.
I just felt it was my duty to call.
So you heard her tell her daughter to shut up
Yes,
in an
ma'am.
aggressive tone. How old is her daughter?
16, 15.
14.
What else did you hear, sir?
Well, basically, it's gone on for a while. I mean, but it just it got
Well,
to
tell
a
me
point.
what else that you heard, sir. So that's what you heard a week before. You told her to tell her 14-year-old daughter to shut up in an aggressive voice.
Uh-huh.
Tell me immediately prior to that what you heard.
Well, I can't remember prior to that. All I know
Well,
is
it's
that
December
she was,
12th, sir.
You know, very moving her hands like this and telling her daughter to shut up, to get in the house, and I just felt that, you know, that tone of voice or just the hand gestures itself, you know, wasn't tolerated. She shouldn't talk to her
Now,
children
you
that
have
way.
supervised visitation.
Mm-hmm.
How old is the child that you have supervised visitation with?
3 years old.
Is there any reason why the court ordered supervised visitation?
It was a mutual agreement between me and the mother of the child.
You mean you agreed to supervised visitation?
Well, they felt it was in the child's best interest.
Yeah, people usually don't agree to supervised visitation. Are you friendly with your former sister-in-law?
Yeah, and his daughter.
Just a minute. Okay. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Trust me, Miss Shooping. I've been around, you know, around the yard on this kind of case before.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Holly Shooping says her brother, David Shooping, stole money from their sister. Holly also claims David filed false charges with Child Protective Services.
You are friendly with his former wife?
Girlfriend.
Or former girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
They were looking for someone to act as supervisor for the visitation.
Exactly.
Was your brother happy with that?
In the beginning, yeah, but in the end, no.
What happened towards the end, Miss Shooping?
There was an incident where he came to one of the visits and the new girlfriend was asked to leave.
Who asked the new girlfriend to leave?
I did because of...
Is this the new girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he supposed to come alone to the supervised
Yes, ma'am.
visitation?
Exactly.
And what happened when you asked her to leave?
The law ended up having to be called and there was a big argument, fussing and fighting, carrying on.
Well, tell me exactly what happened. You asked the girlfriend to leave.
And she said, I'm making a stand, I'm not leaving. He's here to see his daughter, which was the first visit that he'd ever seen her in 3 years.
So this was at the first visit?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
It was, wait a minute, I'll tell you exactly.
November the 9th.
Yeah. 11th.
And the police were called?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the police were called, was the visit terminated?
Yes, ma'am. He stayed long enough for her to open her birthday presents, and then he left.
And what about the girlfriend? Did she leave or
She
stay?
stood in the middle of the road in front of my house.
Sat in my truck.
And took pictures.
Shh. Be quiet.
Was sitting
I'm not talking
inside of
to
a
you.
truck and taking pictures of everybody standing in my yard.
Did your brother come again for visits?
Yes, ma'am. He comes regular now, still.
To your house?
No, he has it at his ex-girlfriend.
His ex-girlfriend's house?
Mm-hmm.
Was the November 9th visit the last visit that was conducted at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was the first and the last visit that was
Mhm.
conducted at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, about a week prior to this December 12th, when your brother made the call,
He made the call on November 16th. I've got my paper here.
may I see it, please?
Yes, ma'am. It was... He called 3 days after he called and cussed me out and told me he was going to call. And what he told him was...
Just 1 second.
Okay.
So, Mr. Shooping, you were mistaken about the date, sir. Clearly from this letter from Social Services. You did not call about a week before the December 12th call, because you said it was December 12th. You called on November the 16th.
Well, I got the dates written right here. I did tell you the wrong date.
Well, you did tell me the wrong
Yeah, it
date,
was
sir,
Nov-
because this was approximately 7 days after the
Yeah.
altercation at your sister's house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Shooping, it sounds to me like this was a vindictive call to Social Services, sir.
Well, I told her I was going to call. And the reason I did call is because someone... My first visit, by the way, was on November the 11th, and someone called on me the November the 13th and said I was abusing my kids, too.
I didn't call on him, though, and I told him that I didn't call on him.
And that's the reason I called her and told her I didn't appreciate that phone call to Catawba County, and I would be returning the favor.
then I am correct. You did it not because you feared for your 14-year-old niece's welfare because her mother was yelling at her, but because you were angry because someone had called social services because of your alleged actions. That's what you just said to me. Is that right?
Well, it wasn't in
Well
that
is not an
stance.
answer, sir.
It's not in that stance. It's
exactly that way. You acted like an idiot by bringing your girlfriend to your first visit with your 3-year-old in a very long time. Not her visit, it's your visit. It's your visit. And before you introduce another person into your child's life, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get to know your child yourself. How long had it been since you saw your daughter?
Well, it's been...
Not well. Give me an answer.
I seen her the first day when she came home from the hospital.
And then you didn't see her for how long?
I paid child support for 2 years.
I don't care about your child support.
And I
I'm
haven't-
asking you, when was the last time you saw your child prior to November 9th?
I haven't.
Well, if you haven't, then you're an idiot for bringing your girlfriend along. And she's an idiot for coming. Because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to have a single-minded purpose, which is to let your daughter get to know you. And if your sister said, let her leave because I don't want to get into hot water with the mother of my niece, who I'm doing this for, then what you do is you don't make a scene. And she doesn't either. And you acted in a retaliatory fashion by picking up the phone and calling social services on your sister. It was nothing more than vindictive. It had nothing to do with child welfare. And, sir, you are going to pay for that. Because while you don't owe this lady any money for the $440 that she gave you to pay back this sister, she's suing you for $4,000, most of which is the aggravation that was caused because her name will remain in the state central registry for child abuse and neglect for a very long time, without any cause whatsoever, because you used this to get even. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $4,000, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I don't think it could have been handled outside the courtrooms.
My 14-year-old daughter had to go through a lot of unnecessary trauma, and she didn't need that in her life.
She seen dollar signs, that was it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Cushel versus Rice, step forward, please.
32-year-old nurse David Cushel is suing his former friend, 18-year-old gas station attendant Mike Rice, for damage to his home. David says he allowed Mike to throw a New Year's party, and his friends trashed the house.
Mr. Cushel, do you live in a house or an apartment?
In a house, Your Honor.
Is it a house that you own or rent?
I own it, Your Honor.
Defendant was a friend of yours?
Correct.
According to your complaint, the defendant invited you to a New Year's Eve party that he was going to have at a hotel. You volunteered to let him have the party at your home. You were not going to be home New Year's Eve. Is that right?
He indicated he was going to have a get-together with a few friends, maybe up to a dozen friends at a hotel party.
Just listen to me. You volunteered to let him use your home. You weren't going to be home New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
I'll get to some specifics in a minute. Let me just lay out the case. He had the party. Your house was trashed. You want him to pay for all of the damage that was done to your house.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's the case. And Mr. Rice says, what?
I was there.
Is not an answer.
Okay, sorry about that. I was there, and I had a few friends over, and some more showed up than I invited. And at midnight, some friends got in some fights, and they broke some of his stuff.
So?
So I don't think I should be held responsible because it was my friends and not me.
You were there?
Yes, I was.
You know which friends damaged the property?
Yes, I do.
Sue them. After he sues you, gave you permission to use his home for the purpose of a party. If more people show up than you had invited, you have a responsibility to eject them. If things get out of hand, you have the responsibility of calling the police. If either they refuse to leave or start to get into any altercations at the house. But you are responsible. He's not responsible. Why is he responsible?
It's his house, and he never delegated any responsibility.
Of course he did. Let me see pictures of the damage to the house. I'm
There's a quote in,
inordinately
estimates.
calm because this is an inordinately easy case to decide.
I can go through the pictures if you'd like, Your Honor, explaining. Some are kind of hard to see.
What happened to the trees?
There was a lot of tracks through the yards. Cars had driven from the street through the yard, and
missed the driveway by a few hundred feet, apparently, and the trees must have been in the way. The dogs didn't know what to do that next morning. No post-traumatic stress disorder, but I think they're okay.
That's not on here, is it?
No, ma'am.
When did you buy this house, sir?
We finished construction about a year and a half ago, Your Honor. The estimates are just for materials. They don't include labor with the exception of the flooring.
Would you tell me why you let him use your house for this party?
Unfortunately, a few months before New Year's Eve, we'd lost a mutual friend to a motor vehicle accident. Mike indicated he was having a get-together with his friends at a hotel that was over half an hour from town. My house is in town. My roommate was going to be there. He was having a few friends over, and I felt that everything would be all right, and I didn't want to have that same experience with anyone else. You know, sometimes people have to drive after they've been, you know, getting together, and I know they could crash in my house and be no problem.
Well, they put cigarettes out on your floor, on your carpet. They put holes in your walls. How long had you been living there?
About a year and a half, Your Honor.
Looks like you did a nice job before the place got trashed. Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Rice?
Yes, I believe that his roommate Chuck is also partially responsible. He had friends over with us. He was there the whole time. I believe
Yes.
that if he thought something was going on wrong, I mean, he lived there, he could have said something, told him to leave.
Why, were his friends involved in vandalizing the property?
No, they were not.
Yours were involved in vandalizing the property.
Yes, they were.
Then you're responsible, sir. You're responsible for their actions. Now, you can sue them and say, listen, I was forced to pay for the damage you did, but how do I know that you weren't partially responsible for the damage? How do I know that?
You don't.
I don't. If you know the names of the people who did, it's not up to him to go out and search for them. He was doing a good deed. What?
Your Honor, Chuck can explain what happened that evening to make it more clear in regards to what happened during the party. He was there the entire time and attempted to actually get it to slow down without success.
Chuck, you were unsuccessful. Don't get up. Mr. Kushel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't need any water. It's not going to take that long. You're suing the defendant for $3,000. Your costs are in excess of that, but that's your lawsuit, $3,000. And I assume, sir, your next stop is going to be small claims court, where you file a claim against all of these people to reimburse you for this $3,000, right? Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $3,000. Have a good day.
Parties are excused. You may step. Be seated, sir. Have a seat.
Miss Sapien, you are in the wig business.
Yes, I am.
The defendant signed a contract with you for 3 wigs for her son, who has a medical condition which creates a baldness. They signed the contract for 3 wigs. You furnished 1. They were dissatisfied with the one you furnished. You are suing them for the remaining 2 pursuant to the contract.
No, they weren't dissatisfied.
Just a second.
Sorry.
They say they were dissatisfied. They canceled the other 2 wigs. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
You want the money for the other 2 wigs.
Yes.
The counterclaim requests the money that you paid for the 1 wig that you did in fact receive, which you said was not as promised. Can I see a copy of the contract that they signed?
Your Honor, can I just mention something?
Not until I read. So you ordered all 3 wigs at the time?
No, I didn't.
You ordered 1?
Yes, that's right.
And when did you deliver that 1?
The first one I delivered, and I ordered on July, exactly July 12th, and I delivered the first one on August 16th.
Okay. Do you have that one here?
No,
That wig?
he used it.
Where is that one?
I have it, Your Honor.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Would you show it to the plaintiff and ask if that's the wig she delivered?
No, with the base. Yes, it is.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Can I see it, please?
Originally, it comes like this.
I'd like to see how you say it comes originally.
This is the second one that I ordered, and they didn't pick it up.
Okay. Can I see it, please?
That's the original. It comes in a long version, 5 inches, and then they choose a style.
Now, I see you're wearing blonde. Why wasn't this?
That's the color that her mother requested as the sample, because when I take an order, I write all the specification of the customer is, because it's custom made, she can order it any way she wants. She told me that Augie's hair was in her color, her own color. So she requested me to take her own sample of color and order it the way that she wanted it. So
Just
that's
a minute,
what I
but
did.
that's her color. This isn't her color.
But she gave me that picture. She colored it or whatever she did, but that's the sample.
And I'm just surprised because clearly this young man has blue eyes, he has light skin, and he should have the same color in his mother's hair, is much lighter than these wigs.
That was the color that I took it from her. She told me that that's my color. I cut my hair and this is my color.
Oh. You delivered this wig. How much after you delivered that wig did the defendant... Shh, listen to my question.
Okay.
Did the defendant tell you that she was dissatisfied with the wig?
No.
How much? Well, eventually she told you she was dissatisfied because she
No.
canceled the order.
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Because what happens is the contract, I met it in a monthly basis.
Just tell me what happened in this case. Now,
What happens?
You delivered this wig.
Yes.
You put it on her son, and they left.
Yes, on August.
August 16th.
Past September, October, they just continue coming to my establishment, purchasing supplies that they need to use to keep it. They were insisting that they want to take care of it themselves at home, so I trained them, came to my business, I trained them how to do it. They purchase supplies, take it home, and take care of it.
Okay.
So every time I saw him, everything is great. The pictures of a summer school is great. Girlfriend loves it. Friends are accepting. He looks great. That's what I got. On October 1st, she called me. She says, did you receive the check? I said, yes, I did. She says, I just want you to order it, the second one, because we don't want to rush it like the first one we did. I wanted to have it ready. I said, okay, I order it. Are you sure everything is the same? Everything the same. I specifically asked, the color is the same? She said, yes. I said, measurement is good. She said, yes. I said, okay, then I ordered it.
This was on October 1st.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
So I ordered the October 1st one. The order went out, I have here. Then I called a woman on 2nd or 3rd of November because I didn't receive her payment. So I called in, I said, Mrs. Green, I didn't receive your check. She said, oh, you're not going to receive it because I don't want it anymore. I said, what do you mean? You called me in October and asked me to order a custom-made piece. She said, well, we find somewhere that is cheaper, and yours is very expensive, so we don't want it. I said, I'm sorry, but you cannot cancel a contract just because you find a cheaper place. She says, no, we find a cheaper place. You can return it. That's a lie. You're a liar. You're a cheater. You can return it anytime you want. I said, I cannot. This is a custom-made. This is a factory.
Okay, and that's where that's where it stopped.
That after a conversation that I'm going to put a lawsuit against them, they start to coming up with they're not satisfied. That's a
Okay,
junk.
but let me hear from Ms. Green now.
Sure.
Okay. Did you or did you not have a conversation with the plaintiff on or about October 1st?
Yes, it was like...
Just a second. I'm asking the questions.
I'm sorry.
And during the course of that conversation, did you, in fact, instruct her to order a second wig?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe...
Stop there. Stop. Just stop. Now, between October 1st and November 3rd, when she contacted you, what caused you to tell her that you were not going to pay her pursuant to the contract?
The receipt of a true custom wig, a wig that came the correct color, the correct texture, the correct fit, a ventilated cap, and sideburns, which become a male. Her wig, there's nothing custom about it. As
Ms. Green, it's become a much easier case than I originally anticipated.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Rima Sapien says customer Sue Green ordered wigs for her 17-year-old son and has never paid.
Something happened after October 1st. You went comparative shopping, and you saw a wig that you liked better, right?
No.
Well, it had to happen after October 1st, madam.
It did, but those were not the circumstances in which it transpired. Because on August 16th, yes, we did receive the wig. As a matter of fact, I have a picture to show you, Your Honor, of how my son looked when he came home.
More than happy to take a look at it.
When he had the wig cut and he was in the salon, I was stunned. My son had hair for the first time in 3 years. But when we came home, And I really looked at him, and my husband looked at him. We went through the roof. His hair
Miss
looked
Green,
ridiculous.
Miss Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's not waste each other's time.
All right.
If after a couple of weeks, after a couple of hours, after a couple of days, you decided that you didn't like the product and that the product was not as was promised, then you have a different scenario. In this case, you had this wig until October 1st. I assume your son wore the wig. I have to assume that
Yes.
he wore it up until October 1st because you, in fact, contacted the plaintiff and instructed her, pursuant to the contract, to order a second one.
Because I thought she was an expert,
Just
Your
a
Honor.
second. That's your problem.
No, it's not. It's
No,
under the state
it's
of California.
No, it is your problem, Miss Green.
No, ma'am, because I do have evidence that she defrauded me and she represented herself as a company that does not exist anymore. I have evidence that the contract I signed is with a company that no longer is allowed to do business in the state of California.
I'll see it. That you didn't know on October 1st.
No, I found that out.
That you didn't know on October 1st.
Because,
Let me
ma'am,
see.
I relied on her expertise. I'd never handled a hairpiece before.
Just a minute.
I thought what she was telling me was the truth. I thought her expert opinion about the fact that the sweat was collecting under the wig. This wig was designed to be worn 30 days at a time.
Just a minute. HRC International, Inc. Is that your company?
I'm one of the franchises.
Their corporate powers, rights, and privileges had been suspended.
No, that was for the Wilshire office. I am a Glendale HRC. Each location, Torrance HRC, Newport Beach HRC, Glendale HRC. Originally, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. It's a different HRC, another location of HRC, let's say. That's the Wilshire office. If you can make a phone call, you're going to see that it's closed.
Right. This talks about the Wilshire Center.
Yes. But, Your Honor, I had no idea that any of it was out of business. Her business card, the brochure.
Miss Green, that had absolutely nothing to do with your judgment. I have to tell you, Miss Sapien, I don't know what they did as far as grooming or as far as color or as far, I don't know whether before they brought this piece to me, they put it in bleach. That's a whole possibility.
Yes.
All right? But this piece, the quality of this is certainly different from this piece.
Yes.
The color is certainly different. However, the defendant called and ordered a second hairpiece on October the 1st.
Yes, Your Honor.
And based upon her telephone call, because you had not ordered another hairpiece, up until that time, don't go like this. Up until that time, if she had not called, you would not have been out any more money than the one hairpiece that she may or may not have fully paid for. I don't know whether she did or not under the contract.
Exactly.
But then she went and called, and pursuant to your direction, she ordered another one. So, Miss Green,
yes,
you are going to pay for two, not three, two hairpieces because that's what you ordered.
But, Your Honor, that contract is invalid. Hair Replacement Centers Incorporated is not in business.
I thought... Just a second. That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
No,
Hair
Miss
Replacement
Sapien,
Centers.
listen to me very carefully. That is not, as far as I know, true.
I offered you the papers, Your
I
Honor.
read the papers, and I'm
Yes.
telling you that her franchise is not
What franchise?
Pay careful attention to
I
me,
have
madam.
nothing about her
Pay careful
franchise.
attention to me, madam.
But
Just
I
pay attention. It may very well be, Miss Green, that her place is not licensed anymore. These papers do not establish it.
But those papers show that the contract I signed, if you notice the name on item number 1 of the contract, is not her name. It's the gentleman who represents Hair Replacement Centers.
Listen to me.
Original institution.
It has absolutely nothing to do with this guy. I want you to forget that. That's legalistic mumbo jumbo. Listen to me carefully, Miss Green, so that you fully understand each other. Acting on your words and under the terms of your agreement, she did in fact call, order that product from her supplier to her detriment, and you are going to pay for them. She is not, however, going to pay for the third one because she is dissatisfied, she says, now with this product. You have not suffered any financial damage because you haven't ordered the third wig from your supplier.
Not yet.
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how much was the first wig?
Each piece came up to $866.66.
They were the same price?
Yes, all of them are the same price.
$866.
Yes.
And how much did she pay?
She paid $1,076.99.
Your Honor, I thought she was an expert. It did not come to light that she was deceiving me.
You owe her
until much later.
$655, Miss Green. Pay her. Your counterclaim is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are
Thank you, Your
excused.
Honor.
Ready, step out.
Her first reaction was that she wanted to jam me for money.
I didn't knew her displeased until I got harassment letters from him towards me that he's going to do this and that to me because I'm going after the money.
I couldn't even do any minor sport activities because the sweat would build up in my wig and it would just be so uncomfortable. It'd be terrible.
If they would call me and say I'm not satisfied, I will try to do my best to satisfy them.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Cronin versus Cummerell. Step forward, please.
23-year-old customer service supervisor Jennifer Cronin is suing 30-year-old homemaker Kristen Cummerell for the money she paid to enter a road rally. Jennifer says she was given an incorrect start time and missed the event.
You're going to explain a lot of things to me, but what I get from your papers is that you saw an event advertised, some sort of an event with cars, and you decided that you wanted to become involved in this event. There was a registration fee of $160.
It's $120.
You saw a flyer for
For
it.
6 people, it's $20 per
You're going to
person.
explain to me how this all worked. It was $120. Defendant was running the thing, which you're going to explain to me. You sent in your money based upon what you saw on the flyer. Somebody told you what time the event started because that wasn't on the flyer that you had. As it turns out, the event started earlier. You got there and the game was over. You want your money back. The defendant says it's not her fault, that you didn't see the right time, and they spent your money. Okay, so now explain to me what this thing was.
It's a road rally.
What's a road rally?
Basically a scavenger hunt on wheels. You go from destination to destination retrieving clues to tell you which destination you need to go to next. And at the end, there's like a final meeting place where everybody has dinner. In this case, it looked like it was like a party with beer and wine and food. And then there's prizes designated to those who get to the final destination first.
Well, that sounds like a fun event.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah.
And it's fun?
Oh, a lot of fun.
And you were running this?
Yes.
How did you see the event advertised, Miss Cronin?
I got a flyer.
Can I see it, please?
Yeah. From Lawrence. He is one of the persons that's listed on the flyer for questions and comments in coordinating it.
Good. And how did you get this flyer?
He handed it out to us at work. He's a coworker.
Show this to the defendant, please. Okay, so who did you contact to find out what time this thing started?
Lawrence. I asked him in person at work.
And as a result of your conversation with him, what time did you arrive at the event?
7:00 p.m.
And when you got there, was anybody there?
Nobody was there.
Who did you send your money to?
Kristen Cummerell, the defendant.
And you received her money, $120.
Yes, I did.
And what time had the event started?
At 5:30.
She wants her money back. Why shouldn't she get it back?
I don't feel that she should get it back because when she asked Mr. what time the road rally started, he stated that he wasn't sure, that he thought it started around 7 o'clock.
How do you know that?
Because I have spoken to
That's
him.
hearsay.
And that's okay.
That's hearsay. Why would she pay her money, $120, and then arrive after the event was over?
She also received a copy of the flyer that was not for distribution. It was for Larry and his wife to review before we had the copies made and had the flyers distributed.
Where does it say that on here?
It doesn't. This was the first time that we put on a road rally. I gave it to them because they're friends and said, review this, make sure we aren't missing any information, get back with me, we'll finalize it, get it printed, and then distributed.
You told that to them?
Yes.
But they printed it and distributed it.
And we told them, when I handed them final copies of the flyer, which I do have, the finalized copy that does have the time on it, that if you gave this flyer, the old flyer, to anybody, you need to give them a new copy or tell them that we are starting at 5:30. That was a conversation that took place in my home with my sister
Well, that's
as a
also
witness.
hearsay. Let's assume that you had that conversation with Larry. Ms. Cronin, did you ever speak to Larry again about the time?
I spoke to him once about the time, and my witness also spoke to him about the time, the day before the road rally.
Did you ever receive a follow-up flyer from Larry?
No, we did not.
So she gets her money back.
The money is not there. The money was spent towards putting on the road rally. I have all the receipts of exactly where the money went.
I don't care where the money went. You have to give her money back. You put on the event.
I was part of putting on the event, and the reason...
She sent you her money.
Yes, but I'm not the one...
You deposited the money, I assume.
Yes.
You have to give her money back.
I was not the one who gave her the wrong time, and if somebody that I asked wasn't sure about the starting time, I would have called the other 2 names on the flyer to verify that starting time.
Listen to me. The fact that one of your co-organizers made a mistake and passed out this flyer and gave out wrong information cannot be attributed to her. It has to be attributed to the person who took her money. You have to give her her money back. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $120. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Miss Baker, you have one child?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
You and the defendant know each other because, according to what I read, each of you has children who have the same father.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Neither of you are seeing this father anymore.
That's correct.
But that's how you know each other.
That's correct.
And there came a time, sometime last summer, that you accepted a position in Alaska.
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked the defendant to not only store your belongings for you,
Yes, ma'am.
but also to take care of your daughter.
That is correct.
How old is your daughter?
She's 4.
And how old are your children?
22, 20, 17, and 16.
Those are the half-siblings?
Yes.
And they know each other?
Yes, they do.
And they have a nice relationship?
Yes, they do.
That's a good thing. And you agreed to take care of the child?
Yes.
As well as to make arrangements to store her property?
Yes.
She was supposed to send you money every month?
Yes, she
for
was.
Storage, and you were going to also pay some of her bills because you had your mail forwarded to her house?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
And it is your claim that despite the fact that you sent her money, she refuses to return property that she was to store for you?
That's correct.
That she didn't pay your bills as she was supposed to, and that she used the money on herself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, Miss Williams, say that that's all untrue, that she sent you very little money during the time that she was away, and as a matter of fact, she owes you money for 10 months' worth of storage bills for her property, and that you paid whatever bills you could from the little money you sent, and you have a counterclaim.
Yes.
Your counterclaim is for that, for storage and other things, and also you claim that she caused some substantial damage to your personal property when she was angry over something.
Mm-hmm.
When did you accept this job in Alaska?
In June 2001.
What kind of job was it?
Seafood processing.
Had you ever done that work before?
No, ma'am, I had never.
Why did you decide to leave your daughter and go to Alaska?
I needed the funding, and I got lots of overtime hours in this job.
Did you have a place to live there?
They provided everything. Room, board, fooding.
And how much were you earning there?
I was making $675, Your Honor, overtime plus double time on the weekends.
On any given week, how much would you bring home?
I would get paid once a month. After taxes, I would bring home $2,038 a month.
Okay. And you started working when?
The last part of July.
The last part of July?
Yes, ma'am. What happened, the fishermen went on strike the day that we got there. So no work, no pay.
So how were you surviving?
They were still providing food, and board is free. When you work for the canneries, it's all free.
Did you contact the defendant and tell her that you weren't making any money?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
Okay, but starting July, you started to make money.
I did.
Fine. And when did you return home?
I returned home December 16th.
So how much did you send each month to the defendant?
The first time I sent the sum of $550. Second month I sent $525, and I sent her, I'm not quite, but I sent money twice in August.
Your Honor, I have received none of this money. I received money one time, and it was for specific bills of hers.
How much did you receive?
Altogether, I received about $550. That was for her bills that she stated which ones she wanted it for.
Do you have a letter there from her indicating which bills she wanted you to pay?
Nope. She called me on the phone saying which ones and that they would come.
Which bills were they? Do you remember?
She wanted for her furniture, that was her biggest thing, which was Hometown Furniture that has since gone out of business, and her Spiegel bill.
Can you prove that you sent her any more than $550?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Let me see. Well, I have a Western Union to you as the recipient indicating $750.
Yeah, but 200 of that was for her oldest son.
No, ma'am, it was not.
Just a minute. Well, you didn't mention anything about $750. Are you telling me that you got $750 and she told you to give some money to her oldest son?
Yes.
Well, tell me about that.
She had sent the money, and I was supposed to give her oldest son $200 of that money.
How old is he?
She's lying, Your Honor.
He is.
She's lying.
I'm not sure. He's like 21.
How did you give it to him?
When he came over, he came over to visit his sister. He is the only one out of the family that ever did come over.
She wouldn't let him visit his sister at her home. She would not let him visit.
I don't know whether she would or whether she wouldn't.
She wouldn't, and she's lying.
Okay. Is this the only money that you received? This $750, $200 of which you gave to the son?
Your Honor,
All
I
right,
have a
Miss Baker,
letter
let me-
from Western Union that I sent the $200.
No. Listen to me. Do you have any proof? See, here you have a Western Union token.
I had Western Union send me my receipt billings. This is the proof where I sent my son. His name is on that. Directly to my son, not to her.
And she could have sent that to him, but
Same
that's all
month,
fine
Your
and
Honor.
good, but
If
all
you
she
see it
sent
the
me
same
was that
month-
amount of money.
Okay. Let us say this, Miss Baker. Let us assume that I believe you that you sent her $750.
Yes.
Okay?
I did.
Fine. Do you have any proof that in the 6 months that you were away that you sent her any more money?
I have another receipt for $100 here.
Well, I'd like to see it, please.
Here you are.
Well, this doesn't say who this $100 was sent to.
No, I didn't fill it. I let her fill it out in her name because at the time I didn't know her real name. So I would send the
You
money
left
order.
your daughter with somebody and you didn't know their real name?
I know her name, but I didn't know her marriage name. I didn't know her real name, in other words. I did not know her name.
Your Honor, I don't know why she would not know my name.
Just 1 second.
I knew her name, but I didn't know her marriage name. I always know her as Tanya Humphreys.
What I'm telling you is, in September, you knew her name, Tanya Williams.
Yes.
That's because that's when you send the Western Union.
Because I had asked
so why
her what
wouldn't
was
you?
her marriage name, Your Honor. I
All
said,
right.
what is
Did
your
you receive
marriage?
$100?
No, ma'am.
Yes, she did.
And as far as her not knowing my name, the last time I was known as Humphreys was 20 years ago. She's only known me as Williams.
Listen, I don't believe that. for a
That's
second.
right.
All right,
I-
listen to me. Miss Baker, what other proofs do you have of monies that you sent to her?
Well, Your Honor, I was going to send her $1,600 in child payments.
Just a second. Show me proof showing how much
my
you sent.
receipts are in my storage at her home because I sent my boxes to her house.
Listen to me.
I got my work receipts.
Listen to me, madam.
I have work receipts.
Listen to me, madam. Work receipts merely indicate that you got paid.
And I didn't mishandle my funding.
Miss Baker, work receipts only show that you got paid. However, you were able to get from Western Union a printout of what Western Union funds they had sent on a particular date, right? So all you can establish is that you sent her $750 over
Yes.
the 6 months that you were there.
Yes.
That's all you can establish.
That's all I can establish. Your
Right.
Honor.
So that's what we got. Now, what was your agreement with her as far as how much money you were supposed to send?
I was agreed for child care only is what she was concerned about.
How much were you supposed to send her every month?
$349.
So you didn't send that because you don't have any proof that you sent that every month.
That is correct.
That would have been $2,100 in child care. And what about the storage? You asked her to store your stuff in a storage unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
She made the initial payment. I told her I would pay her back. I sent her money faithfully every month, Your Honor.
You don't have any proof of that?
Not at this moment.
Well, this is the moment that counts. This is the
I
moment we're in
understand,
court.
but I don't have proof. It's in my boxes at her home.
How much was the storage each month?
$59 a month.
Did you pay it?
Yes, I did.
Can I
I am
see proof,
currently
please?
paying it.
Your Honor, that storage was supposed to be put in my name. She did not do that. She put it in her name. I cannot get access to my storage.
Your Honor, you cannot rent something in somebody else's name.
She could
You
put
have to
in care
sign
of. I
a-
spoke with the lady. She said
Whatever,
she
you
could
didn't
put in
pay
care
for
of on
it.
there.
She's
That
not
is
going to let you
right.
get your stuff and stiffer
No,
for the money.
I paid her for that storage.
No, you didn't.
Your Honor, you must know that this storage contains all my home items, okay?
So?
Well over $13,000 worth of stuff. She's not going to get her hands on my storage.
She doesn't want your hands on the storage. She just wants you to
but
pay.
she won't turn over my storage. She's sitting here lying, saying that I
listen to
knew
me.
I paid my storage.
Listen to me. You have no proof that you paid your storage.
I got to talk to the lady at the storage. She
Listen
said
to
that.
me. This is the time. You have no proof
Well,
that
could you
paid your
have her to
storage.
turn my storage over to me, Your Honor, please?
Excuse me?
Could you have her to turn my storage to me?
She wants to return your storage over. She doesn't want to continue to pay for it. She wants you to stuff out of this so she can close up the storage as long as you pay her for the storage. Where is her daughter?
I'm the one who.
I'm speaking.
Her daughter is in my custody right now.
And she shouldn't be.
I
You
have
kidnapped her.
CPS
I don't
papers.
want you to speak to her.
I have CPS papers right here stating why and that there is a case pending.
Pending. Let me just take a look at it.
All allegations
I am
she brought against me so she could continue to get money fraudulent for my daughter. Nobody but her, but nobody talks about her and how she been doing drugs, men.
Who are you,
Ooh.
sir? Who are you, sir?
He's my witness that I sent all this stuff here.
Who are you, sir?
Herbie, come here.
You listen to her, Herbert, very fast. How are you related to her?
He's a witness for me, Your Honor.
I want him to speak. He can't be a witness unless he speaks. How are you related to her, sir?
I met her at King Cove, Alaska,
So you met her in Alaska.
working with her.
Thank you. Sit down. I just wanted to know how you know her.
Your Honor, I have a list of items about my things in
Have you?
storage.
Just a second. I don't want you to talk to me about your things in storage. You're going to get your stuff back from storage. We're just going to make arrangements for the payments for storage. I want you to be very quiet. Do you understand?
I understand.
Good. Now, at what stage of the proceedings are the child protective proceedings with regard to a permanent order?
We go back in 2 weeks.
Does Miss Baker have any visitation with her daughter?
When we went to court this time, that was tried to be worked out. It was worked out. She disagreed with it, so the judge took it away and said, if you want visitation, you can go through CPS.
She's lying.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I did not come to discuss kids, Judge Judy.
What about your child that she was taking care of? That's part of the
I
lawsuit.
just want the truth to come out, and the truth of it is, this lady lies.
Terry Baker says former friend Tanya Williams owes for unpaid bills and for the return of her property.
Miss Baker, it really isn't urgently important for the
Hey.
resolution.
I need to talk about my storage, Your Honor.
I already told you I'm going to resolve your storage.
Okay.
So then I want you to be quiet today. You're going to get
All right.
all your stuff out of storage. It's very important, Miss Baker, for you to pay attention to what I'm saying to you. I'm going to make an order that Miss Williams, on her counterclaim, will be receiving money to pay off the storage, and I will give you a
I
date
paid
certain.
her money for the storage,
I don't
Your
want.
Honor.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. I paid her money for the storage.
Miss Baker, you're
I
not
paid
helping.
her money
You're
for
not
the
helping
storage.
yourself. No,
I
no, no.
have paid Miss Williams. I sent her money for bills, for storage. I sent her all this money.
You didn't send her all this money, madam.
Yes,
you sent
I
her
did.
$750.
I have a witness here. He can tell you that I sent money. He's been with me from the day
Herbert,
one I was at the
Herbert,
cannery.
Stand up. How many times did you go to Western Union to send money with the plaintiff? How many times?
About 4 different times.
And did you see who she sent money to?
She sent it to Tanya Williams.
You saw her write that out?
She showed me the receipt that she was sending.
She showed it to you.
Yes.
And how much did she send on these 4 occasions, Herbert?
I gave her about $400.
Why didn't she? Don't speak. Why didn't she use her own money?
She had bills to pay that she told me that she needed some help.
So she told you she needed money from you in addition to the $2,000 a month that she was earning from the cannery.
She said she will pay me back, which she did.
Thank you. Sit down.
On more than one occasion, Your Honor. He helped me because when I first got there, like I explained.
Miss Baker, I want you to be quiet and just listen.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to get your furniture. I have a sense that you have a problem in court, which is why the judge terminated your visitation with your daughter.
He did not, Your Honor. He told me to arrange visitation, but I had to come here. So when I get back, I anticipate on arranging visitation.
Miss Baker, this isn't the first child that you've lost custody of, is that right?
That's a lie.
You have another child?
I have 3 children altogether, Your Honor.
How old are the other children? You have a 22-year-old son.
No, ma'am, that's a lie. I have a 23-year-old.
23-year-old son. And your other child is how old?
He's 7.
And where does he live?
He's in foster care because of his father, neglect and abuse. That's the reason he's in foster care. Nothing by me. Nothing by what I've done.
Were your parental rights terminated with regard to that child?
And they were.
Okay. Listen to me. I want you to try very hard. If you're in court, you're supposed to try to understand and focus on what the issue is.
My suit is...
this is an easy issue.
I understand,
this
but
is
my
money.
suit is
I'm telling
about
you.
my money that I gave her and about my storage unit. That's what I come here. I didn't come
Miss
to
Williams.
discuss kids.
Yes. Miss Williams.
Yes. I did not come to discuss kids, Judge Judy. I did not do this. I come to talk about my things in storage, my funding that I give to this lady.
What about your child that she was taking care of? That's part of the lawsuit. You said you gave her money.
She did not give her back on the contract. That is correct. She did not give my child back on the contract. So therefore, the contract between her and I was void because she didn't honor up to it.
All right. Listen to me. How much is owed on the storage? At this point, I see $354 on storage.
I don't have the readout.
You want to go through
I'm
this
sorry.
vandalism?
I have a picture of the window on my Durango. I did not see her do it. However, she had broke my front room window, which she got arrested for doing. The day after she got out, my Durango window was broken.
Okay, let's forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
In all probability, that's what happened, but you have no proof that that's what happened.
Okay.
And that happened the day after the vandalism
The day
of
after
your
she
house.
got out of jail for it, yes.
And that was as a result of her coming to your house
Mm-hmm.
to try to get her daughter?
Yes.
No, that was not. That was after Christmas. She's lying again. That was after Christmas, after I had told her on ample amount of times that I wanted to come and get my daughter, and she kept saying, no, let her stay here for Christmas. She had made other plans. I said, fine, 26, I'll be there to get my daughter. I come to 26, she was not there again.
Don't say anything else, Miss.
I just want the truth to come out, and the truth of it is, this lady lies.
Miss Williams, on your counterclaim,
Yes, ma'am.
you're going to get the $354 for the storage unit. As a matter of fact, I'm going to round it out to $400 so that we cover all bases.
But she haven't paid. Not with her money. She been paying it with my money.
And then I will prepare an order that you are to release that property, put her name on it, and within 5 days from today's date, you can go and reclaim your property from storage. Do you understand, Miss Baker?
I
5
understand I
days
ain't broke
from
her
today.
car window out while she's standing here lying on me again.
5 days
I understand
from today.
that.
Okay? And may I suggest to you, Miss Williams, and I'm certain that the courts will indicate to you in 2 weeks when you go back for a final order, that whatever custody visitation is made with regard to Miss Baker be under supervised circumstances.
It's already
in place.
Yes.
All right. Good luck.
And
The
she
court will
ought to
prepare
already
that
mind her
order.
business.
That order
Bring
on
up
your
them
counterclaim,
right
I'm awarding you
children she got.
$400. There's also some indication here that there's a sofa in your house.
There is.
Which is
All right.
okay. Let's talk about the sofa.
We're going to
It's
talk
cut
about.
up,
We're going to
yeah.
talk about the sofa.
It's all cut up because of her.
Miss Baker, we're going to talk about the sofa.
Okay, let's
Within-
talk about my things in storage. Yeah, we can go there.
The
Cause
sofa
she ain't
ma-
getting
do you
no
know where she's
$300
living?
out of me.
Do you know where she's living?
She
I
don't
believe
need to
she's
know where
living
I'm
at her
living.
sister's
Well,
house.
she has to know where to send the sofa.
No. She don't have to know what's in my sofa at. Not like I don't want the sofa back. I want
Good,
my money.
perfect.
My sofa's brand new.
Listen to me. 5 days you have to go and reclaim your stuff, Miss Baker. We'll prepare an order. It'll be very clear.
Your Honor,
Thank
there's
you. That's
more
all.
stuff there than my sofa.
Parties are excused, Mr. Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Miss Hames, I've read your complaint very carefully, and it is your claim that the defendant assaulted you at a friend's house. You want to be paid for both your medical expenses as well as your lost wages and your pain and suffering. The defendant says that while she did hit you, you were the aggressor. All right. When did this happen?
This happened on Thanksgiving night.
Where?
At my girlfriend's house.
All right. And tell me what happened.
When I got there, my girlfriend was standing over by the Christmas tree, and I went over there to hug her and wish her a happy Thanksgiving. Lori at the time was sitting on the floor down there, and she yelled at me very rudely like and says, "Can you put your cigarette out? My baby's in here." And I turned my head like this and I said no.
Now, did you know the defendant before this incident occurred?
I've known Jessie, my girlfriend, since 1979. And I met Lori probably about a year or so ago.
Okay. So you turned around and said no when she asked you to put the cigarette out.
That's correct.
And you continued to talk to your friend.
Talk to my friend.
What happened next?
Then I kind of like just went and turned my head like this, and all of a sudden I saw this thing coming, which I was told was this. And it came at me right here, and my glasses flew one direction, and I came towards her to keep her from hitting me again. So me and her fell to the floor. Now, because she hit me and caught me off guard, I never got to see what she hit me with.
Do you have a witness here who saw what you were hit with?
Yes, I have my witness.
Step up, please. Tell me your name, sir.
Conrad Boyd, B-O-I-D.
Mr. Voigt, were you present on Thanksgiving evening?
Yes, we walked into the door like simultaneously, and it all happened so fast. The young lady right here was sitting on the floor, and she got up, she mentioned about the cigarette, and Brenda said no. And then she went back talking to Jessie, and she got up as if she was leaving, but when she walked, she popped her.
And did you see what she hit her with?
It appeared to be like a kid's guitar. It had like a handle on it.
So it wasn't this item?
It was something like this, but I thought I seen a longer handle.
But it was clearly an object, not her
Right,
hand.
it's an object, right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Voigt. Have a seat. What happened after you were hit?
After I was hit, then Conrad grabbed me and held me in another room, and Lori, someone grabbed her, and she left.
Did you go to the hospital?
I went to the emergency room because I work at the hospital. I went to the emergency room after I got off from work at 3 o'clock in the morning.
What kind of injury did you sustain?
She said it was concussion, so she gave me
Do you have a report?
800 milligrams.
Do you have a report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it, please. So there was bleeding in the area?
Yes, yes.
Underneath the skin?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Adley, let me hear your version of the events.
It was Thanksgiving Day. I was over at my boyfriend's mother's house. I was sitting on the floor. We had been over there all day. We were watching football and, had a very nice family Thanksgiving dinner. And Brenda knocks on the door, and, the door's answered, and she comes in, and she knows that we do not allow smoking around our child.
Don't tell me what she knows. You don't know what she knows.
Okay, sorry. So, we don't allow smoking around our child. Our daughter was in the house. She walks in with a cigarette, and I nicely asked her, I said, "Can you extinguish your cigarette, put it out, please? We're gathering our stuff and we'll leave." She said, "No, I'm not putting my cigarette out. I just lit it," started cursing at me. I said, "Okay." And I turned, was walking over to the table to get my daughter's stuff, and I was hit by this part of her arm on the side of my head. Instinctively, this is my daughter's toy that I had in my hand. I had it by the handle, and I did hit her in the head with it. I was tackled across the living room, and my boyfriend, he intervened somewhere and pulled us apart after I was already on the floor, and I gathered the rest of my daughter's belongings. I apologized to Stan and Conrad, and my mother, boyfriend's mother, and my boyfriend, and I went home and called the police.
All right, let's go back for a moment.
Okay.
You were sitting on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "I'm not putting out my cigarette."
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hames says that she just continued to have her conversation, which, by the way, Ms. Hames, I think you were wrong. Wrong to say, "I won't put out my cigarette." It's Thanksgiving. You were asked to do something. Some people really object to smoke around babies. So if she said to you, "Would you put out your cigarette?" she may have said it in a rude fashion, but it would have been better if you just put it out, because you can understand why she wouldn't want smoke around her baby, right?
Right.
These are two completely different stories, and I have to make a determination as to what is more logical. And to me, Ms. Stradley, it sounds more logical to me that you got very angry when she said no and just ignored you, because that's what mothers do with their children. They are very protective. And when somebody says to you, "No, I'm not going to put out my cigarette," or whatever else she said, and you thought someone was threatening the health of your baby, it is more logical that you attacked her first.
Can I add one thing, Your Honor?
Sure.
There was alcohol involved. Brenda and her boyfriends had been drinking when she showed up to the house.
That wouldn't make a difference.
Brenda and I have not gotten along ever.
So you don't get along. That's even more of a reason for you to have attacked her first, because she was just blowing you off. She just said, no, I'm not putting it out, and turned around to continue our conversation. That really annoyed you. So, Ms. Stradley, it is more logical, madam, that you got very angry with the plaintiff, who was rude. No question she was rude. What you should have done was say, okay, you're leaving, I'll take the cigarette outside, I'll put it away. You were rude. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That doesn't excuse the fact that you bopped her with an instrument that could have caused injury. The fact that it didn't cause a serious injury is just lucky. Now, why you went and called the police, I don't know.
Because I was struck first, Your Honor.
No. I think that you went and called the police because you were afraid she was going to.
She hit me, so I hit her back. Self-defense.
No, you didn't. You didn't hit her in self-defense. You hit her in anger because she was placing your child, according to you, at risk. You say it's very clear. Everybody knows that we don't allow smoking near our baby.
That's
you don't get
common
along.
sense.
That's common sense. You're absolutely right.
Something that she lacks.
You're absolutely right. She should have put the cigarette out if you asked her. That doesn't give you permission to hit her, and you hit her first. No question, because she would have had no reason to hit you. She said no and continued to have a conversation with
Other
other
than
people
the
who
fact
were
that
there.
she's a drunk and was drunk, no, she doesn't have a reason.
Even if she were drunk, she would not have a reason to hit you because she had already given you her answer. And her answer was, no, I'm not putting out the cigarette.
You're the judge.
You're right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Brenda Hames says she was assaulted by Lori Stradley on Thanksgiving Day. Brenda claims when she refused to put out her cigarette, Lori hit her in the face with a child's toy.
Ms. Stradley, it does not make sense for her to have assaulted you after she already gave you her answer. It does make sense, however, if you were so angry, and you were angry, you didn't get along with her, you have not gotten along with her, she not only disrespected you, but she was smoking around your child, which is something that you and your boyfriend believe is dangerous to the child. So she was placing your child in danger, and that's what mamas do when somebody places their child in danger. They strike out, which is exactly what you did. Now, Ms. Hames, you were not seriously injured. You went to work the next day. You had medical bills of $99, right?
Yes, I also has my glasses, which was also affected with that.
Well, how were they
had
affected?
to be fixed. I had to have my glasses repaired.
And how much was that?
The glasses, I paid $288.59 for those glasses.
Well, but they were fixed. So I want to see the bill for fixing them.
Okay, here we go, I'm sorry.
Is that the bill for fixing them?
Yes.
Can I add something else?
Sure.
Okay. My glasses were a little bent too, and you take them into Walmart, you take them into Shopko, you take them into anywhere, and they adjust them for nothing. She's a joke.
Well, this is a bill that you're showing me from date of service, May 9th of 2000.
That's what I paid for the glasses.
I didn't ask you what you paid for the glasses, madam. You didn't replace the glasses. You had them fixed. Right. So how much did you pay to have them fixed?
They didn't charge me anything for them.
All right, and you're wearing them.
Right.
What else? Shh, please. What other expenses did you have?
Well, other than that doctor bill, that's all I've had. And, well, I'm still suffering from headaches on this left side of my head from where I was.
Try to quit drinking. Sorry.
See your temper?
Yeah, I have a temper.
That's what happened on Thanksgiving night. So watch your temper.
You want to take this so I don't use it again?
Watch your temper.
I'm being good.
$99 is what I have so far.
That's it, Judge.
The lawsuit seeks $4,000 in damages because in addition to everything else, you say you had lost wages, but you had no lost wages. You went to work the next day.
Well, when I got to work, I had such a bad headache, but I had to continue to work. After I got off of work at 3 in the morning, Judge, I went down to the emergency room.
Fine. Did you go to work on the next regularly scheduled day that you had to go to work?
because
So you had no lost wages. I'm awarding you on your claim 10 times the actual damages that you sustained, and the actual damages were $99. So I'm awarding you on your claim $990. And I think you really have to examine whether or not whether your words precipitated this altercation. That does not excuse the defendant's behavior. She is clearly a hot-tempered lady. Clearly. But just think for the future, if you're around somebody and somebody says, you're a smoker, I have my baby here, could you put out the cigarette? You do it. Because it's not a big deal. You got it?
Yes.
You're real lucky that she wasn't hurt anymore.
Oh, I almost
Lucky.
wish she had.
You're very lucky, because if she had been further injured as a result of your hitting her with a dangerous instrument, you could have wound
It's a
up in jail.
CNC. It's not dangerous.
Anything is a dangerous instrument depending upon its use. A child's toy is... Hey, don't be stupid and laugh. Please don't be stupid and laugh. A child's toy is meant to be used by a child. Its purpose is not to be used as an instrumentality to an assault.
Unless you're
And
hit
that's
first.
what you did. And you were not assaulted first, madam. If you say that you were again, you've made it up in your own head.
But you weren't there, and I was hit first.
Never
I'm not gonna
happened.
argue.
It never happened.
Glad you think so.
I do, and I'm the only one that counts.
Like I said, glad you think so.
Step out.
It's a joke.
It is a joke.
She hit me first.
She told him I.
She's just a drunk. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Oh my gosh, I'm a drunk, huh?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Awald versus Wilson. Step forward, please.
50-year-old bail bondsman Linda Awald is suing 31-year-old Lori Wilson for skipping bail.
Miss Awald, you are a bail bonds lady.
Correct, Your Honor.
You don't know the defendant other than through business, is that right?
Only through business.
According to your complaint, she contacted you because she was arrested for something. Pay attention, Miss Wilson. You were driving with a suspended license?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was being held in jail. She asked you to arrange the bail. You did. You claim she owes you some money.
Correct.
She never paid for the bond, which was $150.
That's right, Your Honor.
And she made a series of collect calls. When did she call you?
Starting on October 5th, as I accepted the calls, I noticed a very distraught young lady. She was crying all the time. I do have a heart, so it got to me a little bit, enough to where
What did she say?
She said she was in jail and she needed to get out.
How much did it cost for you to issue the bond?
$150, Your Honor.
And how is that done?
She had money on the commissary books.
What does that mean on the commissary books?
That means when she went into jail, she had $170.76 on her, and they confiscate the money, put it on their records, and issue her a check upon her release. Sometimes I do this, if they have the money on the books, it's issued in their name back to them, and then they must sign it and put payable to Linda Awald.
Now I understand. So you said, I'll get the bond for you, which will be $150, and instead of you getting your check for the money that you had when you were arrested, you'll assign it to me, and that's how I'll get paid.
That's correct.
Okay. So she was, in fact, released?
She was, in fact, released, yes.
What happened to her check?
The officer that was going to be releasing Miss Wilson told me that he would confiscate the check back from her and hold it for me. And the officer got slightly distracted, I believe, and he released her.
With the check?
He released her, and she picked up the check and ran.
Okay. When was she due back in court?
She was due back in court on the 7th of October.
Did she show up?
No, she didn't, Your Honor.
So what happened?
So that issues a warrant for her arrest. At that time, it is my duty to either recover her or arrange for a recovery agent, which was done. And she turned herself in after 2 weeks. She went to the courtroom, I believe on the 6th of November, and Ms. Wilson and I did talk a little bit. She came over and approached me, which I thought was big of her. Ms. Wilson was wanting very much to clear things up. She now has 3 children and 1 grandchild, and the grandchild means the world and all to her. I think enough to maybe turn her head at that point in time.
Did she give you your $150?
She never paid me.
Okay, Miss Wilson, let's go. Let's start with, you call her. You tell her you want her to bail you out of jail. She tells you it's $150. You tell her that you have a commissary check. You left with the commissary check. Why?
Because my boyfriend was supposed to have paid her.
He didn't.
I told her if he didn't pay, if she really didn't get her money, I told her I would give her her money.
But you didn't.
$10. No, I haven't yet. I didn't. I don't have it, ma'am.
All right. So you didn't give her the $150. You have no proof that the boyfriend gave her $150, which is what you said in your answer.
He was supposed to when I
I don't supposed to. All you had to do was say to your boyfriend, did you give her the $150?
I hadn't seen him.
But you did see him eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
So?
And he did say he didn't give her the money.
Why didn't you show up in court when you were supposed to on the 7th of October?
I really don't have a good explanation for that.
Okay, that's honest. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the first time you were arrested?
No, ma'am.
No. So you've been through bonding procedures before?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know the drill?
Yes, ma'am.
How many different bail bondsmen have you used in the past?
Just 2.
Did you stiff the last one?
No. I wasn't trying to take anything from her.
Yeah, you were. You took your money. You have 3 children. How old are they, Miss Wilson?
15, 13, and 11.
Who do they live with?
My mom.
Your 15-year-old has a child?
Yes, ma'am.
Where does that child live?
With my mother.
You don't live with your mother.
I moved in there about a month ago.
Your mother has custody of the children?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are you working for now?
I'm not.
You have a substance abuse problem?
Yeah, I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic.
Have you ever been into a residential rehabilitation program?
Yeah.
How long?
60 days.
Didn't work? No.
No.
Why don't you try longer? Yeah, 3 children.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you're going to have to find something.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I've arranged for her a Victory home. It's run by a pastor and his daughter, but this is a commitment on her part, and she must make that commitment voluntarily.
What got you so interested in her, Miss Awald? You don't go the extra mile for everybody.
No. I felt sorry. I have kind of a soft heart if they cry a lot. And she cried a whole lot. And I felt right away very strongly that this girl is on a dead-end road.
How old are you, Miss Wilson?
31.
All right, you're a 31-year-old grandmother. You got 3 children, none of whom live with you. You could either be dead by the time you're 40, or you can be a parent to your children and a grandparent to your grandchild. It's all up to you. Probably been abusing yourself for a very long time. Time to stop. When are you going to stop? 31. When are you going to stop? When?
Now?
I hope so. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $250. That's all.
Oh my God.
Parties